Hello. Hi, Raquel. Welcome back. The persona theme. The one thing that I haven't gotten to fix yet is the chat. It looks a little bit weird. I was trying to test it with like an unlisted version, but the chat wouldn't come up, and I think it has to be public for me to even see it. So I think it's a little bit like see how it's like getting cut off a little bit. So I have to fix that still, but yeah, I am feeling better. Still a little bit a little bit weird still, but nothing like last night. I was just like completely out of it. It was terrible. Um I'm glad I didn't try to like power through because it would not have been good. um oh, are you I guess you must be busy right now. That's cool. I'm probably gonna be live for the usual amount of time, which I think tends to be around like 3 hours normally or something like that. So I hope you get to catch at least some of it. It's always nice to see you. And oh, thank you for the like. That's I agree. That is something that everybody should do. All of the YouTube likes and whatnot. Um, let's see. Stream Elements bot is running. That's weird. I thought I disabled that one. Oh well. That is weird. I don't even use like hardly anything Stream Elements, anything really Stream Elements. I'm just doing my links and stuff. I would really love to fix this chat situation because it's supposed to be cute and it's not cute. It's cut off. I don't understand why. It would have been so cute. I went ahead and got a PS5 so I can play the Persona game. Because I purchased that before, like I pre-ordered the game before it came out, and I've had it like wrapped this whole time in the original like shrink wrap it came in, because I never got around to it. And then I saw this theme and I was like, oh, now I have to play it. I have to. I haven't played video games in, I don't even know, years. It's been years. I used to play mostly like MMORPGs online when I was a lot younger, and then I used to play, well, I played Persona 3 and I played Persona 4, and then I think there was a Persona, was it Persona 3 FES version, festival version? I forgot exactly what the different kinds were, but there's also a different version of Persona 4, I think. I forgot, it's been many years since I've played 3 and 4. I think the first one I played was 3, and then I played 4, and then at some point I started to play 2, but I couldn't do it for some reason. I was so used to all the features that 3 and 4 added that it seemed like it was, I don't know, I was missing the new features, so it was a little bit, like, underwhelming, I suppose. I'm sure the storyline was still good. I just never got, through it because I was like, "Oh, I can't do this and I can't do that," on the, like, previous versions, but, from what I've heard, Persona 3 and Persona 4 were the best anyway, like, 2 and 1 kind of nobody really talks about those anyway. Oh, welcome back if you welcomed. Nice to see you. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with the chat thing. I couldn't figure it out when, so I figured out everything else while I created a few, like, unlisted streams earlier and played with everything, but for some reason, the only thing um, that I couldn't fix was the chat because it wouldn't show up. I think the stream has to be public for the chat to show properly or something like that. I would really love for it to work, but maybe if I increase, oh yeah, that should be better. But no, this is a little ridiculous. if I can get... Oh, yeah, okay, I can do this. I just need to adjust these numbers a little bit. Sorry, it's first day with the new theme. I just want to make sure because I couldn't get the chat before, but I can do it now because I can actually see it. Because the messages wouldn't show up for me. Well, when it was only myself sending messages in the unlisted version. Let's do with let's do a little more height. Let's see how we like that. Just need proportions to be a little bit... Ooh, so close. Almost got this one. Let's do 1400. Oh, that's almost perfect. Almost. So close now. Like 1350 probably. That would be good. Oh, there it is. Beautiful. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. That makes me really happy. I was really, it was really bothering me when it was cut off all weird. Let's see if this is... if they're visible. It's small, but at least it fits. Giggity. There is another one that might be weird too. I need to fix the other one too. Yeah, this one is gonna have to get fixed as well, probably. Oh, wrong one. This one. Let's see what the size of it. Yeah, with 500, that's not gonna be good. Looks like it has to be at least 800. And yeah, we gotta fix that. Probably about a double over here. Should be good. Oh, this one is gonna be very small. Okay. Okay. I think that would be good. I think I'm happy with the way it is now. Now let me get my links. The links I usually do for all the discords. So there's a lot going on in the world, but I don't know that the news thing, we'll see where everything sort of settles next week and probably cover it all together on like a Wednesday or something. But it sounds like that so in the last debate, I don't know if you guys remember, but the last one we covered, not this one that we're like finishing up, but the one that was the 140 IQ lady. In that one, he kept arguing with her about, oh, well, no new wars, show me where the new wars are. And she was like, well, she didn't communicate it well, but basically he started crap with Iran and Venezuela. And he was like, well, no new wars, show me where the wars are at. That did not age well. It's literally what, like, I don't know, has it even been a week since that? Well, it has. Yeah, it must have. Has it been a week since that debate? I'm not sure on the timing. My timing is all like... let's see, this one was 8 days ago. No, it must have been... It's right about a week or so since that debate, and there now is a war with Iran. I don't know. I want to say Iran because that sounds more natural to me, but I know Americans say like Iran, but it sounds like I'm trying to run somewhere in the past, and it's weird, but I know that's like Americans say things so weird with it. Like the A's are always weird. They're like Iran, not Ron. like it's always an A sound, not an ah sound. Like all the normal languages and countries say ah when it's the letter ah. But Americans say A. Everything is A. Iran. Starting a war with Iran. I don't know, somehow like the American version is a bit more obnoxious, like starting a war with Iran. But yeah, it did not age well because the whole no new wars thing. Yeah, about that. Ugh. Ouch. And the Epstein stuff that he was trying to defend, the main narrative of that, trying to defend the whole no new wars thing. It's like one thing after another, and the clip I showed you yesterday where he was saying that, oh well, Candace is I don't remember the exact words, but because she used to be, they're calling all leftists like operatives now, which is so cringe, but because she used to be on the left 10 years ago, that means that that's too recent, and she basically isn't a real conservative because she started out on the left, which a lot of people did. And while he has been an Eastern Orthodox Christian like less than half the time, or just about half now, it's 2026. Basically half the time that she has been a right-winger. So are we not to trust that he's a real Eastern Orthodox Christian? Because he started out Protestant like all normal Americans. Apparently it's around the time when he converted is around the time when he also started his channel, which is interesting. I don't know what it is about converting to my native religion. Something about that makes people start YouTube channels. I don't know what it is about that. It's an odd coincidence. But basically, according to his logic, he is less trustworthy in his orthodoxy position than Candace Owens is in her conservativeness, I suppose. I thought that was so funny. I was going to bring it up during that debate, when we were going over that debate, but at that point I wasn't sure if it was, I wasn't sure that it was like that recent for him, the conversion. I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. I looked it up afterwards and I was like, no way. Literally half the time. Oh, man. It is certainly amusing. So I know it, like that debate was kind of hard to watch with the pace that everything was going at, but there were so many gold nuggets in there that I'm glad that we went over a lot of them. There's more in there that is like wrong/cringe on his part, so maybe at some point I'll try to cover it in maybe separate shorter videos or something that are regular videos, not like the ones that not like a live, but like a regular video, because I know a lot of people don't even watch lives. It seems to be that there are certain types of people that don't like lives and they prefer the straight up presentation of like the concise regular video, the VODs, as apparently they're called now. Oh my goodness, kids these days and their VODs. Anyway, I got my links all done, and let me catch up on chat here. Oh my goodness, welcome everybody. Welcome back, Naz. Yes, I am better. I'm really glad I didn't try to like power through it last night because it would not have been good. I was feeling terrible. I started to get like a headache from like all the lights and everything were making it worse. And just like this migraine, ugh, it was terrible. I don't know where it came from, but I know I haven't been getting as much sleep as I should have recently. Maybe that was part of it. And everything was kind of like compounding it. He did an Iran stream today. Iran. Did he really? Oh, no way. I wonder if he said anything about him saying no new wars in that debate, because that's gotta be like, ugh. You know, he was so like no new wars, and bam, week later, new war. And maybe Trump has like a personal thing against him or something. It's only to make sure he's wrong. But that's so weird. From a little bit I watched, it seems like he thinks it's not going to be a full-on war because America is too big and bad. That's so stupid. My goodness. I hope that was a joke or something, because so I don't know how old everybody is in the chat, but that's what they said about Iraq, Afghanistan. That's what they said about all of the Middle East incursions that we call wars, because that's what they are. And Iran is bigger than like all of them combined. And more powerful, and not to mention that they are basically more or less allied with Russia and China. It's so stupid. It's literally bigger than anything we've taken on as far as the Middle East stuff, and it's somehow like puny little country that we can simply overpower, and not like we have a history of getting stuck in long wars and losing a bunch of people, and even like Afghanistan withdrawing and giving up, basically. Smaller countries. It's and way less powerful, and like, yeah, I mean, I hope that was a joke, but somehow from all the stuff he said about like the no new wars and the Epstein stuff he was defending, I don't know. Maybe it's not, because all the other stuff is stupid too. So, it is what it is. Weird day to feel better. Yeah. Certainly the war beginnings are not, it's not really a good day in that regard, but my physical migraine seems to not follow the world events, I suppose. But nice to see you again, following the row. I was trying to say the other day that Andrew started as a disaffected libertarian, like most people. Oh, really? He still got the libertarian aesthetic with the Smoky Man Bad thing. It's the Bill Hicks style. Oh, I didn't know that he started out. Well, I know a lot of conservatives, not a lot, but many conservatives appreciate the libertarian like markets, at least, how we're like super pro free markets, and I know a lot of them appreciate that, but when sort of push comes to shove, they tend to not, like they seem to welcome regulation left and right, and then they're buried under all the regulation, and they're like, yay, the boots. Lick all the boots. Lick all the boots. Oh, you know that meme? Oh, you guys, you know that meme where it's all the things from that blog forever ago? There's some lady with a blog, and she did all the things, something about cleaning all the things or something, and it became a meme, and now it's like all the things, and It's I wonder if there's one like that. I should have AI make it or something. One like that, but lick all the boots. Lick all the boots. That's conservatives today. At least the ones that are licking the boots. Not all of them. Eon Interesting, who is doing his forced doctrine appeal, basically render under Caesar because they are gonna win anyway. He literally asked, "What are you gonna do about it?" I mean, there's a pipeline and I'm projecting it onto Andrew. I mean, he's a content creator after all. Oh man, that's wow. Oh, I kind of wish I would have seen that. I don't really watch his live streams. Sometimes if I catch them like going, I'll like save them for later or something, but I never get around to really like watching them. Except for like if I need to pull if sometimes I'll do like a search for some keywords throughout some transcription stuff to see if there's anything that is like useful. But it's not really something I spend time doing. The debates, on the other hand, those are I do find those entertaining. I do watch quite a few of those. That is very like facepalm territory, but like real kind of fun too. No offense to content creators, more just betrays the libertarian mindset when you lean into the grifting thing like he does. Yeah, he's certainly not shy about his grift. That is something that he doesn't even argue against. Well, okay, it's weird because I have seen some debates about it where he's like, prove I'm grifting or whatever, because people have accused him of that, and then other ones he's like, yeah, I'm grifting, so what? Like, okay. Oh my goodness. It's odd because if this person wasn't so like influential on people and people weren't like hanging on to every word and acting crazy about like anyone that he disagrees with, they got a brigade and all that. If it was basically like a smaller creator who wasn't literally everywhere all over the place, I wouldn't even care that he's saying all this stupid stuff. But if people get influential, we got to criticize them, and if that's the way of the world. He only knows about the A grifters. Oh, I love this one. 1, gaslight your audience. 2, lick all the boots. That's a good one. 3, question mark, question mark, question mark. 4, profit. Obviously. Okay. Let me pull up what we're doing. So we're gonna finish up the not so erudite debate. Maybe not finish because it's 8 hours and 47 minutes long and 30 seconds. It's almost 9 hours long, so we're probably not going to finish it, but we'll try to fill in the gaps because we've been sort of jumping around a lot. Let me pull up what we haven't done yet. Oh my goodness. Come here. Come here, window. I need this one. Oh man, I think it's over here. Oh my goodness. Oh jeez. I have to find it in the... I lost my file. Or I have all the notes of all the parts that... it should be right here. Oh, here it is. I got it. Let me put it right here. And there we go. Oh, come here. There you go. So, while I figure this out, I've been, for no particular reason whatsoever, at some point about 2 weeks ago or so, YouTube suggested to me a random video about a venomous snake or something. And ever since then, I have been obsessively watching videos about venomous snakes. I don't know why, like people that keep them and stuff. Um, I don't know why. I never liked snakes. I, in fact, really dislike snakes. But it's kind of cool. It's crazy people actually go and, like, play with them. Well, not play with them, but people go and handle them, and a lot of them you get, like, one bite and you're dead. And I understand, like, some people handle them because it's part of their job and they extract the venom to make antivenom and stuff like that, but some people just keep them because they like them. But they have to, clean out their enclosures and stuff, and for that, they have to pull out the snake and handle it, or, like, if they're not shedding properly or something, they have to help it shed, they have to soak them, they give them little baths, and yeah, a lot of times they have to handle them, and it's, I don't know, for some reason, it has become very interesting to me, even though it's not something I ever cared about before. But then again, I also never thought I would be a bird person, and I have a parrot now for a couple of years. I'm definitely not. What is that? The third, breaking the third wall or something? Is that something about walls? When you say the name of the thing. I'm definitely not gonna get one of those snakes because I don't have the skill to handle them without dying. But it's certainly interesting to watch people do it. And only some of them die, and only some of them lose parts of their fingers, but okay. It seems like most of the time are doing okay. Okay, I found this file. Let's see where we want to start. So, for some reason, this doesn't show the beginning of it because I think at some point, like the very first time we started watching it, it wasn't even in the beginning of it. But for some reason, I don't have that in my notes. So I guess we'll start somewhere around 428, I think, is when, and then towards the end of it, sort of 428, we have, some of this is still religious stuff. I kind of want to skip, because they seem to be going in a lot of circles with the religious content. So I don't know if I really want to cover every single part of this debate, because at first I kind of wanted to, and like stitch it all together so it fits exactly, but some of it is so repetitive. I feel like we already got some of this. Yeah, some of this is so repetitive. Well, let's try and we'll see if we have to skip forward a little bit. We might skip around again. Let me pull it up. Have you seen the old cops video, but where they help a snake guy into his home and shows off his altars and his snakes? I have not. That sounds interesting. Cops video. COPS. Is that supposed to be like not police related? Is that like an acronym for something? I don't know what that is. Cop snake guy. I'll try to search for it later if I remember. Or if you want, you can put it in Discord and I'll look at it after the stream. That sounds kind of funny. Yep, I saved it. All right. The show Cops. Oh, I've never seen it. I generally don't watch well, I watch like TV shows on streaming services and stuff like that, but it's mostly stuff like sci-fi or something like that. Okay. I'm gonna quit blabbing. There we go. The one thing that this theme doesn't have is a cool transition. I want to see if I can figure out how to make my own that's in line with this theme. And also, in this sort of view, there's not really a good place to put myself and still have... Uh-oh. What happened? Like, went gray for a second. Maybe that was just me. Yeah, for some reason, there's no good place to put myself in here on when it's like this, because usually content will have stuff in the middle of the frame, and so you can sort of put yourself in the corner and you can have stuff on the sides. But here, the middle is what's empty, and the sides are what's taken by the subjects. In the framing is unusual than other videos. So, although here it's gonna be pretty easy to move around, so if we do other videos, I can move myself out of the way into corners and stuff like that. I'm 100% algorithm brain as well. That's been me lately for sure. But I would like to watch. There's a few shows that that are sci-fi that once in a while I'll sit down and bang out like a whole episode of a whole season of a sci-fi show, and then eventually I'll find out that a new season aired and I'll do it again for the next season in like a couple days. Okay. 4:28. I'm gonna quit blabbing. Oh my goodness. This is a long... Oh my goodness, of course Rachel is over here. Because circumcision was symbolic of baptism, and once Christ came, we had baptism, it replaced it. Okay. Let me see here. All right, let's see what they're talking about.
It's not empty.
Of course it is. When we talk about sins, yeah, of course we do. Because when we talk about sins, we're talking about the sins of omission, commission, and original sin, right?
No, we're talking about, well, first of all, I don't believe in original sin.
Okay.
I believe in ancestral sin. That's a Catholic thing that you're referencing for original sin.
Okay, so you don't believe, let's say, you don't believe that humans are born into a state of separation from God.
No.
And that we need salvation to bring us back to him.
Well, wait a second. You do need salvation. That's true. But when you're talking about original sin, this gets into Genesis, the ideas of Genesis. So,
do you not recognize Genesis?
Yes, of course I do. But I'm giving you a distinction in theology. When you say original sin, you just mean Adam and Eve both sinned. And so,
no, that's
okay,
not
what do you mean by original sin?
Okay, what I mean is a state of being that we are bent towards sin and need the mercy of salvation, right? The existence that all humans are kind of born into.
Well, I would consider...
Is that... I know Catholics have a thing where everybody is a sinner, basically. But I don't know if that applies to all the denominations. Yeah, this is like religious stuff that
consider
we
this
might
to
have
be
to skip this
ancestral
part.
sin. That
okay, we can call it ancestral sin.
Yeah, that the curse, basically the curse on the earth.
And we need salvation to
from
rectify it.
Yes, of course we need salvation.
Right, and we're all in that status without...
Yeah, we might have to save these parts for when we do panels sometime in the near future and see if we have somebody like re-examination on. I do have to figure that out still, so what I would like to do is probably use StreamYard, since that's what most people are familiar with. Although another option is this Streamlabs Talk Studio thing that is similar enough that people should be able to use it fine. But I won't be able to do like this layout. I think it'll just have to be a separate layout, and I'll stream like from that app like it's intended, because otherwise the sound issues are... It's weird to do both. Usually people do one or the other. So let me skip to oh, I have the trilemma here again. Well, maybe weighing sin and Superchats. Let's see what they say here.
It's not empty.
Of course it is. When we talk about
it's
sins,
not.
yeah, of course we do, because
then they move on to trilemma there. Theological nitpicking, exactly, we need re-exam. Yep. Well, we'll save it. Oops. I broke
When we
it.
talk about sins, we're talking about the sins of omission, commission, and original sin, right?
No, we're talking about, well, first of all, I don't believe in original sin.
Okay.
I believe in ancestral sin. That's a Catholic
that's
thing
the
that you're
same thing we
referencing
just
for
said.
original sin.
Okay, so you don't believe, let's say, you don't believe that humans are born into a state of separation from God.
No.
And that we need salvation to bring us back to him.
Well, wait a second. You do need salvation. That's true. But when you're talking about original sin, this gets into Genesis.
There we go.
Well, in the way that he's saying this, right? So he's trying to say, you can't even establish this thing because secular...
What is she doing? What is what is this? Sorry, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, look at his face. I wasn't expecting her to start doing like the chicken dance or what is going on here.
Beliefs are unjustified. And it's like, at a foundational axiomatic level, all beliefs are unjustified, right? A natural law theorist, while I don't find it compelling, is a coherent, recognized philosophical system that does have strong argumentations for how it establishes like equal moral value, yes, of humans.
And while I don't find Kyla's, entire worldview compelling, right? All that matters is that because both of us can't establish justification, I can do whatever the fuck I want because I don't find it compelling.
What anyone has said, or
but it reduces
you can
to that.
strawman me.
It
You can strawman me if you'd like.
Everything always reduces to something with him, but if you reduce anything far enough in a way where you basically remove everything that's inconvenient to whatever your point is, you can basically say anything reduces to anything. This is stupid.
No, I'm making an argument. It literally would reduce to this, that there's no moral facts and moral anti-realism. If it's the case that Kyla just says that she assumes her worldview, therefore it's true. She's building everything up based on the
Didn't you concede Agrippa's
assumption.
trilemma to me?
That would be the point, though. If neither of us can justify, we have no moral facts.
So you were lying before when you said that you
didn't
were
lie. I just said I adopted the entire worldview.
So you believe that? Well, then of course you can.
There's no moral facts. So when you say...
I didn't say there's no moral facts.
And by the way, even when...
See, it's crap like this where he claims like, oh, I'm doing internal critique. This is internal critique, but she's literally saying that's not my position. So if you want to have internal critique, you have to take their position on. But he's like taking on his straw man version of the other person's position, so that doesn't work as internal critique.
When it's the case, when he says secular ethics, if it's the case that you're like, oh, okay, well, the thing is like, I don't find that compelling. The secularist says, oh, okay, that's nice. I don't find your shit compelling.
Yep.
How do we determine who's right?
Reason and logic. We argue it out, right? We grant each other's assumptions. I grant infinite regression.
Why should we follow
dogmatism.
reason and logic? Why?
I think it's led to the best outcomes, and I think it's the only sense data that we can possibly
Yeah, but when you say
utilize to find
best
truth.
outcomes, right? When
I
you
mean
say
in a virtue ethicist way and a pragmatic way.
right, within the way that you think that they're the best.
No, I think the way that God thinks it's the best.
Right, the way that you think God thinks it's the best.
Yeah, of course, the same as you.
Right, so if you think it's the way that God thinks it's the best, and somebody else says, I think that that's the way that God thinks it's the best, how do we draw the delineation between the two to determine?
She just said reason and conversation and debate and whatever. It's basically what they're doing now. I don't understand why this is so difficult to grasp. Like, at some point, you have to debate it and convince the other person and show your reasoning and see if they agree. And that works across society because as human beings, we are... That's basically the advantage we have as human beings is our ability to cooperate with each other and to communicate with language and to convince each other of specific beliefs that allow us to work together. It's our nature.
I mean, you're right.
Usually we use reason and logic to make argumentations.
We've used reason and logic, and they disagree
from
with
you. Yeah, so
now
at a foundation. Well, the problem is that some reasonable beliefs are fundamentally unresolvable. That like there are reasonable conclusions that we can hold that are built on a foundationally unjustifiable system where we have to go, I think that's a reasonable conclusion, but I think you're wrong because I prefer dogmatism. And they go, well, I think what you're saying is kind of reasonable, but I think you're wrong because I prefer infinite regression. And I utilize infinite regression in this case to make natural law.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then if all of us are just going off of like vibes, bro, because that's what we're doing.
It's not just vibes.
It
Don't
is.
reduce philosophy to just vibes.
Just vibes. Just this. Just that. This is so weird.
Well, in your case,
Nope.
I'm sorry. In
Our
this
case, remember?
In our case,
Oh.
it's just vibes, man. See, if
Just vibes.
I don't agree with Kyla,
bad
and we
faith.
get through logic. It's the most good faith. If we get through logic, we get through reason, we get through all these things. We have fundamental disagreements still. We don't agree on any of this. It's just like, that's fine. Okay,
how do you
great.
solve-
It's fine. I'm agreeing. It's
No,
fine.
you're not
So
agreeing.
if we agree,
So this is the issue. You're
I
not
literally
agreeing.
just agreed.
You
And
just
I
don't want to
agree.
solve
It's
Agrippa's
totally
trilemma.
fine.
You believe that there's objective moral fact, right?
Literally, wait, we believe it.
Well, you do as well.
Don't we believe there's
Sure, but
objective
you
moral?
do as well,
Okay,
correct?
how do we believe that there's objective moral facts, though?
I'm asking you.
I don't know, because I don't believe in objective moral facts, because I'm an Agrippa trilemist.
What are you, a trolleyist? What does this even mean? It's just
It just means I don't
philosophical-
understand.
This is so stupid. I don't know if I can do this. This is where the ultimate does subscribe to ultimate. I'm assuming does subscribe to forced doctrine. He's arguing that since Agrippa's trilemma is also unjustifiable, therefore self-refuting. This is where ultimate does. He ultimately does subscribe. Maybe. Welcome, smart fellow. Like your username. I hated it when Andrew Wilson talked about the whole smart dog thing. There's a smart dog thing coming up? That sounds interesting. Wasn't re-examination saying some stuff about how he's not given permission by his church to debate theology? Oh yeah, the other day when he was on your stream. Yeah, that's basically, yeah, and that goes exactly to my point where that's something he throws out when it's inconvenient for him to defend it. But when he chooses to defend it when it's convenient for him, then he will certainly be discussing it left, right, center, top and bottom, all over the place. But when it becomes inconvenient or somebody makes a good point against it and he doesn't have a good defense, he'll be like, oh, well, I can't discuss it. Sorry. Nothing I can do about that. Phantom, welcome back. Nice to see you. Sorry, this is where he ultimately subscribes to forced doctrine. Oh, okay. I thought it was something like that. Yeah, because this is what he's trying to get her to say, because she's saying, well, it's consensus and we discuss it, and he's trying to compare. He's trying to be like, oh, well, it's two people that have a disagreement, but the world is way more complex than two people on their own having a disagreement. And sure, if there was two people left on the whole planet, which you have bigger problems then, so who cares? Like at that point, oh well. But because we have society and we function not as two single beings, but we have society, she does say that consensus is what matters. At some point, you have to work on basically convincing as many people of your worldview as you can, but sure, there's going to be disagreements at some point, but people tend to be like, oh, well, if most people see it this way, I guess I'll have to work better next time at convincing more people. That's how normal people function. Sure, there's outliers, but generally, you talk it out. How do you think Erica Kirk's speech will affect Arizona's legacy? She's doing a speech. I haven't been following ever since that interview that I was clipping, but I didn't know that there's a new thing. I haven't seen anything today yet on it. Is that a new thing? That sounds extremely interesting. I want to know now. Is there a new speech that came out? I'm gonna have to review that if there is one. That's... Oh, I'm so curious, but that's so off topic. But I am so curious, please tell me. Because Andrew's in no position to debate anything, like do Christians and Muslims worship the same gods, so no wonder he's so chill about forced doctrine. Yeah, I mean, it's when it's convenient, he'll say whatever, but when it's not, he'll definitely hide behind the, "Oh, no, I can't talk about it." But he is really trying you're right, he's trying to get her to say, "Oh, well, you're gonna have to fight it out. Fight to the death. Any disagreement, get out your swords." I hate Arizona, I mean, their Starbucks, isn't Starbucks the same everywhere? I doubt it had much to do with Arizona's legacy. Oh, what is the... Oh, I wanna know so badly. Um... It is very, very hot. Oh, I wanna know. Yes, is there... Oh, re-examination! Welcome back. Yeah, I had to put myself in the middle because with this sort of layout, there's no good place um, to put myself and still have everything else on the screen, like the chats. I had chats like on the bottom earlier, like bottom right, but then I moved them to the top and sort of all over the place. So yeah, in this way I can move myself around depending on what the video is, but I'm taking your moderator spot in the middle. Um, yeah, is there a new speech Erica did? What is the speech? I am so curious. 1 Corinthians 9 has some good examples of rights. By the way, you have the right to eat or drink. You have the right to choose whether to get married or not. Oh. Yeah, it's interesting that he says that there are no rights in the Bible, only duties. But if there's duties, then somebody else has rights to, like, the outcome of those duties. So I don't know why that's so hard to understand. She made a speech in Arizona. Huh. Oh, I want to know what it is. I'm gonna have to look it up. Can't just drop in and be like, "Oh, there's a speech and I haven't seen it yet." 5 months ago. YouTube search is terrible. You try searching for anything and it's like 5 months ago. Let me see what's newer. Instead of the union thing. Yeah, I don't know what speech. I don't know what you're talking about. We're gonna have to resume unless you have a link for us in the Discord. There is a Discord where you can put links if you want. There it is. I love clicking the button. I finally set up my Stream Deck so that there's real buttons on there that I can use like that. Oh, it's so handy. I love pressing on them. It's very, like, the tactile feedback is so cool. He's usually pretty fast to jump in and talk about force doctrine, but he doesn't really seem to want to bring it up outright. So, let's hear it. Yeah, he seems to want her to say it because that's kind of his thing. Is like he's like, oh well, you got to ask the questions, and eventually you got to lead them to the answer, and then they get to tell you what you really want to hear. So he's basically gonna ask her until he gets what he wants as an answer, instead of just talking it out like a normal person. When the Bible gives you choices, those judgment calls can't be called outright duties. Okay. Smart dog. What is this smart dog? Oh my goodness. What are you talking about? I'm so confused about this smart dog thing. I think we're gonna have to watch the rest of the thing because it sounds like there's a smart dog thing that keeps coming up. Or you guys are just trolling me. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to stay curious because I don't know what that is about. Oh, really? That can't be right. That's got to be taken. Some simple words like that are always taken. It's got to be taken on at least like some of the platforms. That's crazy. Usually single words like that are basically impossible to get. All right, let's keep going.
Problem. So I'm asking you.
I don't believe in moral facts. I'm a moral anti-realist, and I have to be.
Well, this is obviously not true.
It's obviously true.
So I'm asking you, how do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
Why would I solve a thing I conceded is true?
Because you don't actually believe it's true.
Prove it.
Based on everything that you've said, hence we talked about Agrippa's trilemma, right? You keep on insisting that I don't believe in moral fact, but you present it in such a way of saying, this is so absurd and silly.
We don't believe in moral facts.
I believe in moral facts. Maybe you don't.
Oh. But you can't figure out how you get there without
I already told you, foundationalist lens, you can use, so moral objectivity can exist in a foundationalist lens, right? So you build some axiom. God is real, okay? God is my axiom.
God's your axiom.
My tautology, yeah. And God can make real moral facts. And then you can build off of that. That's how you do it.
Okay. I believe,
that's how you do it, too, by the way.
But I have an axiom for more powerful God than your God who negates your moral facts.
That's not an axiom.
Why is that not an axiom?
How is my God's more powerful a tautology or an axiom?
My God's more powerful because he's more powerful.
What do you mean by powerful?
Like he can do more stuff than your God?
Like, what do you mean by more stuff, though?
Like, I don't know. He can make gods more powerful than himself.
Prove it.
Well, wait. I'm sorry.
Justify it.
We can't justify things. Remember?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So
these aren't axioms.
Why is that not an axiom?
Because none of this is tautological axiomatic. They're not foundational.
Wait, do you think you have to have a tautology to have an axiom?
Not always, but most axioms reduce into tautologies, yeah.
Well, you're talking about a reduction to a tautology. Does an axiom need to be a tautology? No,
but basically, yeah.
No, they don't have to be tautologies. So if it's the case
a moral. So what's the moral case for my God is more powerful?
What do you mean moral case? Why would that be a moral case?
Talking about morality.
Why would that be a moral? Why would God be more powerful be a moral thing?
I'm assuming if you're using it as your axiom for your moral basis, because we're talking about moral.
Well, just God.
Well, we're talking about moral.
I'm just saying God.
Are we not talking about moral reality?
I'll use Crom. Crom is the God man. Okay. Yeah, and Crom doesn't believe in these moral facts. He just doesn't.
Okay, so you would be
so therefore I don't believe in moral
divine command theorist
facts.
And also a subjectivist, I suppose.
What do you mean? That's objectively true.
That's what I said. Subjectivism, right?
Subjectivism.
I shouldn't say subjectivism.
That's the opposite of objectivity, right?
He can be if your God and take his lunch money. What is this? This is so annoying. It's obvious that this is not a thing, and it's just being bad faith. This is annoying. Like, at some point, a person is clearly being unreasonable, and at that point, you basically stop talking to them and walk away. That's how you deal with that. This is so incredibly annoying. The Bible presents it as a choice. Which would pin Andrew? Crumposting? What is crumposting? All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that I can't have objective moral facts?
No, I didn't say that. You said, I believe in Crom, and I said, why? And you're like, well, my subjective thing. And I said, you can be, I guess, a subjectivist and a divine command theorist, but I'm a divine command theorist who is also an objectivist.
Oh, okay. Then I'm confused. The God that you believe in
establishes moral law outside of me that can be observed, engaged in. Yeah.
He does. Mm-hmm. Okay. And can you name one of these moral laws?
Yeah, you can go through the Bible. Kindness, goodness.
I asked you to just name one.
Love.
Love is a moral law?
Yeah.
Based on your assumption of God? Well, it's not a moral law.
That would be an objective, like moral fact.
Okay.
Love
is it
exists.
Universal?
It depends on when you say universal. Mm-hmm. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean in an absolutist way? Do you mean in an ontological way? Yeah. No, because you like how would it be absolutist?
I don't know.
What does love look like?
Is there any moral universals from your God?
Universals as in like they exist outside of us and they like can affect us. But the issue is how do you know them? And you have to know them.
I'm not even asking you how you know them. I'm just asking if it's the case that there's a universal moral fact.
Yep.
What is it?
Love.
Love is the universal moral fact.
It would be one.
So everybody ought love.
Kindness,
Okay,
justice.
Everyone ought love.
Everyone ought be kind. Everyone ought seek justice.
Yeah, okay.
Everyone ought
And
do mercy.
if those people don't do that, they're sinning.
Theoretically, but we would have to look into the context of what's going on to actually know if they're not doing that or if there isn't a pluralistic
Well, let's just say
battle
they're not loving and they don't know anything about God.
Well, if they don't know anything about God, right, it's hard to do sins, because when we're talking about sins of omission and commission, mostly, and action. If you don't know
They don't know anything about God. Are they sinning?
No. Wait, if they're not, I don't know. What are we talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, no, hold on. You're being like, if they don't act.
What is the point of this? It's like if somebody is like, I don't know what we're talking about. What is this like? I got her. Ha, 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 ha. She said, I don't know. This is so cringe. By the way, something interesting when people say like, well, if you don't know about God, then it's not sinning. That's generally what I hear from Christians. So like if there's a tribe out there somewhere uncontacted, knows nothing about Christianity, then they can't possibly sin because they don't know about God. So what is... why tell anybody about God? Because at that point, you're basically making it more likely that they would sin and making it way more likely that they would go to hell, versus if they never find out about it, that's basically they're safe, right? So it's like you would want them to not be safe. That was always a bit odd to me, but...
Act in love. What does that mean?
Whatever you mean by it.
Well, I believe in relativism as well, right? This is relativistic. So
I want, if there's somebody that has a debate with him in the future, I want them to act exactly like he's acting right here. I want them to exactly like, oh, exactly what you mean by that. That's, I agree with you, absolutely. Everything exactly like that. Like every single tactic right here, I want them to do that to him, and I want to see how fast he decides that they're being bad faith and start screaming about it, because this is so stupid.
So when
I thought you just said that it was a...
It's fine when he does it, but when anybody else does it, it's like, oh, well, what do you really believe? Because that's not what you really believe. Tell me what you really think. But he's allowed to do this. Rules for thee, but not for me. Why am I not surprised? Not for me, not for me, not for me. Love exists as a moral fact. That's a weird moral fact. Well, it's something that she sort of believes is true, but can't necessarily like prove, which I think it's fine as a concept. Like, sure, you can't really prove it, but it's not bad. So I don't know. I don't have a huge problem with it. It certainly doesn't make perfect sense, but it doesn't bother me, I suppose. At whoever something's looking to, oh, for like the username. I find it really hard to believe that's not taken on at least most of the sites. Maybe I would be so surprised. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it just to see if it really isn't taken, because that would be so cool to have something like that. But I don't know if I would want that as... I'm already kind of... This username, it came up as basically I was reacting to this show, in fact, and I didn't have one, and I was tired of like waiting around because I kept being, well, I have to pick a good username. That matters so much for a channel. If you don't have a good username, that's setting yourself back. And it was gonna basically end up being, I would never start a channel because I would never think of a good enough username. So I had to at some point be like, okay, F it, I'm gonna make up this random thing, and it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna have to start putting videos out there, or else I'll never start. And that was how that came to be, but I don't know. I've gotten comfortable. I've sort of settled into it, gotten cozy. So I don't really know if I want to change it anymore. I've come to sort of appreciate it because I can do a lot of fun things with it, like the definitely not a server and definitely not this and definitely not that. So it's I kind of like it now. Whomstever as a backup. Love is a virtue, and virtues rely on moral reality. What does the B stand for? She said love exists as a moral fact. You ought to love could be a moral fact, but love existing is not prescriptive. You are revealing to them damnation. Yeah, it's a sociological conundrum. Oh, about the tribe thing and they're telling them about God. Love is a sacrificial good for others. The good part contains the moral reality. The Basilisk problem. Isn't what is it called? Roku's Basilisk? I forgot the name for it. But that's something else. That's not what that is. That's Roku's Basilisk is that's the AI thing, isn't it? Yeah, Roku's Basilisk is the sufficiently powerful AI. Anyone who knew and didn't suffering. Anyone who knew about me and didn't help bring me into existence delayed my creation and therefore caused preventable suffering. Okay, I see how you're making the connection. But I don't know if it's exactly. Yeah, I don't know if that exactly applies to the God thing, but I can see how you made the connection now. Yeah, I definitely thought about. I definitely thought it was more like AI than God, but yeah, I think I see now what you mean by that. Not for me. Morals are prescriptive here, describing a state of affairs and stopping at that, like something existing that's not morality. You have to at least include an ought. And just pretending he has some sound argument that orthodoxy is true and that it solves all these problems in epistemology, such as the problem of induction, Munchausen trilemma, Gettier problem, etc. I'm not familiar what the Gettier problem is. Because the Munchausen trilemma is the Agrippa's trilemma, but what is the Gettier problem? 1963 paper by Edmund Gettier, just 3 pages long, that broke a 2,000-year theory of knowledge and is one of the most influential philosophy papers ever written. Yeah, that just shows how much I know about philosophy. Since at least Plato philosophers held that knowledge is justified true belief. You know P if and only if P is true, you believe P and you're justified in believing P. This seemed obviously right. If you have good reason for a true belief, what else could knowledge possibly require? He constructed cases where all 3 conditions are met, but we intuitively feel the person doesn't know. They just got lucky. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Is this the one where like you can be right about something, but it's not because you have good reason to be, but you could accidentally be right about something. Is this the thing? Or is this something else? Because that sounds like what that was. Not Jeff Not is available. Oh no! You gotta keep that a secret. Now someone's gonna take it. You ruined it, Nazgul. Morals are prescriptive because they have a prescriber, no prescription. Yeah, that's Gadir. Is it the you could accidentally be right? You believe someone is from because they're justified, but actually you're calling. Oh, yeah, that is the accidentally right. I was right. See, I know things. I don't know what they're called, but I know some things. I'm so proud of myself now. You have no idea. Because I generally don't know stuff like that. But that's an example of me accidentally being right. Okay, to be fair, that was somewhat justified because it sounded like it was going to that direction.
An objective moral universal.
Yeah, you can have objective stuff that is also relativistic.
Okay, so in this case, well, what would you have that's moral universal that's relative?
Most, like justice is a moral objective thing that exists outside
Sounds
of us.
like you're saying it's a moral subjective thing.
No, I'm saying it's a moral objective thing that exists outside of us, and we have to use the relative context of the situation to figure out how to enact
Well, let's find out that's true. What is justice?
I'm not sure if I could define it. Seeking, I mean, this is the issue. These are irreducible. Doing things justly.
Justice is doing things justly.
Yeah, it's circular.
Okay.
You don't like tautologies? What do you think justice is?
Why would that matter?
I'm curious your thoughts. If you're so unsatisfied
Justice
with
is
my
doing
answer.
things justly.
What's your answer?
I just gave you my answer.
No, that's my answer. What's your answer?
Same.
It's not.
I have the same view.
You're being bad faith again.
How is that bad faith?
Because you don't believe that, because you scoffed at it. Unless you think your own purview is
I didn't scoff.
absurd.
I just
You said,
repeated it.
Justice is doing things justly. So is that not a scoff?
No.
So
He did scoff. This is so annoying when somebody is very obviously lying to your face and acting like they're not. Okay, I know that gaslighting is overused as a term today because it's gotten popular now. Everybody thinks that everybody's gaslighting each other. That's not true. Usually it's not. But this is a great example of gaslighting. It's literally lying to somebody's face saying you didn't do something when you literally just did. This is so annoying. Tough no things. I like that one. It has to be a def not know things because I certainly don't know things. I happen to accidentally know some things. comes all the way back around as a circle, huh? Batman. Justice is Batman. I like that too. That seems that's a good definition.
you don't think that that's a silly answer?
No, of course not.
Oh, you think it's a good answer?
Sure.
Okay.
I think it's fantastic.
Okay, great.
My favorite answer of the night.
So again, you're being dishonest.
How is that dishonest?
That's your favorite answer of the night is that justice equals, you don't think that there's a better answer.
Well, I don't understand. Why do I have to continuously answer your questions for you?
I'm asking about your answers.
But I literally believe the same thing you do.
You obviously don't.
Convinced me of Agrippa's trilemma. I told you that.
Yeah, but you're being bad faith when you say this.
How am I being bad faith?
Because you don't actually believe in this. Because this would require you to just concede that there's, that according to you, you were saying, well, if I agree to Agrippa's trilemma, now there's no moral objectivity. But
moral
the issue
facts.
Yeah, same thing. Good job.
Yeah, I still don't understand how we believe in moral facts because justice is just.
So axioms. So objectivity just means that we believe that something exists outside of our minds, right? Where subjectivity says it only exists because of my mind. So I think justice exists because God made it.
Yeah, objective is something that does not require mind.
Yeah.
Subjective is thing which requires mind.
Correct.
Agreed.
And
So
relative
when I ask you,
Good job. You get a gold star. Jesus.
Context.
when I ask you about objective moral facts, these are going to be moral facts that require no minds.
Mm-hmm. And the context to understand how it's being implicated. Yeah.
So what's a moral fact, an objective moral fact?
Justice.
Why don't you answer some questions for once? Why are you the one asking all the questions? This is so annoying.
Justice exists.
And what is it?
Acting just.
Oh.
Do you have a better answer?
Nope.
So then why are you shrugging and shaking your head at
What do
it?
you mean? I just said, oh.
But it's pretty obvious what's happening right now.
What?
That you are saying, I'm accepting this, but you're saying it in such a way to appeal to like absurdism. You're trying to be like, oh my gosh, it's just circular. Yeah,
I don't know. It sounds like you're assuming.
Okay, you win Caddy Girl of the Year award. I don't know.
I like that award. I think he is the best candidate to win that award. That is a good award for him. It is fitting. It's like a glove. Perfect.
I'll tell you.
I don't know what I'm doing that's catty.
Okay, if you don't want to keep talking and you just want to be like, oh.
Oh my goodness. Def not idea. Def not knowing of the smart things. I wonder if that one's too long. That's a good one. Must def not. These are so good. I wish I had used one of these originally, but I'm used to the one I have now, so I probably won't change it. Gaslighting is not mere lying, it's convincing the other that they have lost their mental grasp of reality. Yeah, that's basically what he's doing. He's definitely doing the thing she's accusing him of, but he's pretending like he's not. So that is what that is. It's like that's like trying to make her believe that it's not to believe her lying eyes and ears, basically. It's hard to be wrong when you ask a question. Yeah, that's why that works so well as a tactic. Basically, keep asking questions about the most sort of like baseline, obvious things that people take for granted, and sort of watch the other person squirm. Brittany Venti is the runner-up this year for that award. I haven't been really following. I know of her, but I don't really know what she's been doing recently. Like, I know who that is, but I don't know like what her deal is. Def comedy not. Oh no, Def not leopard. I like that one. I used to. No joke, I used to really like Def Leppard when, I don't know, like 10 years ago. I don't even know. It's been a long time.
I'm a moral nihilist now, which is not true, obviously. Then we can do that, but I don't know how to go forward.
I'm certainly not old enough to have liked it at the time when it was current, but it was sort of like a fun 80s thing. Hardcore personal drama. That's not where I thought that sentence was going. Giggity. Okay.
I don't know what I've done here, except I'm just you convinced me of the trilemma. That's all.
I don't even know what that means, but okay. You've convinced me of the trolley problem. What?
We do have some chats here. Thank you, Joe.
Joe DC donated $99. To the pro-choice chick, why do you get upset at the point of the founding fathers deferring religion to the states?
I don't understand it either.
You can't separate federal from state because the 10th Amendment combines ideas.
Man, it's crazy that my audience agrees with me. So
That's
strange.
not my audience.
Of course it is. Most of the whatever audiences don't.
Most of my audience is on the Crucible watching.
And they're not.
That's stupid. The whatever audience is his audience. Like they basically, most of them agree with his side of things. Like the whole point of the whatever show is to bring on chicks so that they can basically tell them what's what, and you know, yeah, I mean, come on.
Not watching here.
I don't think most of them are.
Oh.
But the thing is like, that is a good question. I don't understand either.
Could we see ones in chat for how many people watching are also Crucible fans that are watching because Andrew Wilson's here?
We're currently in members only mode.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, even with members only mode, we can see how many members are Crucible
sure,
fans.
we can do that. We can do that. Really quick before we let the next one come in. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. We're about 300 likes away from 5.
Although sometimes, even if they would be, they might not put it in the chat because they would want like their hero to be right. Like they wouldn't want to make him wrong, so they wouldn't like make themselves known like that. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them like didn't put it, even though they would have otherwise. You convinced me of the trilemma. You keep saying that. The Crucible crew definitely go into the other people's streams during the debate. Yeah, I've seen it basically every single time, because they like to be able to chat in the chat where the other people are, when there might be other people. I would not be surprised if a lot of them, like, I don't know if she's dual streaming this to her own, like, channel, but if she is, I would not be surprised if there are a bunch of them in her stream as well, because they like to go and, like, you know, make fun of the other person. But they definitely go into the, like, host's stream because they like to be able to send messages to the show and chat in the chat with the, on, like, in, like, the main channel. Yeah, it's stupid that he's trying to say that they're not his audience. This whole thing is stupid. Like, I can't, it's hard to watch, honestly, because he keeps very obviously gaslighting, and it's so annoying.
5,000 likes. There's still 10,000 plus people watching. I mean, even if you guys can get it to 6,000 likes, would be much appreciated.
Wait, you're in members only mode? There's 10K watching?
For the chat.
Why are you in members only mode?
Like the chat.
The chat's in members only.
The chat.
I just noticed, usually when people do, like, oh, I can't get it to go away. Oh, there it goes. Oh, you can't see it. So the little, like thing, it's like the white thumbs up, and that's interesting. Because usually I never use, like, the different colors. I don't know why they added colors to the hands and the people, because I use the default yellow one for everything. But it's interesting that for here they it's like only the white people get to thumbs up. I don't know. I find it weird when people use the colored ones, like the white ones or the brown ones or whatever, for the little like the skin tone emojis. I find those so cringe. Like, a thumbs up is a thumbs up. It doesn't matter who it came from. I find those so annoying.
They couldn't spam it.
Remember,
I get it.
Nothing to do with anything. It's a personal annoyance.
Watch, but just sometimes we put the chat just to members only mode. If you guys want to get a TTS in, $99 and up for TTS, that's via streamlabs.com/whatever. We have a chat coming in here from Giovanni JD, a name I recognize. Good to see you.
Giovanni JD donated $100. You're pro-life personally because you know dismembering your unborn child is evil. And yet you're pro-choice legally so other women can dismember their babies? What a vile human you are.
We don't want, in our worldview, to impose Christian ethics on women killing their children. That's
what statecraft, we want to do what works best for society. So when you impose abortion on states, women die more often, children die more often, unborn children die more often, children move into foster care more often at a significant rate, and child poverty overall increases.
And if you don't ban it, more children die.
Well,
just saying.
It depends on what you mean by children.
That would be fetuses.
Well, when do we ensoul? When does a fetus get ensouled?
At conception.
Where is your biblical evidence for that?
We can go all the way back to the Old Testament, in fact. And the Old Testament portion that you would use here is the most interesting.
Yeah, you prepped for me, hey?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's
I appreciate that. Like, genuinely.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure, before we get into this, I want to ask a couple of qualifiers so that we make sure that we're on the same page. Is that okay?
Oh, of course he's going to be doing that. Every time they talk about anything, let me just ask you a couple qualifying questions. And it basically turns into him interrogating the whole time. It doesn't end. It's not a couple qualifying questions. It's let me interrogate you for the rest of the show. That is what that means. I mean, I wouldn't have brought up the image house and trilemma just to concede that this is a problem for both of us. You want to bring a problem that's that applies to your opponent, not you. Well, I don't know if I entirely agree with that, because it's basically like when he keeps asking, well, ground this and ground that and ground that, eventually you basically eventually everybody has to be like, well, it's because that's my preference, because at some point you can't keep grounding, and that applies to basically all arguments and all people. So I think that's the point of her bringing that up, because he keeps like, oh, ground this and ground that. What's that about? Why don't you ground this? Well, and he keeps like trying to, and sort of like the Russian Matryoshka dolls all the way down. It's immediately obvious, given my qualifiers. Let's see how much Bible he uses. That is something interesting that And in this case, he basically preempted with this is going to be a biblical argument. So I'm interested that finally we'll hear a biblical argument for something, because usually he doesn't use biblical arguments, even though he says, like, I ground whatever in God, but he tends to use utilitarian arguments for things, which I find totally weird.
Possibly.
Okay. So under your Christian belief, right, which denomination do you adhere to? Or do you adhere to any?
I'm a Protestant broadly, but I don't think there's a specific Protestant denomination.
So you adhere to Protestantism?
Sorry.
Sure. Okay.
Although Catholics, I don't know, I like their theology for a bit.
Yeah, Catholic theology.
I'm not Catholic, but and there are some issues I have, but I like Catholics too.
Got it. Why would you be against abortion legally?
Legally, because I think it leads to more harm in all of the things that we care about as Christians. If God is like kind of a virtue ethicist, I think
Makes sense. Mm-hmm. And then why are you against it personally?
Because I don't know at what point a human life confers, and I also don't think that any of the negative outcomes that I'm concerned at a statecraft level is going to happen in my case specifically.
So if you don't know when a human life is going to be ensouled, is the reason you're against it because you assume that it's possible it could be ensouled at conception?
Yeah.
Then I'll just take that position. That's a concession on a position.
Sure, but the issue is that I'm not imposing that on non-Christians.
Yeah, but I think it's fine to impose it if it's assumed. Yeah, I'll have one more. I think it's fine to say that if it's assumed that it is the case, that we can say with some degree of certainty within both of our worldviews that ensoulment could potentially happen at conception, then we should err on the side of life.
So why didn't God?
Well, I don't ask him.
Exodus 21:22 from the Septuagint.
Why are you unsure?
But because in the Bible, which is part of how we figure out what God thinks about things, we have the Septuagint.
But no, I mean, why are you unsure about ensoulment?
Because there's nowhere in the Bible where it says God ensouls us at age 0.
Then why would
conception.
you assume that it's even possible that we're ensouled at conception?
I'm not. What do you mean?
Why would you even assume that at conception is even a possibility for ensoulment?
Because I don't know when God ensouls a fetus.
Okay, so then we can just assume that it's possible he ensouls them at conception.
Not really.
Well, but you do. Though.
Well, the issue is how do you, so I'll read Exodus 21:22 because I don't know how you would deal with this one, right? So Exodus 21:22, and I'm going to read from the...
Oh my God, I'm retarded. I'm actually retarded.
Today is the day of spills. Can we...
Okay.
Is it... Oh, it's over here. I got it.
Throw it to me quick. Quick. Throw it.
Okay.
Okay. Let's try and do a little bit.
Your claw. No good.
Sorry, Andrew. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Andrew.
Oh, was he trying to do the little, like, plastic grabby claw thing? I knew that was gonna somehow end up being a mistake, but I did not know it was gonna be this dramatic.
Hang on a second. I got some beer on my leg here.
Oh.
Shit.
I forgot that was a thing because I thought, for some reason, I forgot that there was like this random little, like, plastic. What are those called? The little grabby things. Grappler. I don't know what they're called, but for some reason I thought it was kind of funny that he was using that to push the cups, but I don't know why he didn't just use his hands. That's so stupid.
Thanks, Brian.
Oh man.
1 second.
All right, so you're wrong about everything.
Based.
I win the debate.
Uh-oh. You sound just like Andrew. Uh-oh, you didn't mean to do that. You're like, wait, fuck.
I should have you clean this up.
I don't know.
Sorry, chat.
I think as the man of the
Sorry,
house,
Andrew.
it's up to you.
Very unfortunate situation.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to slightly pass it to him with a robot claw.
Is that like a bit? Is that why you keep using the claw?
Well, you know.
Dude, you got that shit everywhere.
Wait, is that worse than my spill now? Is this the number one
Alright,
spill?
we don't need to
Come
watch this. This is getting
on.
annoying.
Anyways, continue on.
Well, I'm going to have a smoke real quick, and then we'll come back and do this.
Can you wait just 2
Hey,
minutes?
I'll wait 2 minutes.
Well, I just...
2 minutes. You don't
I
think,
would not do that.
Well, I don't
Oh,
care.
this is
I'm
more
doing
Bible
it.
stuff.
You don't think that you don't think
I would not do that.
Well, I don't care. I'm doing it.
Okay.
You don't think that you don't think that Job literally happened?
No, it's very obviously poetry.
Very obviously.
Yeah, I don't think that Job
Was
had-
Ecclesiastes poetry?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked in Ecclesiastes.
Proverbs?
Proverbs is literally just poet. What do you mean? What do you even mean something literally happened in Proverbs? Proverbs isn't literal. What's literal?
None of Proverbs is literal either.
I mean, it's mostly like ideas and poems about how to conduct oneself, right? Do you think Songs of Solomon is literally true?
Well, some of it, yeah. But the thing is, it's funny.
Poor Brian. He keeps trying to say something and just like, let me nope. Nope. I feel bad for him sometimes. Some brevity is nice. Charlie Kirk picture in the incoming Candace conspiracy for whatever. Yeah, this is Bible stuff. I have to figure out how to do the there was more Bible stuff that we skipped because I was like, maybe we should save that for when we do panels and see if you wanted to join panels, because like that would be a good topic to discuss with people who know what that's about. But I have to set up the stream thing, and I probably won't be using like my Streamlabs desktop. I'm gonna have to set up the like Streamlabs, because it's similar enough to StreamYard as long as I stream like from the app, like from the browser app. It's just making them work together. That was the issue. But as long as you use one or the other, I think it'll be fine. And it's similar enough to StreamYard. But yeah, anyway. Intro giggling as a dude wipes off his... What? I don't think I noticed that. I sort of like... really? I don't really want to go back and look, but... if true, that's so cringe. James 5:11 refers to the patience of Job and Job. Is it Job or Job in the New Testament?
Doubt oneself, right? Do you think Songs of Solomon is literally true?
Well, some of it, yeah. But the thing is, it's funny. That's not. There is allegory there, yeah.
Yeah, true.
The thing is Job is trying to reconcile two positions. Do you know what the two positions are from the wisdom books?
I don't know. No, I'm not sure.
No, there's Ecclesiastes was interesting because...
Are we going to talk about Job or?
This is Job. I'm telling you what happened with Job.
Can we pause it super quick?
I feel like Job should be Jobe.
Quick, just to let some of the chats come in. I'm going to write down Job.
Yeah.
Is that
Job?
J-O-B? J-O-B.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Job?
That's exactly what I was saying. Brian, us, we're like two peas in a pod.
J-O-B, but it's Job. Yep.
Oh, I forgot I didn't like him anymore. Sorry.
We have, I recognize some of these names. Justin
Martins donated $100.
Thank you, man.
It's always fun to watch Andrew get his opponent to disprove their own argument in real time.
That's what you want.
Job is literal. Okay. Pronounced Job, yeah. It should really, I don't know why they don't spell it with an E.
I think it's happening. That's fine.
Thank you for your message.
Definitely not biased,
there,
by the way.
Justin. Appreciate it.
What is it? Is it the third wall or something? She said definitely not. I feel like def not whatever should be at whoever. What? Why though? It seems so like I don't know. I'm attached to the one I have now. It's too late. You should have suggested this back when I was still considering changing it. It's too late now.
I recognize your name there, Justin. Good to see you back. Thanks for the message.
I wonder where he's from. Do you think he's from the Crucible fan audience?
Maybe.
I think he's from the Destiny DGG.
Do you think that he's more aligned with Destiny than Andrew?
Could be BGG.
Durandy donated $100.
Thank you, Duran.
Andrew calmly sighs, are you done having a tantrum? You are truly the arbiter of good faith debate. Please don't come back to Canada. We don't want you.
Durandal's another name I recognize. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Where do you think he falls between Andrew and I? Do you think he's more of an Andrew fan?
He's a fan of yours, to be honest.
Okay. I think that you can still be classified as having a tantrum, even if you do like sarcastic sighing and like rolling eyes and things like that. I think that could still be classified as a tantrum. There are different kinds of tantrums, and you can have a more like silent body language tantrum without like yelling. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you a hard time for your spelling pronunciation of Job because I said job earlier a few times. Gotcha. Oh, is it the fourth wall? I thought the fourth wall was like isn't like the name of the show or one wall and then there's different ones. I have to be right back for a few minutes. We have to take a break real quick. But I shall return in about 5 minutes or so. I really gotta put videos on the Be Right Back thing, but I just set this up today and didn't get a chance to add videos yet. Excuse me. I am back. I really do want to put fun videos or something in the intermission screen. I keep saying I'm going to do that, and I haven't had a chance to, because every time that I have time to do it, I forget about it, and every time that I remember it, it's when I'm trying to use the Be Right Back screen. I need to give myself like a reminder or something. On stage, there are 3 walls to refer to the world outside the stage plays to break the 4th wall. Oh, okay. For some reason, I remember this wasn't like something I ever looked up, but I remember people like when my friends were talking about it. I remember there being like 1 wall, 2, 3, like the first wall, the second wall, the third wall, and then the 4th wall was like when they like look at the camera and like talk directly to the like viewer. But like there's also a 3rd wall and a 2nd wall, and I think one of them is like when they happen to mention the name of the show or movie, and then like the 4th wall is like when they look at the camera and start talking to the viewer who's watching, like because it's like it's not it's like they know, the characters know that it's like a I guess TV show or movie or whatever, like a fictional universe. That's how I was told. But like if they don't like look at you and start talking to you, if they happen to mention the name of the movie or show during like regular conversations, somehow like in their actual script it came up, and they don't realize that it, like the characters don't know that it's like fiction, or they don't act like they know that it's anyway. This is getting completely off track. And Jeff not coming back. I'm back though. I'm here. I made it. Facts. That's all 4th wall. Okay. Let's resume. This one. I think this one needs to be. Oh no, wrong one. This particular one needs to be adjusted. Oh no, that's not. That seems to be proper. No delay. It should be one. Sorry, I'm looking at something over here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out later. I'll leave it as is for now. I'm gonna have to look into that afterwards.
I've actually never seen Durandals in my chat.
I don't know if somebody saying please don't come back, we don't want you would be a fan of mine.
I think he's a fan of you.
I would suspect not.
I think he's a fan.
Possibly.
He's probably a fan.
What suggests he likes me there?
The reference to Canada.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
okay.
He's a Canadian.
He's a fellow Canadian. So.
Okay.
But you're immigrating to the U.S. Is that
That's
correct?
true.
You're trying to become a citizen.
I love America.
Do you have to revoke your? No, you'd keep your Canadian citizenship. We've got Desert George, another name
Desert
I recognize.
George donated $100.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
Didn't
it.
think I could lose more brain cells after last night's debate. Tyler proved otherwise, as we are dumber for trying understand her nonsense, constant prattle, filibustering, and goalpost moving.
When did I move the goalpost? When did I filibuster?
What about the prattle, though? You didn't deny the prattling, so
I'm a woman. I can't help it.
You didn't deny the prattling part. All right, Desert.
I can say all the same things about Andrew. It's all about like who you already agree with ahead of time. It seems like I'm always so surprised about how people can look at the same thing and see it in such extremely different ways. That always amazed me.
Is it Jorge or? I don't know. We got another name we recognize.
Giovanni JD donated $100.
Where you been, JD?
The Didache was written in the 1st century and is still a liturgical document that condemns abortion.
It's true.
Advocating for mothers tearing off the limbs and heads of their own children. Sick, vile woman.
I guess God was really bad when he ordered the Hebrews to kill infants. Sick,
That was just
vile God.
allegorical, though.
You got to deal. Well, you believe in it literally too. So how do you deal with that?
Because, well, the idea here is warfare. The idea here is warfare.
So in warfare, it's okay to kill infants.
It can be justified, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We have...
Like if a country attacks your country and you attack them back and you're bombing...
You should kill their infants.
If you're bombing them, are infants going to die?
That's not the same thing as saying it's good.
Well, it's justified. It's not the same thing. It's good.
But God ordered it, and what God orders is good, right?
Yes.
In fact, the Amalekites, when they didn't get fully...
That's messed up.
...killed and genocided in the way that God ordered, the Hebrews were punished for it. Right?
You said that everything God says is good. Mm-hmm. So then if God says to kill those infants, because these are for reasons that he wants...
So there are times where
good,
God
right?
can say killing infants is okay.
Sure.
Okay, based. Thank you.
Did he say that with abortions?
Well, he definitely didn't make it clear with abortions in Exodus 21:22, which we still haven't gotten to.
I'm curious, though. What is your church history that you adhere to say about abortion?
What do you mean?
The church history that you adhere to.
There isn't like a tradition that I adhere to necessarily.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not Eastern Orthodox or Catholic, right? And I don't have to be.
Do you just adhere to your own tradition?
I use exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation to try to figure out what's going on. So I look at beloved scholars, I look at biblical scholarship, I look at Hebrew scholarship, right? And I try to look at all these things, including what the saints say, to try to figure out what's true.
Why do you care what the saints say?
Because I respect a lot of what the saints say.
Which saints?
I love Thomas. I'm a Thomist.
You're a Thomist?
Yeah, in a lot of ways. Not always, but in a lot of ways.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like a mix of Thomism, Protestantism, other isms?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then use divine revelation. And what's interesting actually is on the basis of this Protestantism that you're mocking is how most of America got converted. Well, of course you are, because you're being like, oh, there's just no tradition, but that's a Protestant thing, right?
I didn't say, there's no tradition. I just
Do you
said
think that
you
it's
just adhere
bad
to
that
your own
Protestants don't
tradition.
have, well, why did you ask me that if you weren't slightly condemning
Because I'm just curious about your worldview.
Okay. Do you think it's bad that Protestants don't have tradition?
Bad? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they don't have much to appeal to, no.
Okay, so you were saying that. Gotcha.
Well,
I'm glad we
wait,
got there.
I'm sorry. Me trying to understand your position is not mocking it.
It wasn't you just trying.
Don't Protestants just appeal to the Bible? What do you mean they don't have anything to appeal to? Isn't it literally the Bible itself? Am I missing something here? Am I like completely misunderstanding? What? This seems obvious. There must be something I'm missing, because for him to say that they have nothing to appeal to, I'm so confused. Did I horribly misunderstand the very basics of the difference between Protestants and the other two? It's because they bought verbal judo. They transcended debates. War is civil law, murder is moral law. If civil law were the same as moral law, we could never have a stable country. Ask me on the next panel. You're going to have to remind me. I don't know if I'm going to remember that. Orthodox believe that the Bible needs to be read according to Orthodox tradition rather than what it says. Yeah, but I mean, he's talking about Protestants. Like, Protestants don't have somehow whatever it is that he just said. Yeah, I'm confused, because that's the difference. It's Protestants are like self-read, like self-interpret Bible, and then Orthodox and Catholics are like, well, no, we gotta interpret it for you or whatever. But it's all still grounded. Well, grounded. I hate that. I've come to hate that word because he uses it so much. It's still like that's what they're basing their beliefs on.
I asked you.
It was me just trying to.
Of course, no.
Which is why I just asked you a question.
This is again bad faith, where he's acting
No, it's
as though
bad
he's
faith
under
to
the
pretend that you're
predilection
being
of one
mocked
thing
when
when
I
he's
ask
actually
you a
engaging
question.
in another thing. Everyone can understand tone, Andrew. Everyone understands
So you
tone. Well, not just the tone,
Do you
but
think?
You don't believe thing. I can do voices too.
Yeah, when you're like,
Not
when
just
you're
the
talking
tone.
down like this, is that tone?
yeah, sometimes.
Okay, so then is that you mocking me?
No, sometimes. Yeah,
Oh,
sometimes I'm being
sometimes.
mean.
Okay,
Yeah. So,
gotcha.
but the issue is that when I'm being mean, I would probably just own it, whereas you have to lie about it.
Have you been mean this whole debate?
Not the whole debate,
Have
but
you
parts
been
of
mean
it.
a lot of it?
Sometimes, yeah.
You big meanie head.
Yeah. Okay, but what we're talking about here, when I was outlining this, like the tradition that you were asking about,
Why is he like rubbing his face on the microphone? He does that a lot. It's kind of weird. Like, do you want that? You're getting your face on the microphone, and you're getting the microphone on your face. It seems kind of gross. I don't know. Ortho epistemic lens is the church. Protestants epistemic lens is the Bible. Oh, Andrew getting eepy. He's showing that he's extremely frustrated. Oh my goodness.
Is the reason why I thought you were talking down to me. As I said, do you think it's bad that we don't have tradition? He said, well, yeah. And so it's like, okay, so you're obviously asking about the traditional route because you think it's bad to not have a traditional route. So you want me to answer yes so that you can be like, ugh, see how absurd and silly she is?
Well, no, you got to.
Then you're just what's clear to all the Protestants watching. He's saying all of you are silly.
Yeah. So what I said, I made a differentiation. She asked me about an appeal to, or I asked her, what tradition do you appeal to? And she just said,
he's posing for the thumbnail clip. I like that one. That seems accurate.
Thomism, and then she mixes it with this, she mixes it with that, and I said, okay.
I said, I don't appeal to a specific tradition.
That was it. I just said, okay. Then she asked a separate question, which is about whether or not Protestants have any church tradition to appeal to. And I said, yeah, generally speaking, I don't think that's as great, but that has nothing to do with me trying to understand your view or being mocking of it.
So you don't think that I'm stupid for not appealing to tradition?
Stupid? I'm not saying it's stupid.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't say it was stupid.
What do you think it is?
Wrong.
Okay, just wrong.
Yeah, wrong. I don't think that you're stupid.
Really?
Yeah, I've never thought you were stupid.
Okay, I appreciate that. You heard it here, guys. Andrew Wilson actually disagrees with all of you fans writing in that I'm stupid. He actually thinks I'm not stupid, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I would use like the word retarded.
Isn't that the same thing?
No.
What's the meaningful
It's like
difference
more
here?
powerful than retarded.
So you think I'm more than just stupid?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you are, okay.
Wow. For a second there, I was thinking that he might, for once, take an adult position, but no, he's still being a child. Okay. Damn, that bait and switch. It's sure playful. that's how we describe that. Can beat up stupid and take its lunch. God damn it!
Okay, so you are doing the thing. Gotcha.
There's like a mosquito that got in here and it's hunting me down. It's being annoying.
See, bad faith for it to take this long for him to just admit that. Crazy. Keep going.
I found a huge one in my bathroom the other day too. It was like this big. This one is small at least. If it was big, I would freak out. I hate those big ones.
Agrippa the Declamer donated $200. Can you guys debate force doctrine real quick?
He fully utilized that $200.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that's the max characters he could submit?
Probably.
I think so. That was a lot.
But his question was, can you guys debate force doctrine?
Yes, but
real
this is the
quick?
last
Of course.
micro debate because I'm getting over to In-N-Out.
Sure. Well, what I was going to propose...
I prefer not to, unless this guy pays, and if this guy pays another $200, then I'll do it.
What I was going to propose
But I came
is,
prepped for other things.
at the end here, we could, you guys probably both want a closing statement. I was going to order pizza for us, and we could let some roasts come in.
Okay.
Well, if
So order
they
some pizza.
we can bring the roast,
You
but
guys
if all the roasts are at
Do you
me.
like pizza? Are you vegan or anything?
I'm not a vegan. No.
Just good. Okay.
Pizza often just makes me sick. I have health
Yeah, I was
issues.
going to get some pizza.
Okay.
I'll stick around for pizza.
Did you? Okay, so...
I'm getting In-N-Out though, so don't order me any.
What's that?
I'm getting In-N-Out tonight.
Oh, yeah. Get some
Well,
in.
why don't we do In-N-Out?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of time. They don't deliver. I was going to bring it in here. So.
Yeah, the Uber won't go.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. This is not important. Sorry.
So I'll do these two chats. I'll read these two chats, and then if you guys want to bite briefly on the force doctrine, 5 minutes.
If somebody donates another $200, but I didn't come to
That's not like a
what we're
5-minute.
talking
That's never a 5-minute conversation. Agrippa assumes. Oh, sorry. Let me scroll down. Agrippa assumes justify equals derive, yet derivation requires hinge certainties. This is like an annoying person.
today. And I think it's not going to be a micro debate. I think it's
All
a
right.
long debate.
So Abe, thank you for your super
This is basically. I'm not even going to comment on it. This is like, look at me, I know big words. I'm so smart.
chat. Agrippa assumes justify equals derive, yet
he's
derivation
gonna read
requires
it.
hinge
Okay.
straw.
Did anything.
Whatever.
Okay,
A
Abe,
waste.
thank you for your super chat, Abe. And then we have from Canada, your homeland, JP Belly, Kyla. I rooted for you before you met Destiny. Please let some of your ego/utilitarianism down and listen to Andrew. I do.
Let her ego down and listen to Andrew. Not the other way around. Are you sure? That seems like a little flippity-floppity situation there. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's the spirit of what I'm seeing here, basically. For structure to the max. We'll get Andrew Park up time for personal attack, maybe.
Do no harm to nobody, so I can do it. But what about the harm I do to society as a whole?
So, J.P. Belly, I am married. I appeal to my husband long before I'm going to appeal to Andrew. Most of my theological stuff, because I'm not a preacher, I don't think anyone should look to me as a spiritual leader. Most of the theology that I have is somewhat downstream of Nick, and I honor my husband, and we talk about this and listen to it. So, unfortunately for you, I am married, and I honor my husband.
Okay.
I don't think he was looking for a date.
Sure.
We have two more
He literally
chats.
okay, whatever.
That I don't think Andrew understood why she was saying that. It was the whole. It wasn't that person was looking for a date. It was that he was basically telling her to defer to Andrew and like listen to him and whatever and drop her ego and like that it was that part that she was responding to. Nothing to do with that person wanting to date her. If you saw Andrew's repost of our debate, people complain about your rudeness, lack of humility, need to listen, etc. No sense of irony. No way. Oh, why? Honestly, I'm not surprised because that's. I don't know what color glasses they're looking at him with, but it's not whatever the reality color is. It's certainly some alternative reality color. It's so weird. I don't understand. What is it about? No, I honestly, I think I do understand where it's coming from, but what I'm always baffled by is how far it goes and how like strong of a grip Agrippus trilemma that is. Blind refereeism. Did anyone say he's just trying to win the whole time? Right? Yeah, I mean, this. People see Andrew, and he is basically being a dick to a bunch of women and a bunch of people who feel rejected by women in general. They want to see somebody basically in their own stead that has the confidence to basically be a dick to them and put them down and stuff like that. So they sort of they have him as their sort of white knight in shining armor who's gonna tell off all of these 304s and put them all in their place and say all the stuff that they are themselves afraid to say without somebody being like loud and proud about it. So when he says a bunch of cringe stuff, they sort of package it together as, oh, well, this guy says everything else that I agree with and putting down the hose. So they sort of package all of the rest of the cringe stuff into, oh, Andrew good, 304 is bad, and that's sort of like religious following I'm creeped out by, but I sort of understand like where it's coming from, like the root of it, but it's to such an excess that I think excess is more the right word, the right like way of saying that. It's to such an excess that it's off-putting and creepy. I kind of understand why like red pill in general is popular, is because of that rejection that a lot of men feel, and a lot of them have good reason to feel upset at that because there are a lot of shitty women out there. That's true. That is true. But they tend to, a lot of them tend to start sort of assuming that it's women in general that are like that. And then they see shows like this where that reinforces that belief. And when somebody has a belief and it's reinforced, that feels good. That's like, yes, you're right. And feeling right is a lot more comfortable than sort of facing the fact that maybe you were just hurt. Anyway. Actually, as you got him, lol. Whatever has always been a BTFO woman simulator. What is the B for? Oh my goodness, I really want to know what the B is for. Because I see that a lot, but sometimes I think like, oh, is it like the naughty B word? But no, it has to be something else. I understand like the TFO, but I don't understand what the B is for. And I see that so often. I should probably just look it up at some point. Guys who can't be TFO women in their workplace or university environment kind of thing. They have no third place because no friends. Blown. Oh. Blow the F out. Oh, okay. I see. Thank you. Okay, that makes sense. Sort of. Kids these days and their weird phrases are... I prove that tone policing is a thing even amongst his fans, but he's no victim. Yeah, I really hate the word tone policing because tone... I think I've harped on this at some point previously, but it's been a while. Tone is... It's such an important part of the way we communicate because if our tone expresses so much. Without tone, our language would probably be completely different. And the fact that we have it and use it, everybody does. Literally almost everybody is that's I suppose it's more to the point that it's something that is important and that it does matter. Because if it didn't, why would anybody bother? We would just say everything completely flat without changing our tone whatsoever, and what we would call monotone. And then we would speak in monotone and everybody would get along fine, right? Wrong, because we don't. And there is good reason for pointing out when somebody is using their tone but not using their words, because tone is another way of communication. So we use words to communicate, we use tone to communicate, we use body language to communicate, we use a lot of things to communicate. And sort of excluding everything but the literal words coming out of our mouths would be stupid. That would be ignoring all of the other means that humans naturally communicate by. That wouldn't make any sense. So pointing out like, hey, you're communicating this to me with your tone or with your body language or with whatever, that's not... Calling it like tone policing and scoffing at it is... I find that stupid because it clearly matters. It's part of the way we communicate. I'm done harping on it. The tone policing stuff annoys me so much. Tone matters. If it doesn't matter to you, then speak in monotone. Don't use tone. If it doesn't matter, don't use it. It's a whole mindset. That's why these terms reinforce the mindset. I agree with you. Tone policing is just a cop-out license to be a jerk. Yeah, that's another good point about that. Yep, absolutely. You can't know if someone's being sarcastic. The other person needs to give a chiseled confession in stone that they're being sarcastic because philosophy. Yeah, there's so many uses for tone that anytime somebody points out that it exists or matters or that somebody's using it in some way, it's like, oh no, you noticed that tone exists. Oh no, that's tone policing. You can't do that. That's useless because I said so. Okay. It's such a stupid word and catchphrase. Anyway.
We have 2 more chats here coming in. We have Dr. Pierce.
Dr.Pierce_Af donated $100.
Appreciate that.
Tyler has a Lincoln view of federal dominance over the states, where in their writings the founders were statesmen first, Virginian,
I'm I'm ordering pizza for everybody. And we have You Can Do X coming up.
Great work, Ryan. I don't know either of these people debating, but the guy on the left is winning because he does not take one step back.
Sure. I'm
okay.
sure you don't know either of us. Very believable.
That was the joke.
Change your name to Not So Erudite subscriber. So,
please do.
Just to clarify that you're not a
I need some
Crucible
friends.
Crew member. Thank you. You have another one coming in here right now. Thank you.
Docs donated $100. Don't know either of these people debating, but the guy on the left is winning because he does not take one step back. Also, I don't like Canada.
Cool.
Okay. All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So we're going to have a pizza party. I'll lower the TTS to 69 if they want to send in like a, kind of a final cherry on top
If they
message.
send in $200, can they watch you eat
A final, and it's 5 hours in, and there's like 4 more hours to go. Okay.
piece of pizza slowly?
Well, you guys can eat the pizza on stream. That's why I'm
3.5.
ordering the pizza. So
We're having the pizza party
we're having
on
a
stream?
Debate, during debate, maybe even pizza party.
I feel like Andrew and I should charge
I like this one. Def not one step back. That's a good one. I should change it to that. That would be good.
you to give the fans that pizza eating ASMR.
Only if we...
Maybe like how I have a Def Not Clips channel that I have. I really need to update that one and post clips. I haven't had the time. Kind of like how I have that one. I should have another one. That's this one. That's a really great username to try to see if it's available. Nobody take it. I'm watching you. That would be cool to have for something else. I don't know. Maybe some other like specific clips or something, or some sort of specific like portion of content. I don't know. Something to put something on it.
Had pineapple on pizza for Andrew. So okay,
right, you're not having pizza.
I don't know if you guys wanted to close any
Open to ideas.
threads, or if you want to give your
I do like that one. Not to have like instead of my current, but like as an extra one. That'd be good to have.
closing statements, or I'll leave it up to you guys. You want an energy drink, Andrew?
It was the case that they who lived inside of the United States would have all agreed to adhere to. It's bizarre. It makes no sense. It ignores the historic context of all forms of the compromise which happened due to the Articles of Confederation. She didn't know anything about the very amendments she was talking about. She doesn't understand the government structure whatsoever. Anytime we got into these various dilemmas when it came to what is un-American, what is not, she just appealed to vagaries. When it came to the various ideas of what it was that we were even discussing, when it came to, this whole thing's un-American, this is what's American, this is what isn't. The entire appeal, even for how it wasn't Christian, didn't actually make any sense. The idea was just, you can't rule with Christian ethics because Michaela says that you can't because I exegeted it that way because of Agrippa's trilemma. It's bizarre. Not only that, yeah, that's true. The entire thing you claimed was, why are you going out of your way to interrupt my closing statement? I wouldn't do that to you. So anyway, the whole point here is like she said that she just exegeted it to mean that Christians can't rule their ethics. She literally said she could not point to anything in the Bible except that even the passage she pointed out, the one she points out, she concedes immediately, yeah, you're right, that's because he's bowing to Satan. The next thing is she couldn't point out the contradiction of Kings except to say, well, the entire reason for that is because God wasn't ready to cede that people didn't need a king yet. And the second we came up with the new idea of democracy in America, or Western nations or the nation state, now we're prepared to not have kings anymore, and that's what God prefers. It's the most bizarre shit that I've ever heard. Not only that, the entire idea that we could have moral facts within the idea of Agrippa's trilemma is fucking absurd. It literally is a reduction to that. So the whole thing to me was incoherent. But I guess the most incoherent part was, I still don't understand how it's un-American for Christian nationalists to take office using the confines of liberalism in order to impose laws that they want. That's literally what America is. It's designed for this. It's just a system at this point. And it's not even a coherent position, because she concedes that all the states were able to make laws which regarded the ideas of the institutions of religion inside the states. She even ceded that it was mostly due to the 14th Amendment. States did not give up this right. Rather, the feds took it from them. She also continuously not equivocates, but in this case makes a conflation that federal power is somehow less important than state powers. Or that was a bizarre part too, which I still don't understand. The entirety of the system, even if I ceded that the founders didn't want to have a federal national religion, which I did 80,000 times, even though we kept going back to it, they didn't want to impose one on a state specifically because the states didn't want that as part of the compromise. So I don't understand why she thinks the system wouldn't drastically be something completely different if we didn't have the checks and balances between states and the feds. The rest of it was me just pulling out incoherent worldview after incoherent worldview, which was fun, I must admit. But ultimately, like, the clips from this are possibly going to be the most amazing the Crucible has ever produced, I must admit. So for that, I do thank you, Kyle.
Yeah, I guess to start this, it's unfortunate that
Somebody earlier mentioned that all the little like expressions in the head on microphone thing was for the Eclipse thumbnails. He might have been right. Who was that earlier? I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot who that was. It's all your Repco content. Andrew Tate tweeted a few days back about how reading is stupid. stupid. What? Wow. Okay, that's a new one.
We didn't have a pickle jar, so we could see if you're still strong enough to insist on the fourth.
Oh, burn. Wait.
Yeah, I guess to start this, it's unfortunate that we didn't have a pickle jar so we could see if you're still strong enough to insist on the Force doctrine.
Do you want to arm wrestle instead?
Do I want to arm wrestle?
Yeah, do you want to arm wrestle instead?
No, I didn't say that you were.
Well, I just want to make.
I just think it's
well,
interesting.
hang on, I want to make sure.
Oh, are you interrupting my outro? Or
You interrupted mine.
For
that's fine,
a
it's a little
$1,000.
Did you want to arm wrestle, Kyla?
No, I think that you'll probably.
Oh, okay. Well, then
although if I did arm wrestle you,
what was the point of that?
Well, the point is that it's the Force
I
doctrine.
just wanted to take a shot at you. That was the point.
Do you want me to continue, or do you want to keep interrupting my outro?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I think one of the things that's really frustrating when talking to Andrew is that he's really, really smart, and he's actually really capable of engaging in good debates. In fact, my favorite
She's giving him a lot of credit.
debate ever is when we both agreed to be in good faith. The issue is that Andrew knows that in the case of like philosophy, he can't win the argument by being good faith. So he has to insist on straw man's my position. He has to be bad faith by pretending that he's granting my worldview when he's obviously not granting it, which is unfortunate. It's frustrating because when we have good conversations where we engage with one another honestly, that's what like furthers truth. And I think that that's something that...
Yeah, this was a good example of, I know a lot of people have referred to this as like playing chess with the pigeon. I've heard that several times as a description of how Andrew debates from different people. So this is like a very common, well, not like a super common, like I see it every day, but I have seen from different people this description of like Andrew debates like a pigeon that like playing chess with a pigeon that basically shits all over the board and flips over all of the pieces and stuff. That's this is how that last part was. In the previous portions, like in the first portion over here somewhere, it does seem like he was right about a lot of things and really, like, she wasn't making a lot of sense. But it does seem like this portion here, he was just being bad faith. Just
honors God. I think
he was being a pigeon.
Something that's interesting. And Andrew didn't want to
pigeoning all over the place.
Do that today. I think one of the things that's really important to pull apart here is that insisting that your partner is incoherent, that they're stupid or retarded, doesn't mean you're right. It just means you're mean. It just means you're mean and nasty. And you can be mean.
Just
and nasty. The issue is that your entire platform is built on this presumption that you're going around looking at non-Christians and calling them dirty, degenerate whores. While A, you barely tell most of Brian's whatever fans that they're also degenerate whores as men, and B,
damn, lady. Maybe tone down language a little bit. That'd be good. I'm hopping on one leg waiting for debate number 4 to come out. I opened by granting his proposition and even adding to it. Oh yeah, I forgot that there was still one that haven't released yet. Is that going to be the last one, number 4? I forgot if there was one or two more that still hasn't come out yet. That would be so good to watch. You did so well in other ones that I'm very interested in that last one. I'm surprised they're taking so long to release all of them.
You look around and you won't remove the plank from your own eye. You have gluttony going on, right? You're addicted to cigarettes.
It is the last one? Oh, okay, gotcha. That's certainly going to be entertaining.
You drink all the time. You're overweight. I'm not interested in telling other people all of their sins because I'm mostly of the predilection of trying to figure out my own and trying to be honest before God. I think that, for example, it's bad for Christians to impose our worldview on others. I think Romans, for example, if you go to Romans, right, if a person believes an action is wrong, then performing that action is a sin for that person. This is something most priests believe. This is actually why, for example, priests won't tell people what blaspheming the Holy Spirit is because they believe that if they can't know what it is, then they can't do the sin, right? Knowledge of the sin is essential for doing the sin, which is why when non-Christians who reject the idea of Christ in the first place can't know certain things. So we can't hold them to these standards, right? In Romans 14:14, we have, I know and I am persuaded in the Lord that in the Lord Jesus that nothing is unclean in and of itself, but is unclean for anyone who thinks it is unclean. In Romans 14, Paul goes through this long litany of outlining things that might be sin for you, but are not sins for others, or vice versa. Right? This is well established. But Andrew wants to pretend like this is incoherent, that this isn't Christian, because it makes him win, I guess. And that's fundamentally like what this discussion came down to, is Andrew wanted to win, which is why he was being bad faith incessantly, and didn't want to actually have a meaningful discussion about things that I think we both value. In fact, he went so far as to not just call me retarded, but to insist that I'm not even saved, right? Which is, by the way, just a really just look at how God feels about people who engage, who are raka, right? Who calls me fool. You shouldn't do it. In fact, he says to the Pharisees that the blood of those who they insist are unsaved is on them, that their salvation is besmirched by them. And in fact, Jesus goes so far as to say, "You're a Pharisee, and I would crush you under my foot like a snake." I think at the end of the day, there is a risk that my biblical interpretation is wrong, and that's okay, right? I'm open to that. I'm doing my best to seek truth. What Andrew's insisting on doing is using Russian Orthodoxy, maybe the most garbage religious system ever, that has been completely usurped by the KGB, by the way. He's not even honoring Eastern Orthodoxy. He's using it to justify his baby Christianity, to instantiate his bigotry. That's what he's doing with his faith, and I think it's
Russian
disgusting.
Orthodox, by the way.
What are you?
Well, I'm not going to say, but I'm not Russian Orthodox.
Which part of Orthodoxy are you part of?
I'm not going to say. The reason I can't, if I dox that and people find church, they'll actually harass the church.
Sure. Okay.
You don't believe?
I thought he did go to a Russian Orthodox church. I could have sworn I heard that previously, that there was a Russian Orthodox church near them or something at some point. Maybe I know they supposedly moved to Texas or whatever recently, so maybe they started going to a Greek one or something, but if they started with a Russian one, it's more likely that they would stick with a Russian one. I don't understand this whole, like, what is somebody gonna, like, stalk you into a church? I don't get it. This is stupid. Like, you can't be like, "Oh, I'm not that," and another person's like, "Well, what is it?" I'm not gonna tell you. Okay, well, I hope the way that he treated this debate is exactly the way that he gets treated by his next opponent. I hope that whoever debates him next watches this and does all of the exact same things that he has done to the T. Like, all the exact same tactics, including stuff like this. Basically, be like, "Oh, well, that's not my position," or I'm not this, I'm not that, and I'm not gonna say what it is because reasons. Whatever. Okay. Romans 14 has nothing to do with stopping people from legislating Christian morality. It has to do with a person's active relationship with God as a category. Even if Erudite's worldview is incoherent, it doesn't mean Andrew's worldview is. That's the problem with a one-sided interrogation. He hasn't given the audience any reason to believe orthodoxy is true. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the whole tactic, is ask the other person questions until they're basically forced to say that's because that's my preference. And that, again, that's at some point everybody has to say that is because that's my preference, because that's kind of what she was talking about with the Agrippa's trilemma. He moved states, so he may have found a Serbian, Bulgarian, Russian, Greek, Moldovan, Armenian, blah, blah, blah church. I mean, some of those are so unlikely. There's not that many in America of the other ones. It's so unlikely to... Like, I know that there's Russian ones, I know there's Greek ones. The other ones would be so unlikely. I don't know, I'm not saying they don't exist, but they're not very common as far as I know.
Believe me?
I believe you, but I don't think that saying which branch of Orthodoxy you're part of will lead to, like, all this thing. I imagine that there's more churches around you.
Yeah,
than
well,
you're in Dallas, right? There's probably
Why
multiple.
the fuck would you say that? Like, why?
Wait,
Why would you say that?
sorry, was that not publicly known?
Well, you didn't know if it was.
I assume that it was decently
And I've
publicly
never
known,
said
so
it.
you're
No,
open to talking
I've never
about it.
specifically said
I
it.
wasn't paying
Branch of
attention.
Orthodoxy you're part of will lead to, like, all this thing. True. Okay.
You don't believe me?
I believe you, but I don't think that saying which branch of Orthodoxy you're part of will lead to, like, all this thing. I imagine that there's more churches around you.
Yeah,
than
well,
you're in Dallas, right? There's probably
Why the
multiple.
fuck would you say that? Like, why?
Wait,
Why would you say that?
sorry, was that not publicly known?
Well, you didn't know if it was.
I assume that it was decently
And
publicly
I've never
known,
said
so
it.
you're open
No,
to talking
I've never
about it.
specifically said that. No.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I just note to self: don't tell Kyla anything personal. Not a good idea.
I think that Rachel had that debate with that feminist with the poofy hair, and they were talking about the location in Texas.
So he's going to stand on this, but I don't know if he.
I don't remember what it was, because honestly, I don't really give a shit. But I remember them talking about, like, living in the same town or something with
Who cares that
Rachel.
much about
So Rachel already spilled the beans.
just, like, point to me and say, "See, bad, stupid woman." That's not good conversation. If it is the
That
case,
was an actual bad thing to do.
if it, well, I had no idea that wasn't
you
publicly
should.
known.
You know how I'd like to just never say anything about where you live, family members' names, and
He already spilled that. Your wife, like, then you shouldn't have. This is annoying.
to talk about any of that stuff. It's because I have people who literally threaten to kill me every day. I've had an assassin come out to try to kill my wife, and I just really prefer you not do that.
That's fair. I apologize for releasing that information. Genuinely. Is there a way that it can be struck from the final VOD?
Well, it's done now. You just saw it. Fucking 12,000 people heard it. That's done.
But from the final VOD, at least, can it be removed?
Why would it matter?
Why wouldn't that matter to you?
12,000 people just heard that shit. That's done. That's done.
Okay. I would still prefer that it's removed. Genuinely offer my apology if that wasn't publicly out there.
Look into, I think there's editing tools. Yeah.
Cool. I really appreciate that.
I always just said Texas. That's it.
I didn't know that, genuinely. It seemed like you were decently open about it in the way that I'm open about being in Tampa and moving to Dallas.
Mm-hmm. But you just always should have a rule of thumb just to not say stuff like that when you're ever on stream.
This is so annoying. He just wants to blame her for something because he could have just been like, oh, no, I'm not in Dallas. Or like the bullshit that he just did with the church that, oh, no, it's not that. I'm not going to tell you what it is. He could have pulled the same thing if the city was so important, but I remember Rachel already talking with that poofy-haired feminist about them going out or seeing, because they live in the same city or something or area, that they're going to go in, like she wanted Rachel to go like see how her day went, or the other way around. I forgot. They were going to watch what the other one does in a regular day in the life of, or something like that. I don't know if that ever happened, but they were talking about it. And again, if it's not like, I don't know, is this something that he told only her, or did she happen to like hear it from around because he already spilled the beans himself? You can't expect other people to like act like something is a secret when you've already like publicized it yourself or your wife has. And if you really didn't want that to be the case, you could have just been like, oh no, I'm not there. It's not that one. Andrew Duck's Millionaire Bachelor. What a hypocrite drama queen. I wasn't around for that drama. I do want to at some point go back and see what that was about, because I keep hearing that there was something about that I like the doxing and the somebody called Millionaire Bachelor, which is super cringe name, by the way. But I do know of something like that happening, but I haven't seen the full back and forth yet. If you want to remain unknown where you live, put out there that you live someplace else. Exactly. Not fake laughing, no, B word.
Dream about it. Just never.
Sure, and I apologize. None of this, however, takes away from the fact that you've engaged in bad faith, that you use other people's sin as a tax while you dismiss planks. And now he's just walking away to pro clutch. So it didn't matter that you were insulting Rachel Wilson, but apparently this is a big deal. Okay. No, you're not.
He's having a smoke.
That, in the middle of my outro.
The guy has he smokes cigarettes.
Would you allow?
Jonesing.
Yeah, would you allow me to just walk on the middle of somebody's outro?
Well, I can't.
No, he wouldn't. He would ask her to stick through it. He can't make anybody, but he would ask that she didn't do that.
What am I gonna like physically force somebody?
Well, you'd probably be like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah.
No, I mean we've had Andrew on for debates, and women will have walked off.
Is that? Of course, you won't force me, but you don't like that, right?
And you call that rage quit. That's what you call that when women walk off.
Yeah, I mean, of course, but I prefer Andrew to stay. But I also acknowledge that the guy smoked cigarettes, and he wanted to.
He could have waited, like 2 minutes?
He wanted to have a smoke. So.
He basically created this drama for himself as an excuse to be all upset about it and walk away. This is such narc behavior. It's so annoying.
So, but yeah, women will walk off. And in fact, when Andrew Wilson was debating Crash Out Kylie, as she's called, Rage Quit Kylie, Crash Out Kylie, she got up multiple times. And of course,
and she got told how like inappropriate that was, and like that wasn't like an okay thing that she did. That's a terrible example. That only proves her point that this is like not an acceptable thing to do, to simply walk off while somebody is in the middle of their point, especially like a closing sentence. Yeah, that's to use that as an example basically proves her point, honestly. So
it's our preference for her to stay there, but I'd be like, okay, she'd be a little frustrated or flustered, and I'd be like, okay, you need a few minutes to cool off. So yeah, I'm not going to lose my mind if a woman, hey, you're trying to make it like a sexist thing here.
Yeah, exactly. If it's a woman that needs to cool off, that's appropriate. But Andrew's supposed to be a big, strong man that's not swayed by emotions. He's supposed to be like stoic and whatever. But he got all flustered like a woman and walked off. Oh my goodness. Frustrated. It's a good one too.
Like
I don't think it's a sexist thing.
I really like how Brian is basically calling out Andrew for being flustered like a lady and walking out because he got all upset. What is it that he says? He got all upsetty spaghetti, not the upsetty spaghetti. Oh no, upsetty spaghetti walking away all flustered. Oh.
Favoritism.
Did I say sexist?
You didn't say sexist,
I think Andrew's your friend, and so you give him extra stretches because you understand that he's been good to you and you want to be loyal to him, but you wouldn't give to me. I agree, but you did allow him to walk out in the middle of my outro and interrupt my outro significantly more than I've interrupted his.
Well, there's some interruptions both ways, but also in terms of, look, Andrew...
One more than the other significantly.
Yeah, okay, you're doing your closing, but Andrew's pointing out, hey, don't say that.
That's super fair, and I genuinely am off for that.
We should not even draw more attention to that whole thing. I think we can...
All it's done now.
Yeah.
There's like nothing you can do about it now.
Did you have more?
I don't know. It seems like he doesn't want to engage with me. Has been bad faith. Well, you walked away in the middle of me talking, which is totally fine if you're upset. And like genuinely,
I'm not upset.
Of course you are. You're upset.
Listening to what you're saying.
Cut the man some slack.
Yeah,
he has an
ahead.
addiction.
Oh, don't say that. That would be a sin.
What?
An addiction.
Look, hey, you know.
Go ahead. Finish your closing.
The man needs his smokes, okay?
I get up and smoke every debate multiple times.
That's totally
This is
fine.
not new.
I didn't say that's new.
Cut him some slack.
I've cut him slack the whole time. The issue is that he's called me retarded, right? He's called me multiple things. So if
You
want to
did
have
call him a bit overweight, and
at the end,
hold on,
after.
out of solidarity as an overweight man, I took a great offense.
Sure, but it's not a sin to you because you're not a Christian.
You body shamed Andrew Wilson.
No, it's not a shame.
I think you owe the man an apology. To be honest,
if he thinks that gluttony is a sin, then he probably shouldn't do that thing.
Look, yeah, I got a few pounds, but I don't think I'm a fucking glutton.
I mean,
there's a different. Like, I've seen fat people, and I'm not one of them.
I mean, I think you're obese.
He's got a dad bod, okay?
That's fine.
What's my
That's
reason?
fine.
I
The
don't
issue
have
is,
children.
if
The man has multiple children.
he's going to obsess about other people's sins, he should probably take the planks out of his own eye first.
But it's not sinning. My understanding, it's not sinning to smoke. It's not.
It is a sin to be addicted.
Is it sinning? To
No, it's not. Prove it.
Not a sin to be addicted.
Yeah, addiction itself, is it a sin?
Okay, really?
Is addiction itself a sin?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so what if you're addicted to going to church? Is that sinful?
How are you?
What? What kind of defense is that? What in the actual... She did name his dogs and he soyed out. Like a woman Trandrew. Sorry. You're gonna kill me with these words. The fuck is this? Oh, he's morally R-worded. Saying something is not a sin because you're not a Christian is asinine. He thinks you have to look like a slob to be a glutton.
Addicted to going to
because
church.
anything can be an addiction.
That's
Playing your
not
guitar
true.
too much can
That's
be an
not true.
addiction. Yes, it can.
No.
I'm sorry. If you go to church every single day and you're like, man, I just fiend for it. I just want to go all
Part
the
of
time.
addiction is like a functional disability that happens, right? Like doing something a lot isn't inherently an addiction. Addiction has like
Not
specific
inherently. I
stances.
didn't say. I just said could.
She was probably referring to... Obviously, I can't really speak for her, but I think where she was going with that is like the hypocrisy of it. Because like Brian doesn't claim to be a Christian, so he doesn't like claim to be abiding by whatever the rules of being a Christian are. While Andrew does claim to be a Christian, yet does these things that a Christian would not be doing if he were to stay true to the religion, I suppose, if that makes sense. Slutton. You're very creative with the language. We gotta get you adding stuff to dictionaries. I think that's what urban dictionaries is for kind of words like this when you have some creative new words and you want to add to urban dictionary so that other people can use them too. I don't accept hypocrisy as an explanation. I don't give her that credit. That's fine. I think that was kind of the direction she was taking that, but it's fine if we can agree to disagree.
Could you going to church be an addiction?
Probably not, no.
No. Okay. So could playing the guitar become an addiction?
Again, probably not.
So what things can't fit the category of what is an addiction?
It requires mood modification. It has to have withdrawal symptoms associated with it. it needs to cause like significant impairment or dysfunction within your life. Those are
can church fall under all those things?
How is church causing impairment in your life?
Because without it, you experience withdrawals, and that impairs the way that
withdrawals
you do the world.
is not the impairment that we're talking about. We're meaning that like when you use heroin, you do drugs, you might do crimes, or you might end up
Are you
damaging your
addicted to
relationships.
coffee?
I don't drink coffee.
If you did, would that be a sin?
Potentially, yeah. Because it's
potentially,
a
or it is.
Yeah, I would say it is because it's a substance.
So so people who drink coffee every single morning, and then they have caffeine withdrawals.
Well, do they know that it's that they're addicted and that it's wrong?
They know that they're addicted to coffee. Yes.
And do they think it's wrong?
No.
Oh, then no, it's fine.
Oh.
Yeah. Welcome to Romans 14.
Okay, so Christians.
Yeah, Christians. Yeah, Romans 14. Yep.
So as long as Christians don't believe it's wrong, it's fine.
To some extent, yeah.
Okay, well then I don't think smoking's wrong, so it's fine. Or drinking, or gluttony. None of it's wrong, so it's fine.
Well, that's not the same thing. Thinking that it's not wrong isn't the same thing as not knowing it's wrong.
Well, or they just disagree with you.
That wouldn't matter whether it's
okay.
We have another Rachel Wilson comment here. She just can't stop. This is why you can't have a successful show on your own, Kyla. You're the only hot chick on the internet who can't make any money, and it's because you are arrogant and have no self-awareness. You are extremely unlikable. Ouch. This is so cringe. Rachel sounds jealous. I think she wants to be a hot chick like Kyla. Poor Rachel. She just can't stop going in the super chats and saying mean things about whoever the opponent is every single time. It's like Andrew can't, fight his own fights. It's not surprising. Seattle slap band chased what? Chastity belt. Playing guitar could totally be an addiction, like a Faustian pact, or it could be a healthy addiction that an alcoholic, etc., uses to replace their lifestyle. People with addictive personalities replace their toxic addiction with addictions to seemingly benign things. Def need me for this portion. I suppose I did my own stream on the song. I think we can go over some of the. I think we skipped like a religious portion in here somewhere, but we can if you want to save like timestamps that we can always come back to specific timestamps and discuss if you wanted to in the future. But it seems like they're trying to do closing statements here, but I'm confused as to why there's still 3 hours left if they're trying to do closing statements. Because, like, look, we are at 5:30, and it says, let me scroll up so you can see. It says right, where's 5:30? We are here. Attacks on Andrew's character and addiction. Okay. Attacks. Poor Andrew. He's being attacked. Somebody help him. He's being attacked. Super chats, monarchs, wars, and vehicles. You see, they had closing statements right here. So how can we be past the closing statements and still have 3 hours left? It does seem like they're moving away from the religious stuff up here. Yeah, I think the religious stuff was more like right earlier in here and kind of sprinkled in the like some of the sin portion in the near the closing statements here. All right. We skipped over ancestral versus original sin. Oh, did we? Is that what? I know it was related to like religion, but I wasn't sure exactly what the content there was. So much writing for me. Romans 5 settles the original sin debate. Oh, please, super chats, save my spotless reputation.
Okay, so then I'm asking you, if a Christian is addicted to coffee, is that wrong?
It depends on if they know that it's wrong to be addicted to coffee.
Oh, and how would they know? Like if you told them, now they know?
I would think that they would engage in exegetical eisegesis and divine revelation to figure out like what their sins are. I think that like parishioners and whatnot, yes, this is typically how we go about figuring out sin.
Okay.
Do you deny like prayer as a way of self-correction of sin?
No.
Oh, okay, great.
What would that have to do with anything?
Well, typically when you're trying to figure out whether or not your behavior is sin, specifically in sin that's not clear, the caffeine didn't exist in the Bible days, right? So you're trying to figure out when you're doing sin, usually you have to do it prayerfully. This is why, for example, things that could be sin for me might not be sin for you.
She's talking fast.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I got this right. It's not sinful for a person to be addicted to cigarettes.
If they do not know that it is sinful.
Okay, well then I guess it's not sinful.
Well, of course you do. You know that it's sinful.
Okay, demonstrate that.
I would say all the evidence of it seems like you're pretty theologically based. It seems like you have a pretty good understanding of the Bible. And I think you went through the catechisms of your faith.
And according to all of I know priests who smoke.
That doesn't make it not a sin.
Yeah, they don't think it's sinful. The Orthodox Church does not think smoking is sinful.
I didn't say smoking, I said addiction.
Even addiction in and of itself may not be necessarily sinful.
What are instances where addiction isn't a sin?
Because you can have things which you would consider fall into the category of addiction that may not be anything which is non-preferable. Like for instance, like I would say guitar. You could become so infatuated or have an addiction to the guitar. Perhaps this is part of your profession or something like this, but you actually experience withdrawals if you're not playing or something like that.
How is it causing dysfunction in your life?
Because if you're not playing or you're not pursuing that, it causes you distress. It causes you distress.
That's not the same thing as
well, then what?
Dysfunction.
What is
dysfunction is usually within social, economic, or interpersonal. That's usually what we're looking for.
So what is the dysfunction from heroin?
It typically has massive impacts on your relationship, your job, and your health.
So if you were addicted to the guitar and it was having some kind of like negative effect where your wife is like, hey, I really would prefer that you didn't play guitar so much. I would really prefer that. That's creating dysfunction now, right?
It depends on if like you guys negotiate and talk about it and you're just absolutely unwilling. But you being absolutely unwilling to stop playing the guitar isn't evidence of addiction necessarily. Might be evidence of you not caring about your wife's preferences.
Why couldn't it fit all these criteria?
You haven't established that it does.
I'm asking you why it couldn't.
You have to establish that it does. That's on you.
I'm asking you why it couldn't.
Because the dysfunction of causing interpersonal preference issues isn't the necessity of dysfunction. We're looking at like
so then you could like responsibly use heroin where it's not causing dysfunction in your life?
No, not really. How would you do that? How?
Well, I mean, if you just are living your life normally and then you also do heroin and then live it normally.
How do you live it normally when you're doing heroin? Heroin will knock you out for like hours straight.
Okay, let's say meth. But you just take like a little...
even more so.
You take like a little teeny tiny bit and that's it.
How is that not leading to dysfunction in your life?
Because it's not causing any sort of distress for the people around you, at least under the criteria that you gave.
Well, it's because sleep dysfunction's at minimum.
Doesn't even cause that.
Meth is active in your system for about 14 to 24 hours.
A little teeny tiny amount.
No, the duration it's active is the same. It would just be the dosing.
That doesn't mean it would affect your sleep.
It would necessarily. When you take a stimulant, it does affect your sleep, especially long-standing.
Unless it's the case that you're taking the stimulant all the time, and so your sleep is always on the same pattern.
I mean, to be fair, coffee affects sleep too. I don't think she's right on this one, honestly. Less habitual drunks among those who don't inherit the kingdom of heaven. I sent out to her YouTube channel today. She looks nice. Yeah, she does look nice. I was saying this the other day too. She certainly dressed for the gaze of the whatever audience with like the white frilly like innocent dresses and the cleavage situation. That's certainly for the male gaze of the specific men that also like the whole like, oh, women are all innocent and frilly and etc. She picked the right outfit for this particular show, certainly. And yeah, I agree, she does look nice. 1 Corinthians, all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of any. Okay, that does seem to say that if, like being under the power of addiction, for instance, that would be a problem. The Apostle Paul makes it clear not to be mastered by anything. Addicting yourself is to be mastered by something. Yeah, that seems to make sense. Such a middle-class normie view on drugs, it's clear that addictions, habits dominate your mind, even if they don't cause outward bad effects. By both of them, I mean.
And it's not affecting your sleep at all.
It typically is, and you require the tolerance buildup specifically for.
Okay, so now you have the tolerance buildup.
Tolerance buildup is often part of like specifically substance addictions.
Okay, yeah, so you have all of that.
The existence
but where's
of the
the dysfunction though?
The withdrawals.
You're not having any withdrawals because you keep taking it.
Well, if you stop taking it, you would have withdrawals.
And if you stop playing the guitar, you have withdrawals. Okay, so then when it comes to dysfunction, if stopping the guitar is affecting your sleep because you just want to play the guitar,
we would probably put that in the bracket of OCD before we would put in the bracket of dysfunction of addiction.
Why?
Because it's not using the same like neurocognitive like underpinning.
Honestly, I think he's right in this one, but for a Christian, it doesn't work. Like for an atheist or agnostic or whatever, that argument works, but for him, it doesn't.
things. The neural correlates are usually going to be different.
So you're saying you can't be addicted to behaviors?
You can be addicted to behaviors, but not
just not
all
the guitar?
behaviors. I don't think there's any evidence of guitar addiction.
Really?
I don't think so.
Pull it up. Can you become addicted to guitar?
I think technically you can become addicted to anything, but it would be very rare for people to literally be addicted to playing guitar. But technically it could be anything. It's just that some things are way more common than others and way more potent addiction-wise, specifically how they affect our brain chemistry and things like that. We just call it monomania when it's something that's kind of cool to be addicted to, like guitar. I've never heard of that before. That's an interesting word. I learn something new every day. Thank you for that.
Is there guitar addiction? Yes, guitar addiction can absolutely be a real thing, though it's not a formal medical diagnosis like substance addiction. What people usually mean by guitar addiction is a behavioral addiction, similar in pattern, though usually not severity, to things like gaming or social media addiction.
But you can become addicted.
But not in any medical way that we mean. Gotcha.
You didn't qualify that it needed to be a medical diagnosis.
Wait, what are we talking about with addiction if we're not talking about some level of medical diagnosis?
Why does that need to be medically diagnosed?
Well,
oh, good night, examination. Thanks for stopping in. Don't get addicted to saying just or actually. I think it's too late. I just can't stop. The just in there was on purpose. The only non-substance addiction specifically in the DSM is gambling, but they also provide criteria for general addiction. Okay. That would be horrible. It's too late for me. Can't stop, won't stop. Have a good night, though.
when we say it doesn't,
So, okay, then
hold on, no,
you're right.
stop,
I have no
it doesn't
medical
have to be.
diagnosis for addiction. Not.
I didn't say that it has to be medically diagnosed.
Okay, great.
The medical standards of diagnostics is what we're referring to when we're talking about functionality, withdrawal, tolerance. These are like medical diagnoses.
Apparently this all falls
Somebody
under
can
that.
obviously be addicted, even if they haven't seen a doctor that says
Can
that
you be
they're-
addicted to the guitar?
I think very rarely, and most of the time, anyone.
So yes.
Sure, I would.
Okay,
grant it.
thank you.
But the issue is, find me a single example of
It's
somebody
like
actually
fucking
addicted to the
pulling
guitar.
teeth to get the answers out of you.
What do you mean? That's been your side as well.
No, it's the opposite.
Really? So the Agrippa's trilemma thing wasn't pulling teeth. Getting you to admit that you were being like judgmental about my lack of traditionalism wasn't pulling teeth.
No, I don't think it was.
You're just the perpetual victim. Only you are suffering. No one suffers like Andrew suffers.
That's true.
Wow.
At least not on this show. Nobody suffers like I do on this show. That's true.
Well, you make a lot of money from it, so it's pretty good for you.
Well, not on this show.
But this show like dominantly led to a large portion of your success, so it's sort of
I would have still had, I think, the same amount of success without the show. Honestly.
Really? Without
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
crazy.
You know who told me that? Brian.
I'm sure he did because he's your friend. And
Wait,
that's a
did
nice thing to say.
You did.
Ooh.
Well, I like to think I, had a bit of a guiding hand.
I don't disagree. That was my position.
Your extremely large
I
platform
think what I said,
maybe
Andrew,
contributed to it.
is you're so talented. The cream rises to the top. The cream rises to the top. Very talented guy, Andrew. And yeah.
I think Brian certainly made him more widely known, and exposing him to Brian's whatever audience was very beneficial for him, because he, that's where he got, I think, a lot of his followers are people who enjoy watching men put women in their place or whatever. And that's exactly the kind of audience that are his most loyal, most grift off of worthy, I don't even know what the right word for that is, following.
Yeah.
And give him a platform.
There's a need for them to classify because of the consequences of it are terrible. But with a guitar addiction, you get a cool whiplash kind of story. Our culture is very sympathetic to the Faustian bargain. Drugs and gambling, that bargain exists. Or the bargain doesn't exist. Sorry, I should have seen that first. Well, if I recall correctly, gambling addiction is specified because it has a change in brain chemistry that they have found, but I could be misremembering. That would make sense. Welcome back, Rickno. Nice to see you. I am still going. Nice to see you back. Welcome back. All right.
for many months, which helped grow his platform.
You know what?
I'm not saying it's only Brian.
I'm just kidding.
I'm not saying it's only Brian. Of course you're talented, right? Of course he's important for your rise up.
I thought so.
Okay, then I don't know why you were fighting me.
Because I told you what Brian said.
Which didn't seem to disagree with me.
No, well,
Andrew has the sauce.
What he said to me.
Andrew has the sauce.
You think he would have made it completely without you? Had no contribution to his career.
Well, I like to think that I played a helping hand.
Me too.
Played a helping hand.
I agree. You got an opportunity through Brian, and you're talented, so you maximize the opportunity. That's great.
Okay.
I could just take. Maybe I should just take more credit. I don't know.
I think you could.
More credit. Who just curious, like for the Crucible, like did you? Some of you discover Andrew from whatever. Anyways, we have some super chats.
Sure.
Why don't we read the super chats?
A portion.
Of course.
Maybe a good amount. And but I do want to say though, look, Andrew's trajectory has been stellar.
I agree.
He within 2 years of basically 2 years of his first appearance on the Whatever podcast, the man went on Joe Rogan. He's been on a bunch of other Steven Crowder,
Absolutely.
Patrick Bet-David. Yeah. He's got his own huge.
The only thing he's missing is getting back onto Jubilee. Didn't he end up going once? But I think he wasn't invited back or something, and he's still bitter about it. I have a video coming out on that soon because I noticed there were a few videos that I watched a while back that were debates where it was brought up. And then I did a search for Jubilee, and it came up a lot. I don't think I even have all instances of it, but the ones I have are plenty to tell a story.
Audience.
Of course.
And the thing you don't know about Andrew.
Even going on Joe Rogan has not healed that initial wound that that Naima chick put into his soul when she said that he wasn't part of the Jubilee All-Stars, and they weren't paid. He found out they weren't. He found out that the Jubilee All-Stars were getting paid way more than he was, and that they were going to be invited back for all these shows, and they didn't want him. Anyway, I have a video about that coming out later. The changing brain chemistry with other behaviors is irrelevant because you don't go bankrupt just playing guitar normally and need therapy. We're blind to the sacrifices, withdrawals of more tepid habits. Notice how rampant screen usage is today. We have no baseline to inform us what is happening. True story. And I would say screen usage is probably one of the most common addictions today, is being addicted to the phone, social media, etc. I would classify that as an addiction, especially for children. They develop such a strong addiction to it that they, if you take the iPad or whatever away from them, they start literally having physical withdrawal symptoms. It's disturbing.
Andrew is he likes to do skits. His skits are very good.
I actually do know this because I've known Andrew for 3 years.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I knew him in the Big Papa Fascist days.
Oh boy.
So I remember he wrote me a song. He wrote me a song.
No.
It was a really actually, for those who don't know, Andrew is a good guitar player and a pretty decent singer. Did you know that?
He is. Sometimes after the shows he serenades me.
Is that when
I believe it.
is that when you lint roll him?
In a platonic kind of way. You just Metallica is his go. What's your go-to when you
I've been listening to oldies a lot now.
Yeah. Anyways,
I don't always go to
guys, get us to 7,000 likes. Like the video. We have some super chats we're gonna let through. Hold on.
It's a common addiction, but we don't even know what is happening because compared to normal people, there's a fuzzy line. That's okay. We can do tangents. This is getting kind of anyway. I'm gonna skip over it a little bit because they're kind of. I don't even know what this is about.
I think it's like $2. I'm so
it's
sorry.
$2.
Yeah.
This guy's utilitarianism is if I do no harm, I can do it. But what if is utilitarian presupposes logic?
Are you also
Always unjustified. That's a bad faith.
anymore?
Okay.
You don't believe a group is dryland level or often
Skepticism.
are unjustified.
I had seen Andrew before on PP. What? But I found him again from the Whatever podcast since I had not watched online stuff for a while. What is PP?
Bible.
Always unjustifiable.
Unless because you don't believe that.
By the way, we're 200 likes with moments and with a message.
Until a Christian...
It works as pragmatic democracies.
Because this thing failed after existing for 1,000 years, and thing hasn't failed, which has existed for...
looks like they're still going at it about something. Oh, I think it's the super chat here. Yeah, tangents are okay. We can do tangents. We can do tangents. That is acceptable. Oops, I broke it.
Work better.
Theocracy has lasted longer than any Western democracy.
Doesn't matter. They're still fallen, haven't they?
Well, then all you're saying, that's the most fallacious argument you've made.
No, it's not.
Yes, the idea that because this thing failed after existing for 1,000 years, and thing hasn't failed, which has existed for a couple of hundred years, thing which has existed for a couple of hundred years is better than thing which existed for 1,000 years.
It's better in a lot of ways. It's better in, for example, life expectancy. I believe under most theocracies, the average age was, I think, like 35, whereas now we've jumped all the way up to like 85 to 90.
Because it was fucking 900 years ago.
You're right. Technology changes, which makes certain systems obsolete, and better systems that work alongside that technology come around. And in fact, I'm sure you would agree with me, our society now is flourishing, not necessarily morally, but is flourishing more than any theocracy that exists now or in the past. Right?
Yeah, because I think that if the United States was a theocracy, it would flourish just as much. The idea, absolutely. We would still be locked away from any of the enemies that could ever possibly harm us. We'd have an ocean between us and them, like we do right this second.
An ocean, which like ICBMs can cross. An ocean, yes. Planes can cross.
Yes, we have the largest, most resource-rich fucking area on planet
How?
Earth.
Yes, how do we utilize? Well, I don't know. I think Russia has a larger.
We utilize it for oil. We utilize it for all sorts of resources.
Isn't Russia larger and more resource-rich?
Well, I think it's larger by land mass, but that's because you add Siberia to it.
Sure, but isn't it more resource-rich as well?
No. I don't think it's more resource-rich, no.
Okay.
Than the United States. The United States was completely untapped of resources, in fact.
So what the American project is, it's not flourishing and successful and amazing because of Western liberal democracy. It's just like an inevitability of the resources you have available.
It was flourishing under the 13 colonies in a monarchy, too.
Actually, it wasn't flourishing in the way that it is now. No.
Well, yeah,
when did it become the superpower?
Based on the technology that was available at the time, the 13 colonies, especially as an emergent, young, they fucking were flourishing. Fuck yes, they were.
I know Alaska has a lot of resources that are untapped still. I wonder, but that's really that was stolen from Russia, right? So.
Or yes, they were flourishing.
Yeah, are we flourishing now?
Under a monarchy. And by the way, England was the most powerful military of the time, and it was under a monarch, and it was flourishing. And it still has a monarch, crushed. And it's still flourishing.
I mean, nobody would look at England and actually say that it's a monarchy. It's obviously not a monarchy anymore. It's obviously a democracy.
In England, the monarchs actually leased the land to the state.
That's true.
Okay,
that doesn't make
They seem to argue the addiction thing. Oh, Steelman, welcome back. This debate that never ends. Yeah, I love seeing Andrew reach enlightenment in this debate. What? The debate is going to have as many parts as Resident Evil. I haven't played that game, or a movie. I think it's a movie and a game. And I know that there's a ton of movies, but I think it's also a game. Didn't they put a game out? I could have sworn there's also a game. But I haven't seen any of them, and I haven't played the game. Or was it more games than one movie? You know what? I don't remember. I have heard there's a lot of them, whatever it is, but I don't remember what it is. If for some reason I thought it was many movies and a game, but maybe it's many games and a movie. You know what? I don't know what I'm talking about. But I have heard people refer to that. What is it called? Franchise before as being a lot. I think we purchased it from Russia. I mean, I think it was rented and then it was basically kept after being rented or something like that. I don't remember exactly. More games for sure. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up for me. It's mainly games. It's many games and many movies. Okay, so it's both. That makes sense. Yeah, this one just keeps on going. And they already did closing arguments right about here somewhere. Right here somewhere. And that was That is only about halfway on the whole progress bar. Just
make it a monarchy.
They actually do have more authority. They're not just figureheads
Does a
in England.
democracy exist in the UK?
Of course, that was part of the, but that was part of the way that that they did the land structure. But the point is that for the time, the technology of the time, the monarchies were the most powerful technologically, and monarchy did not in any way, shape, or form stymie technology. In fact, it assisted with it due to all the mass warfare which was going on between nations.
Sure, and then Western liberal nations and democracies came along within America, and it was even better at innovation and science and technology because it just allowed it.
It was not any better at innovation.
You don't
technology.
think that America is leading in science?
Right this second? Yes, but.
Oh, sorry. I read that whole thing. Sorry, I didn't want to like interrupt with the typing. Let me repeat myself. I apologize. Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, it was me. I did it. Def muted. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I was like, oh, I'm gonna be considerate and mute myself so that when I'm typing, it's gonna not be annoying. And then I forgot that I was muted. Totally professional streamer here. So I asked, who has more natural resources, Russia or USA? Russia, and it's not particularly close. Russia is generally considered to have the largest natural resource reserves in the world by total estimated value, often cited around 75 to 80 trillion, versus the US at roughly 45 trillion. Russia dominates in natural gas, largest reserves in the world, coal among the top 2-3, timber, largest forest coverage on Earth, fresh water, many strategic minerals, palladium, nickel, cobalt, rare earths, oil among the top 3 globally. So it sounds like she was the one arguing that Russia had it right, and I think he was like, no, it's America or something. I forgot which one was which now.
Are we flourishing now?
Under a monarchy. And by the way, England was the most powerful military of the time, and it was under a monarch.
Look at England and actually
land to the state.
That's true.
Okay, and that was part of the, but that was part of the way that we're the most powerful technologically, and monarch the mass warfare which was going on
in science and technology because it just allowed it.
It was not any better at innovation.
You don't think the 50s,
it's the hegemon of Earth. That was still the hegemon.
Supported science more or less better.
Did what? And we have a massive landmass. Yeah,
I mean, military technology.
When we got to mass industrialization, and we have a massive landmass of untapped resources.
Yep.
But if America was a monarchy, I have no reason to believe that it wouldn't be every bit as successful as it is right now.
So then, why aren't all of these successful theocracies and monarchies out there just dominating compared to the Western liberal democracies?
Well, it depends. Some of them are doing quite well. For instance, the United Arab Emirates is doing quite well.
They're on par in any way with America or any.
Of course not, but they're different nations. You're talking about different nations.
That's true.
What I'm asking you specifically here isn't what we did to Western democracies inside of the West because due to philosophy and what was going on at the time. We did. That does not answer the question as to whether or not, if we had remained monarchies, if we would be as successful or not as successful.
Yeah, so find me a monarchy that's just so successful.
That would not have any bearing on that argument. Whether or not a monarchy exists right this second that's more successful than the United States or a Western nation would have no bearing at all on whether or not, if Western nations remained monarchies, they would be just as successful. It does not answer that question.
It does, because most of the Western liberal democracies...
I don't want any.
No, Andrew, I got pizza for you.
I'm getting in and out, I told you.
Get both? Why not both?
Because...
I kind of want pizza. Damn. Oh, it's too late to get some now. I haven't had pizza in years. Well, maybe like a year or Yeah, it's been about a year.
Because I'm obese and I'm trying to lose some weight.
You're very trim. You're very fit. Don't let it get
I'm getting in and out, Brian.
do both.
Yeah. Anyway, that does not answer the question. That's a liberal red herring. It doesn't actually answer the question as to whether or not monarchies would be just as successful as Western democracies.
Answer that question? What evidence could we supply
what we
to
would
answer
want
that
to do is we'd want to make comparisons to scientific and technological advancements based on the technology of the time.
Oh, but who's got easier access to those resources? Yeah, it does seem to be the United States. So basically, Russia is a big boy. Lots of those measurements are speculative. Yeah, but he also was saying that USA has lots of untapped resources. So does Russia, has even more untapped resources if we're comparing untapped resources. So Russia has way more untapped resources. But sure, it's like in the USA, it has easier access to whatever they have and is better at like profitably extracting them and stuff like that. So did Andrew fall in love during this debate? No pizza in years, huh? Yeah, it's been a while. For some reason, it hasn't sounded good, I guess. Forgot that was even a thing. And now it sounds great because I keep talking about it. With Brian, yeah, absolutely. He fell in love with Brian again. I mean, I thought they were already in love from before. But maybe he falls in love with Brian harder and harder every day. DefNet is just defending the motherland. Yeah, I can't. You got me. I can't help it. All Russians come with pre-installed defense of motherland. It's basically it's firmware. We can't avoid it. He was having a little boyfriend girlfriend style argument about what to eat, and now he's got to watch his figure. That's good.
Time. And it's the case that in the time of monarchs, there was massive advancements in technology due to the fact that there was lots and lots of warfare. In fact, I would argue that most of the United States technologies were not pre-20th century. These happened post-20th century, most of these technologies, and that was due to mass warfare. This includes nuclear energy, nuclear bombs, things like this. Those were all things which were products of war.
Thank you.
All of them were products.
He's still using his little claw thing. At least he's not pushing drinks with it now.
Products of war, in fact.
Products of war, products of science and technology. But none of this answers what's sufficient evidence. So is there any evidence that could be supplied that make you go, actually, maybe Western liberal democracies are more effective with science and utilize them better, which is why they're the preferred form of governance now?
That's not why they have a preferred form of government.
I didn't say that's why. I said, is there any evidence that I could supply that would convince
Yes, you could look at scientific advancement under warfare conditions of countries that, and based on their technology of the time in comparison to other nations.
So do you think America jumped forward in military innovations during World War I or II more or less than the innovations in, for example, the 100 Years' War that Britain and France
I think that the Germans, who were under a fucking fascistic leader and it wasn't a democracy at all, had way more technological innovations via warfare than we did.
Really?
Really.
Okay, that's crazy, but sure.
Why? Why is that crazy?
We solved Manhattan Project. We solved nukes and nuclear
the atomic
power.
Bomb. Yeah, they were working on heavy water. They got
bomb,
it too.
Boeing, the P-51 Mustang fighter jet, right? Like almost all of our technology.
Yeah, the MP-44, the Tiger tank. I could the list of engineering fucking marvels from Germany was endless. Why do you think we got their scientists? Why do you think we brought all their scientists here? Because they were fucking better than our scientists were, especially at rocket.
Why did their scientists come here? Did they come here because maybe Western liberal democracies give more capacity for scientists to exist? They came here
because we told them if they don't, we would kill them, and we called it Operation Paperclip.
Nope, a lot of them left long before that.
The ones who came here in Operation Paperclip, it was that or you faced the wall like all the Germans did after the war. If you were part of the German hierarchy, what the fuck happened to you in the Nuremberg trials? What happened?
A lot of them were tried to prosecute for war crimes.
You got hung.
For war crimes, by the way.
Yeah, what do you think would have happened? What do you think would have happened to the people who were making the fucking weapons? They would have fucking the same shit would have happened to them.
Do you think most of the so you think that most of the German scientists came over here after World War II was ended, but also that the American engineering was exploding in World War II because we took all of their scientists?
I didn't say during the opposite.
Well, World War II saw major advancements in technology of America, right?
Germans during World War II, the only thing you could give to the United States, which wasn't even just the United States, it was a co-opt, including with German scientists for the Manhattan Project. That's one. And two,
yeah, they came here.
Yes,
yeah.
the fucking
Western liberal democracies are a little bit better
because they didn't want to die. The Germans had.
Well, the paperclip was like more towards the end, so if they started coming over then, they wouldn't have really had time to contribute to the Manhattan Project, right? Because that was like ready to go near the end of the war. Oh, here's a wereaboo. What? Paperclip was a Cold War operation. Yeah, it was after the World War II. The Germans kicked out all of the Jewish scientists.
Came here because
had
he just didn't
tons of
because
innovations. Yes, especially Einstein, probably.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, yes, the Germans had mass
regimes are really bad for science development because they want to kill.
How is it bad for what? What about Nazi Germany was bad for scientific development?
Chasing away every one of their Jewish scientists was pretty bad for their scientific development.
Having massive like they developed interstate highway systems. They were the very first ones who did that. They developed the very first automobile, which was available to the common man. Like these people.
Wait, no. The Mercedes-Benz was developed in the first vehicle that existed was the Mercedes-Benz.
I didn't say the first vehicle.
You said the first automobile.
The first inexpensive automobile which was available to the common man was the Volkswagen. Yes, that's what it was made for.
I believe Henry Ford is the one that revolutionized automobiles to be affordable.
They weren't very affordable, not in comparison to the Volkswagen, and the Volkswagen was designed specifically for this.
Wait, do you think the assembly line was more contributory to the automobile being cheaper or Volkswagen?
What do you mean?
I don't even know what you think Volkswagen did uniquely that reduced the cost. Henry Ford is the one that proliferated vehicles because he developed the assembly line.
Well, what happened with Volkswagen?
And Mercedes-Benz were developed in Germany, but
wait a
in
second.
the
The Volkswagen itself. First of all, Germans had auto.
Let me look this up. Was the first or Ford? What was the first cheap automobile? Volkswagen or Ford? Ford by decades. The Model T launched in 1908 and was deliberately engineered for mass affordability by the... I was making sure I wasn't I wasn't muted again. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Did I do it again? But no. Good. Okay. By the early 1920s, it cost around $300. Cheap enough for ordinary workers, partly because of the moving assembly line Ford pioneered. The Volkswagen Beetle came later, conceived in the mid-1930s in Nazi Germany. Mustache Man wanted a people's car, which is literally what the Volkswagen means. What Volkswagen means. But barely anywhere produced for civilians before World War II intervened. Mass civilian production didn't really begin until the late 1940s, so Ford gets the credit for the first genuinely mass-market affordable car. Basically, it's like we learn in school how World War II was good for science, but they subverted that we stole from Germany, and there's truth with stuff like Boy Scouts. Like the Volkswagen was the first cheap one in Germany. Yeah, this time not muted. I was like, wait a minute, not again. Technology can always come along independently, but arose by the end of World War II was streamlining/industrialization. Also, since so many men were coming home in the West after the war, there's a new market to advertise to.
Engineering before World War II.
I didn't say that they didn't.
And
in fact, I granted that Mercedes-Benz was built in Germany. They also
had innovations on assembly lines that the United States didn't have. And the thing that's interesting about Germans, right, is again, their technology, especially in the battlefield, was leaps ahead of ours. Leaps ahead with rocketry. It was leaps ahead, even including with their fighter aircraft, with their tanks, with everything. It was only near the end of the war that we ended up with any jet plane at all. But the Germans were kicking the fucking shit out. The only reason we had such a hard time with them is because they were fighting with the fucking all of Europe. Otherwise, we would have been dealing with 3.5 million of them, and it would have been a fucking nightmare. Would have been a nightmare.
So you think Germany is just better at science and innovation? It's not really a unique.
Yeah, I mean, if not for them fighting Russia, it would probably be a lot more difficult. I don't think he's wrong about that. But there is a fun bit that Eddie Izzard does about the Germany and Russia thing. I kind of want to. I haven't seen that in a while. I kind of want to see it. I wonder what it's called. think it's this one.
So we had empires. In Europe, we had empires. Everyone had France and Spain and Britain and Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, full of furniture for some reason. And the Austro-Hungarian Empire, famous for fuck all. Yes, all they did was slowly collapse like a flan in a cupboard. And the German Empire, very organized, always build an empire, eins, zwei, build an empire, very Prussian. And then they'd celebrate with the World War and then lose the whole fucking empire by the end of the war. In the 30s, Hitler, Czechoslovakia, Poland, France, Second World War, Russian front, not a good idea. Hitler never played Risk when he was a kid. Because, you know, playing Risk, you could never hold on to Asia. That Asian, Eastern European area, you could never hold it, could you? 7 extra men at the beginning of every go, but you couldn't fucking hold it. Australasia, that was the one, Australasia. All the purples. Get everyone on Papua New Guinea and just build up and build up. And Hitler ended up in a ditch covered in petrol on fire. So that's fun. I think that's funny. Because he was a mass-murdering fuckhead. And that was his honeymoon as well. Double trouble. Hey. Ava, let's marry. And where shall our honeymoon be? Well, in a ditch covered in petrol on fire. I've already arranged it upstairs. Oh, how romantic, Adolf. Yes, I thought. Fun.
There's a bit about...
What a bastard. And he was a vegetarian and a painter, so he must have been going, I can't get the fucking trees. Damn, I will kill everyone in the world. And he was a mass-murdering fuckhead, as many important historians have said. And, but there are other mass murderers got away with it. Stalin in his bed. 7 million Cambodians let them get away. We've been trying to kill you for ages, so you kill people next door. Well,
Wait.
trying to kill you for ages, so you kill yourself, you know. Oh, help yourself, you know. Will we? And Pol Pot killed 1.7 million people. We can't even...
I don't know. I don't want to look for it now, but there's basically a bit that says something about how... Oh, that's the wrong one. Where it's the first Napoleon tried to go into Russia and it was like, oh, it's too cold, bad idea. And then the mustache man goes in there again and he's like, oh, this is a new idea. And then it's like, oh, it's too cold, same idea. Something like that. I don't know. I can't find it now, but I don't want to look too much. It was pretty funny though. How they kept trying to go into Russia in the winter, and that's basically what... Yeah, that didn't end well for whoever tried to do that. So the tech already existed, but what changed that by the end was just how it was getting shipped to people domestically. A Cold War example I can think of is the internet. It was originally designed to be redundant, so the military can hold on to intelligence after bases get bombed and after the collapse of the Soviet Union. We get World Wide Web, and now we get it censored. We get it when it's safe for us to get it. Oh, that one. Yeah. This isn't a great one. Everybody at some point has, like, every single person at some point, you can find a place to pause and it would look funny for every single person at some point. That's going to happen. But yeah, this is a very unfortunate pausing. Right.
The American thing. You think that Western liberal democracies
I don't think it's unique to liberal democracy. No fucking chance.
I said Western liberal democracies are the best at it.
No, they're not. Okay. They weren't the best at it then.
It seems like we developed the atomic, the Manhattan Project, nuclear
with help
power.
of German scientists.
Well, Jewish German scientists.
Yeah, German scientists.
Well, did Germany and the lack of Western liberal democracy maybe facilitate why those scientists were here?
Yeah, nobody's disputing that.
Okay, thanks.
That has no bearing on whether or not.
How does that not have any bearing?
Germany under their fascist rule.
How does the fascistic rule that was aiming to kill Jews not significantly contribute to the scientific development in which Jews had to flee Germany for fear of genocide? How is the statecraft which made the genocide happen not contributing to the scientific development?
So you're saying that under fascism, that even though one group of people who had scientists in it had to flee.
Not under fascism, under Germany.
Germany was still doing so well that they had more technological innovations than the United States during the war.
I don't believe that they had more.
They definitely did.
I just don't think that that's true. I think.
Yeah, so she's right. There were German scientists that were involved with the Manhattan Project, but they were mostly refugees, not recruited Germans. So the Operation Paperclip that he's talking about was after World War II. There, I gotta slow down. Yeah, so that's when they were recruiting them, is the Operation Paperclip. But this was before that, and this was where some of the refugees had fled. Many of them Jewish, like she said, who brought their expertise to the U.S. So she's right. Again, she was right about the car thing and Russia having more untapped natural resources, and she's right about the refugees, not recruited Germans, and them being Jewish who had fled Germany at that time, who brought their expertise to the US. He's confusing Germany as a rising economic power with an innovative power. Everyone forgets the Cold War context of the paperclip. US and USSR treated Germany like an episode of Storage Wars. Yeah, they both took people and technology and whatever from there that they thought would be useful for them.
Think that the United States developed the Sherman, right? Part of why
the Sherman was nothing. The Tiger destroyed it like it was nothing. They had to produce them 5-1. That was what our literal war model was. We cannot beat this thing unless it's 5-1.
Okay.
Here, pull up. How did a Sherman match up against a Tiger?
Sure.
It's not even in the same fucking. The only reason, in fact, it was only because they could not mass produce.
Didn't Russia end up taking a bunch of scientists that were doing more like what we can now consider sort of like kooky stuff, even though the U.S. government did it too, where they were doing like remote viewing and stuff like that. They had a lot of those things in the Cold War where it was like our government would do research into that, and then Russians would be like, oh, they must have something there, and then they would do research into that, and kind of back and forth, and didn't. Maybe I'm misremembering, but because I thought the Russians took the people who were studying like all that sort of like weird phenomenon kind of stuff. Yes, but the Tiger was too big. That was the problem with it. The Sherman could outmaneuver the Tiger. What? Oh, I wasn't. I should pay attention.
Them.
Why? You're right. And what system did we utilize to figure out a cheaper, more cost-effective way to make tanks?
No, that had nothing to do with anything.
That is a large part of it.
Nope.
So German engineering is like state of the art. There's almost nothing. There is nothing that competes with German engineering. One of the problems with German engineering. Are you going to let me speak? One of the problems with German engineering is that it's so complicated that typically the training required to fix the Tigers. Are you going to let me talk?
Yeah, but even the non-Tigers were better.
Interrupting me.
God, it's so bad.
So the
Panzers were better. All of them were better.
Sure, but the issue is that they were harder to build, they were harder to maintain, and they required a higher level of expertise, which is why, despite the fact that maybe only it was 1 to 5, we could build 5. And they could only build 1 with the time and expertise. Yeah, that's actually part of science, is making things more efficient and easier to do, like Henry Ford did. That's part of science.
We had the resource of not having our nation being fucking attacked.
True, that is part of it. So you don't think American ingenuity at all had anything to do with it?
Well, no, of course, that had something to do with the innovations that we had, of course. Warfare.
I don't understand why you dislike America so much.
Oh, okay. I dislike America because I'm not a revisionist about history.
I'm not revising history at all, right? So was it the case that the Tiger was like one of the most effective tanks for an individual?
And the Panzer.
Sure. Yes, because German engineering state of the art. The issue is that part of engineering and part of science isn't just making things at the state of the art, it's also making them cost effective and easy to utilize, right? So if you can have 5 tanks that you can build more quickly, you can man more quickly because less expertise is required, so you can use those 5 tanks to take out the 1. The 5 tanks is better in this situation.
The problem you have with this logic is that if Germany was only going head-to-head with the United States, that would not have been an issue.
I'm not sure if that's true.
It is true.
Not only can you not say that that's true, there's no way that we can prove that that's true.
Actually, we can. We can do a military matchup between what would happen if every single Panzer and Tiger was only fighting with the cross-continental United States only. No Britain, no Russian front, none of that, and we can match it up. And yes, the fucking German tanks would have blown our shit out of the fucking water.
But the issue is that we could build 5 times more than them.
So could they if they weren't fighting the whole world?
No, the reason why they can't build 5 times more is because part of science is making things more efficient and easier to utilize, right? One of the most important things
in that case, that wasn't the problem, though. The problem was they were getting fucking destroyed because they were fighting the world.
That's a really big part of it, right? Part of science and engineering, part of the importance of science and engineering is making things more easily acceptable, right? So in the case of internet, it used to be the case that we needed huge buildings to house everything, and now we have it in our phones. That's science and technology. Science and technology doesn't just mean big and strong and fast. It means efficient. It means all of these things. And while German engineering was state-of-the-art, the machines themselves operated fantastically. There was a high level of expertise required to operate them, and it was significantly more complicated to build. Whereas most American tanks are easy to build. This is why the Abrams is now the dominant tank that people use, because it's both fantastic at basically fucking everything. But on top of that,
because of a Rolls-Royce contract. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah. So the thing is,
smart of Americans to make
this
that contract.
This doesn't do anything for your position.
Of course it does.
No,
is it not the Americans that built
the position is whether or not I can name a nation that wasn't a Western democracy, Germany, World War II, that had as many technological innovations as the United States? The answer is definitely yes.
I would say that you have not proven
definitely
that.
yes. And by the way,
no, saying their tank was better is not the same thing as saying that they had more advancements.
It's my turn. I just let you prattle forever. So here's the thing that's funny is you can't actually equalize for these things.
I wouldn't say that was letting her prattle. He constantly interrupted.
If we took the entire Soviet front out, we took the entire European front out from the Germans, and we were able to just match up tank for tank, man for man. Yes, they were a much more technologically advanced army, and that would have been a much more likely unwinnable war at that point.
It would have been very difficult, right? By no means am I interested in dismissing Germany. But what I am saying is that it seems to be the case that
Western democracy, under democracy, does not just make the most innovative shit and that fascists do too.
So I just let you prattle on for a while. It's my turn to talk now.
Okay.
Okay, right? So in this case, you're saying, well, 1 for 1, their tanks were better. Sure, the issue is that that's not necessarily innovation and engineering. Part of engineering and science and technology is making things more efficient.
Oh,
right?
I see.
Do you disagree with that?
Was France a Western democracy?
Yes.
Then why the fuck did the Germans just roll over them like they were bitches?
A whole bunch of things.
Western on.
What is he? I'm confused why. I understand being accurate and not, revising history and whatever, but he seems very into defending Germany as World War II era Germany as being greater in all the ways. I don't understand that. I don't get it. Why so obsessively defending their greatness? I understand that they had the upper hand in some ways, but I don't know. It's just why?
Oh, no. The part of science, Kyla, is making sure that your army is super sophisticated and that you can make assembly line products so that you can attack these people. And that's what we can do. Why were the Germans able to literally walk in and make France surrender in 2 weeks?
I believe that there was a significant amount of surprise. They invented a new technology called blitzkrieg.
Oh.
Yeah.
How could they be surpassing these Western democracies?
How? Multiple ways.
I thought you couldn't surpass a Western democracy in science and technology.
When did I say that?
You said Western democracies are by far the best at science and innovation and this and that.
That doesn't mean
how
that
come all these Western democracies were getting blown to bits by the fascists?
Because there are going to be Western democracies that are worse than fascism. That doesn't.
Yeah.
Wait, that doesn't change.
Exactly.
No, wait. This doesn't change what I'm saying, which is that broadly Western democracies are better at allowing for science and technology to flourish because of their free speech.
I guess France should have done that better. I guess France and England should have done that better.
I'm not sure how to engage if you're only going to strawman me.
That's my argument. That's my argument to you. Is it can't strawman you with my argument.
Let me guess. It's incoherent.
I didn't say incoherent. I said I'm making an argument. Why would I? What are you even talking about? Mm-hmm. My argument is simple. If you have a Western democracy, you're saying Western democracies are the only ones that can make the.
I didn't say only ones.
They're the ones that make the most innovative. They make the most innovative technology that's based on the fact that they have various assembly lines. When you have those assembly lines, part of science is making sure that you can assemble these things as quickly as possible. Got it. the Nazis were fascist, and they took these Western democracies and took a giant shit on them, and they didn't give a fuck about them.
So,
they made them surrender in carriages within 2 fucking weeks.
Are you done
They
paddling?
occupied their entire nation. No, Western
paddling?
democracies do not, because they're Western democracies inherently, have better scientific methodology than other forms of government.
No, it allows for more scientific.
That was more like politics than like the fact that they didn't have or couldn't make better technology in like France and other European countries. If you're not trying, it doesn't mean that you like can't do it. It's more like their politics sucked. And yeah, I mean, if you don't really try and then you get taken for everything you have, then that doesn't necessarily mean that whoever took over is like especially genius or somehow invented stuff way better. That's like a political issue, not a technology issue. Because he wants to have a monarchy be just as good as democracy, if not better. France fell because they ignored the Ardennes. Ardennes? I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry. The Germans saw a way to outmaneuver them that was a bigger factor than technology or tactics. Yeah, I mean, if they literally just walk into a place, that how is that supposed to compare who had better technology if they're not equally trying as hard as each other? Like,
in innovation and development, because it doesn't do things like genocide a large portion of the population and chase them out because of their authoritarian
Yeah,
processes.
but some of the things that it does is like it brings in a huge amount of people who are low skilled, oftentimes pricing people out who may have been able to go to like these higher end colleges, not based on
Are we talking about
DEI, things like
immigration right
this.
now?
Yeah, Western democracy Western democracy can also provide barriers in which people don't have the access to the scientific pursuits because they're not going to them based on merit. They're going to them based on skin color. So that's a big problem, one. And the second problem that you have with this is Western democracy itself, because you're democracy, does not mean that you, in some way, are more innovative, have better technology, that you're going to make better technology.
Ontologically does. I see it seems to emerge consistently over time.
That's not what you said. You said name
what I said.
Name any nation that's not a Western democracy that was doing better than Western democracy. Well, Germany under fascists did a lot better, and they had way better technology than most of these Western democracies.
But not America.
No, even America they did.
I don't think
the difference is that they were fighting in a European theater. We could endlessly send troops because our shores couldn't get attacked. They were bogged down with other people.
Okay, so
if that was not the case and it was head to head with
then
Germany,
America would have been dumpstered.
I'm not sure that they wouldn't have been invaded.
Say they could evade them.
I think that Germany may have been able to hold out. I'm not sure. That's a hard one to call.
Okay.
It is. It's a hard one to call. The problem is that we have such vast manpower here.
That
has nothing to do with being a Western democracy. That has to do with landmass.
Of course. Well.
Also, a lot of it had to do with different kinds of codes and breaking codes, and the codes that they had, Americans broke. And so Americans knew what they were going to do. And that knowledge, that information was a lot more valuable than I think probably anything else. Like, sure, all the technology and all of the having all the armaments is important, but that knowledge, that information was so valuable, and that was a lot of the reasons why I think America probably would have won anyway. It's because we knew what they were going to do and when they were going to do it. I think it was the British that broke the Enigma machine. Is that true? I know it was... I thought it was Americans that, like, intercepted their codes, but that could be true. Plus, they had found and turned every single Ultraman agent in Germany. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was, like, spying and code breaking and stuff like that. But I could have sworn America was doing a lot of the code breaking. I'm not saying, like, British weren't involved. I could have this wrong, but I thought Americans were better at it than Germans were. It was a British team of scientists who made a movie about it. Got it. America broke the Japanese code. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, I understand that other countries were involved, but if we're only comparing United States and Germany and saying, like, if it was only, like, us versus them, what would happen? It seems like America would be better at it than Germany would, but I certainly have some things wrong here.
In this specific military tactic, yes. The issue is that it's tough. You don't want to actually engage in my argument.
Engaging.
You're not. You're strawmanning my argument and then attacking it.
Also, didn't they have a lot of women doing the code breaking specifically? I thought that was one of the whole, like, oh, women did stuff in the war things.
And being like, see, this is an
argument.
example. France got beaten. Therefore, erudite, dumb, actually, and Western liberal democracies don't create the conditions
that was your
in which
position.
science
It was, whether you believe it or not.
It's that Western liberal democracies seem to have, over time, created the conditions in which science does the best, right? This is why in Western liberal democracies...
Except in places that they didn't. Except in places where other things that were not Western democracies did better.
And until they didn't, right? Until they got crushed. For example, one of the benefits of Western liberal democracies is allyship. It's a lot easier to be allies with people that recognize each other's sovereignty, and they can do...
Being a Western democracy didn't stop France from getting crushed.
That's not how... Why do you think...
It doesn't stop these nations from getting crushed.
How do you think that that's a counter to anything I just said?
Because you just got done saying, well, until they got crushed, as though getting crushed means somehow they were not innovative technologically.
Yeah, I would say that, like, the innovations of respecting sovereignty, of the nuclear bomb, right? Of the P-51 Mustang that had massive air superiority, right? Of having efficient, easy to make tanks that are still high quality and good, like the Sherman, and then later the Sherman, and then later
saying that the United States didn't make some good equipment. They did, and that they didn't have innovations during World War II. They definitely did.
Innovations that they could do was because it was safe for people to move there, safe for people to develop, and that development wasn't just limited to what the government was organizing.
And what Germany had was mass national patriotism and people moving in lockstep towards the war effort. They had massive technological gains.
Yeah, fascism's great at military.
They crushed tons of Western democracies under their boot. If the United States hadn't gotten involved, England would have fallen. In fact, they could have defeated England in a single battle, and Hitler let them go. So it's like, look, unfortunately for you, history does not show that Western democracies are the most cutting edge and most innovative. That is not actually the case, especially in the 20th century.
I said they create the conditions in which, like, science can flourish the most, which is why, for example, while you're right, a fascist government that's oriented, let me talk, towards war is going to have lots of military advancements, but things that they didn't have during that time would be advancements in other areas other than the eugenics and, like, crazy shit that they did on, like, hypothermia. Whereas in the cases of America, not only were they innovating in military, they were still innovating in other areas.
Don't you think science progresses better when you eliminate ethics?
Sure, but I don't think that we should do that.
But they did.
Sure, that's true. I think the Japanese did that way worse, as far as doing research on prisoners of war and all kinds of really messed up things that I wouldn't be surprised if Americans also did similar stuff and sort of covered it up, because winners write history. But yeah, I mean, just because somebody or a country makes scientific progress by being unethical, I don't know what that's supposed to prove. Like, any country can do that. People, like Japanese people who were, I believe, imperial at this point, Imperial Japan, and Americans also did some pretty unethical stuff. We just try not to talk about it too much. Germans, there are all kinds of people within all sorts of governments did all sorts of unethical stuff to win war. So I don't know if that's limited to any particular type of government. Italy was a monarchy until it wasn't. The US had nationalism too. That's a good point. Also, like, the WTF American destroyed the Japanese Empire and bombed churches. Yeah, and especially that second nuclear bomb. The first one was bad enough, but that second one, that was horrible.
And so how could you say that, like, that was somehow curtailing science? They literally eliminated ethics in science. So, like, how did that not assist them with scientific pursuits as one of your fucking, like, key barriers here?
Because one of the things that happened is that like because of the reduction of ethics, there was constant confounding factors of like torture and stuff like that created like issues. Like a lot of the there's a lot of human science
not average German. In fact, the average German supported.
You're right, not for the average German.
Yeah, the average German actually supported, for instance, when Hitler went in and he literally did this. Is the most monstrous thing ever, but he killed basically everybody who's mentally handicapped in the nation. He actually did that, and they did do all sorts. If you're in a nation like this, you eliminate scientific ethics. That's going to lead to more advanced scientific methodologies. It's going to, because ethics are gone.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the big confounding confines, right? Is scientific ethics. So you just saying like Western democracy lead to the best conditions for science? It's like, no, I would say that actually the best conditions for science would be if you eliminated all the ethics.
But one of the issues with authoritarian states consistently over time is that they also impose arbitrary, often, rules on things like science, because authoritarian regimes aren't for free speech, so they're always necessarily
Western
going to be things that they oppose
impose arbitrary shit all the time, especially on
not
science.
on things like free speech and open science.
Yes, free speech itself is arbitrary.
What does that even mean?
It means that there's no particular system that we're appealing to for free speech.
Okay.
That's what arbitrary is, without system.
No, arbitrary means like meaningless and random, usually.
Pull up the meaning of arbitrary, the definition, please.
Sure. Okay. The definition of arbitrary, based on random choice or personal whim rather than any reason or system.
If monarchy base would destroy the Japanese empire, no, we have to qualify it. Christ is king, yada yada. Yep.
You're like, the end of it is mine. Wait, but the beginning of that was to my point.
It wasn't. It was
arbitrary.
My point.
Arbitrary and random.
Well, arbitrary doesn't mean random.
True.
Yeah, so no.
Arbitrary and
arbitrary is literally pointing to a lack of a system.
Because it's random.
No, it doesn't have to be random to have a lack of system. In fact, you can have randomness, and you can even implement a system for randomness, I think.
So here's one of the things. When we read this definition, the beginning half supports my definition, and the second half supports yours.
Which part does support yours?
Read it again.
Read it again.
Arbitrary.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think that's kind of the thing about randomness is if you implement a system to do it, it's not random anymore. That's part of why in computer science, it's really difficult to implement any kind of like random number generator or anything. So a lot of times in order to get something that's truly random, we have to use like real world stuff, especially in encryption and things like that. Is people sometimes there's some pretty weird stuff that people do. Is they'll have some kind of like real world thing that is random, and they'll transpose sort of like collect information on that, and that is their like nature is the best random number generator, I suppose, is when they literally like convert real natural like in the real world stuff happening into numbers for computers. I forgot exactly. There's some pretty weird examples. Like, you know what? I should look it up because there were some pretty weird, interesting examples that some companies have that they use to do random number generation. I don't even know what to search for. I'm not sure how to phrase this. Cloudflare's lava lamps. Cloudflare has a wall of lava lamps in their San Francisco office, filmed by a camera. The chaotic fluid motion is unpredictable enough to feed an entropy source. Mostly a PR stunt, but mathematically legitimate. So there's it. Yeah, the best way to do like random number generation is to find something in nature, because if you try to create something that's like random, that in itself makes it not random anymore. So I don't know if he's right about that, because if you make a system to generate the randomness, it's not random. Thank you for covering this slate. I find comfort in your streams and appreciate you, Demeter. Oh, thank you so much, and welcome back, by the way. Nice to see you again. They argue good. Lava lamp walls. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I should have just read ahead in the chat. Thank you for, yeah, exactly, lava lamp walls. Computer science example. Yeah, for some reason I couldn't think of exactly what it was, but I know that there's many examples like that people have used, and yeah, mostly it's because it's cute or whatever, but stuff like that. Pseudo-randomness is good because you can use a seed system to bug test, put in the same seed to repeat the bug. All right. Let's carry on here.
Based on random
He's doing the whole like microphone and face thing again.
choice or personal whim rather than any
Random
reason
choice.
or
That was
system.
nothing you said.
Yep, I said random.
No, it's not. It's not about random though.
Random choice.
It's about a lack of system. That's what arbitrary, especially when you're talking about morality.
So if this was good faith, and to be
This
fair,
is
I
good
should grant
faith.
you this. What we could go is, oh, actually, when we synthesize our ideas together, that makes for the best
I
definition
don't
of
even care
arbitrary.
at this point.
Okay,
honestly.
you can stop talking.
Do you want a slice of pizza, Andrew?
No.
Okay. Well, shall we let some chats come through? We've got quite a few chats.
I'm gonna go have a smoke real quick.
Of course, go for it. Do you want to enjoy your pizza there while we let some chats come through?
Aren't you going to pay me to eat
You
it?
should pay, like, make it.
You'd be like, usually eat on.
Yeah, I think we're sitting. He's going to be right back to debates, guys. So like the video. $100 super chat. The woman is dishonoring her husband by dressing like a bathhouse worker from Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Good game, by the way.
Let alone her heresies, where she's inverting scripture. Quick response.
My husband bought me this dress, and he told me that I should
Nathan,
wear
could you
it.
grab waters for me? One water.
So I guess you'll have to take it up with my husband.
Never mind, Nathan. I'm good. Never mind. Okay. If unjustifiable means cannot be derived, unjustified is
This is just a dogmatism.
like World of Warcraft.
So I was right on that one. He said that America
missed
has
that
more
part.
resources,
Oh,
and I said
okay.
probably Russia has like more like total resources.
Oh, yeah,
It was about
somebody
natural
looked it up
resources?
too.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Nixian. El Guapo again with a very cool avatar there. It was a quote from Rommel, I believe. A German Tiger tank was as good as 4 Sherman tanks, but they always had 5.
True, because they were easier to build, and man.
TTS, that's streamlabs.com.
You want us to both leave?
Pull it up, please. Twitch.tv shows Drew is returning from a smoke. Oh, no. And Giovanni.
Giovanni JD donated $69.
Sorry for the delay.
Erudite, your only resolve in the J-Dyer debate were my super chats. So much so you only clipped all of my super chats on your TikTok and nothing else. No mercy for baby.
Giovanni JD, that
Oh, you can still, like it said.
Is she evil? Of course not.
Thank you.
Is she still
Why she never got popular? I know you're sitting here, but I'm just. She always could. She always had the potential to be very popular on Twitch. Like she could have dominated that whole space. It was the fact that she was supremely unlikable. That's what always did it to her.
You know what I think it is, Andrew? It's the whatever podcast to the Joe Rogan pipeline. She just didn't come on. She didn't come on the whatever podcast enough.
That's true. You did offer me a host position at the same time, actually, that you offered it to Andrew. I think you offered it to
You
me
never
first,
offered
and
me a
I
host
and I said
position.
no because I was doing bridges at the time, which unfortunately blew up. I mean, part of the reason why my platform isn't
not.
as big is I've never prioritized it. But yes, Andrew's
I
bigger.
invited
Big
you
flex.
to come back on the show.
It's not a flex.
You definitely offered me to
offering a host.
You did. You were like, think about it, and I was like, I don't want to fly to Santa Barbara all the time.
Fake news.
This is not fake news. You little skis ball.
Misinformation.
That's not
disinformation,
true.
Fake news.
You were like looking at.
CNN.
I won't say names, but you were looking at one person. And you were talking a little bit to Andrew. You were talking to me, and then Andrew took it, which was awesome. I'm glad that Andrew took it. I think it was
Wait,
good for
Andrew
him.
was there?
No, not Andrew was there. We were talking about it. We went out for like tacos one night, and we were talking to girls and trying to maybe get them on the show and stuff. And you're like, you
What?
should, yeah.
No. After the show, I think we went to get like a group of us.
I don't care.
Deal?
It was always the supreme unlikability.
No, I mean,
This is already too
Sorry,
long.
what's the difference between these?
Just a statement of fact.
More TTS.
Bad writer. I don't think that's a dig.
It might be depending on like the.
Yeah, I'm not
reason why
even
wasn't
trying to
famous.
make a dig. I'm just saying that that's the reason. The super chatters one is like that was she always had the potential to be.
I took 2 years off of content creation. But
This has nothing to do with anything. It's just so stupid. I'm more interested in how cringe the super chats get than anything else. I can let them play. That channel was full of incels complaining about her lovely dresser top. They always neg the females on the show. The females. That's true too. Wait, they were recruiting women. Yeah, I think it was like to go on the show or something. Right. But it'd be weird. Yeah, it would be weird if they were recruiting women to do the hosting. Yeah, that sounds weird.
how is that not a dig?
That's not a dig. That's just a statement of fact.
There's more TTS.
Okay,
if I
a
say-
statement of fact cannot be a dig.
If you said Andrew, the reason nobody bought your book is because you're a bad writer. I don't think that's a dig.
That's a dig.
It might be depending on like the.
Yeah, I'm
reason why
not even trying to make a dig. I'm just saying that that's the reason.
That's a dig. What is he talking about?
Reason the super chat was like, she always had the potential to be.
I took 2 years off of content creation. That's a really big contributor. In fact, when I started picking it back up in September, I've like grown pretty.
You had every advantage. You were there with Destiny. You had complete access to DGG. At first, they loved you. At first, everything was going really good with that. What ended up happening ultimately was the unlikability. You had Bridges. Bridges was tuned into by tons of DGG. They ultimately just ended up not liking you. That was the problem. It was that particular audience just did not like you.
That was not the problem.
It was the problem.
Okay. If you want to make, there's nothing I can say to this.
Look, I've been in this space for years.
Just as clear, is not true of my career.
You can ask me the lore on basically any content creator from Twitch poll to YouTube, and I can fucking tell you the entire transition that they made, the entire lore behind them, because I study my opposition like no other.
Did you know that I took basic?
Okay, then that's okay. If an entry can escape the Destiny orbit.
2 years off of content creation.
Well,
one
of
the videos I made in the past was basically there's a supercut in one of my previous videos where Andrew says brings up Destiny in random context, like it will have nothing to do with Destiny, and it's a supercut of him saying Destiny from completely different shows and debates and everything. Just him saying Destiny, and I didn't even include all of them. Like there were so many examples. I had to cut down some of them so that it wouldn't be ridiculously long and people would like click off. He had another Scornex lover.
It was about 2 years, yeah.
No, it wasn't. You still did content creation even in that 2 year span.
I didn't grow any of my own personal platform or promote it.
But you still did content creation within that span.
Almost none.
But you still did some.
Sorry. If you want to grow, so here's a pro tip. If you want to
That's Brian playing the cat fight sound. My goodness.
on content creation, consistency is a really big part of it, right?
I'm
just so it's
completely
clear.
inconsistent, by the way.
Well, here's one of the issues.
Oh my God, who the hell
I care.
cares?
Because you're more famous.
No. I'm just saying that I shirk all conventional wisdom. It's not about consistency. It never has been. It's never been about consistency. That's an old trope for content creators, but the ones who follow the consistency model are always the smallest ones.
Yeah, Asmongold is popular not because he's consistent, but because
it's not because he's consistent.
It's for sure consistency is a large part. It's not the only part of it.
It's not even a particularly large part. The largest part of
I'm curious. What's your purpose in trying to pillory me like this?
I'm not even pillaring you.
Of course
I'm just pointing
you
it
are.
out.
You're trying to say you're less famous because you're unlikable.
It's not about less famous.
I didn't host it.
It's
That's where I
not about less
Is that
famous.
what brought this on? Is that you feel?
Oh Lord, I brought this up before he said anything about that.
Andrew, you do have a bigger platform than me.
I'm
That's
not.
awesome.
It's not a matter
That's amazing
of why.
for you.
Why do you think it's a dialectic of like? There's content creators who are much larger than me. That's all relative. I've never been a fucking egoist about that. And
false.
the thing that's funny is like, never.
Why did you bring up my size?
Never. Well, no, I'm saying that the reason that this happened in content creation was because of the likability issue.
Why
It
does
always
that matter
was.
necessarily?
Well, because that was what the question was.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, they were talking. I've said the reason for this has always been the case with Kyla. She was speaking to the unlikability, and I was like, it was always the case. It was the reason she never got big on any of those platforms.
Sure, your audience doesn't like me, but that doesn't change the fact that there are significant other audiences that do like me.
There are no significant audiences that like you. None. Name one.
My own? DGG likes me?
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
And you don't have a significant audience, and DGG does not like you.
I don't think I have a significant audience.
Then why would you say that?
Because you said who likes you, and I said my own audience.
No, you said significant. You said the word significant.
Yeah, the Jubilee audience seemed to really, really like me.
They like anybody who's going against conservatives, but none of them came
There
over
was
to your
multiple people
platform.
on my Jubilee platform that were against conservatives, and yet I...
I don't know if she realizes it, but she's hitting him where it hurts. He still is upset that he's not like a Jubilee All-Stars thing and that they didn't invite him back.
was the one that got all the promotion. I gained like almost 10K subs from it.
Didn't do anything for you. Your live streams are about the same size, and they're about the same size because it's a
they're actually
likability
larger.
issue.
Their CCV, my CCV is actually bigger, despite the fact that
Yeah, by what, 30 live viewers?
Well, yeah, for like a small channel, that's pretty significant.
Yeah,
That's
30
like
live viewers. Like, it's always been a likability problem.
I just disagree, and I'm not asking.
I know, but you would though, right? An unlikable person would disagree with a person who tells them the reason you're not getting anywhere in this is because you're unlikable. You would disagree with that. That's the point. That's like the most unlikable part.
Disagreeing?
No, it's just that it's the.
Is he implying that he is likable? That's why he has more subscribers or whatever. This is so cringe. Jubilee. Yeah, I'm still editing that one too, but that's coming too.
The argumentative nature of every single.
I have one scheduled. One of the smaller ones that I ended up editing. I have one. I have it scheduled for March 5th. So a week from the aircraft run. I'm gonna try to have something, at least something small every week. So while I'm working on editing the long one again, I can have at least regular videos coming out. Because for some reason I stopped doing edited videos for a while. I think I've been like crazy busy, and then I lost interest. So I want to have at least some stuff. So I have a short, like 8-minute age gap thing coming out on the 5th that I have scheduled, and then I think Jubilee probably going to be after that, also pretty short, and then I don't know if it's going to be the Force Doctrine then or if the essay one, but those two after that. I'm not sure of the order. I agree with Andrew here, to be honest. She had enough exposure that there should have been a big enough consistent audience for her. I don't stare at people's analytics or follow her, though, so I don't know. I mean, she has a big audience, right? I'm not sure why people think she doesn't.
Individual thing.
Aren't you argumentative?
No, I concede most points, actually.
Which points did you concede?
Oh, I conceded tons of points.
Which ones? I also conceded multiple points.
No, not really.
Sure I did.
Okay. All right.
You're super likable, by the way.
That's true. That's one of the things, the kind of the feedback that I get the most is just that you're a very likable guy.
Yeah, that's why there are so many conservatives that like are not allowing you into certain spaces that don't want to work with you. I'm definitely not saying names.
Yeah, because there aren't any.
There absolutely are. I just want to be very clear. There absolutely are, but I'm not going to
I guarantee you that all those conservatives are probably not as popular as me.
Jealous.
Is this the rest of the show? Them basically doing whatever this is? I don't understand what this is.
They're just jealous.
Probably, I guarantee you that almost all of them are not as popular as I am.
But he doesn't care about how popular it is, guys. Don't worry.
Well, it's just funny to note that it's like conservatives who won't let me in their space, but I'm not going to name them, right? So it's like, well, I can name all the conservatives who do let me in their space, and it's all the really popular ones, interestingly enough. Just saying.
And none of the unpopular ones, yep.
Yeah, I don't even know who these people are because you ain't going to name them.
You do know who they are. I'm just not going to like obviously.
But you're not going to tell me who they are.
Yeah, here.
Of course not.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, likability issue.
Yeah, because being argumentative is the likability issue.
It's not just the being argumentative. It's mostly it's in your streams. The entire stream is just condescension. That's the tone that people hear is just.
Excuse me? That's like the entire Andrew Wilson debate or stream or anything is condescension. He called her the R word. Like he's like, no, you're not stupid. He constantly calls people stupid, or beyond stupid. And he's calling her. Wow, I mean, this is something. He is the most condescending person that I have seen in, like the YouTube sphere that I follow. She should be based on everything she's done and had to do. Like she's put in way too much work for as little as she is. I get that it's not nothing. The bossy woman double standard for real. Yeah, I mean, people do tend to see, like, if you have a man and a woman and have the same shitty behavior, they do tend to sort of accept it from the man more than they do from the woman. That is true.
Pure condescension.
I wouldn't say that that's true. I mean, most people, so for example, condescension would be me feigning kindness and niceness while like discerning down like in a patronizing way. But that's not typically what I do. In fact, when I mean, I belittle people. And I say that pretty openly.
Yeah, but I just said the whole tone of your stream sounds like condescension to people.
That might be your issue.
No,
but
that's just the issue.
More to you.
If you change that, if you change the condescension and you change the likability problem, you would be a fucking megastar on those platforms.
So in the case of like Jubilee, for example, I spoke mostly the same way that I speak most of the time. People didn't find me condescending. They find me really likable. In fact, one of the things they specifically liked.
20 live viewers, 20 more live viewers.
Yeah, live streams typically are going to grow.
He's really not liking the fact that she got invited to Jubilee. Notice it every time she brings up Jubilee, he responds with like either putting down the amount of live viewers she has or trying to like bring up how much more people or subscribers or whatever he has.
Slower. And I think I gained 6 to 7K subs from that single Jubilee performance, which is awesome.
Okay.
You know what I think your issue is, Kyla? There's no color in your hair. If it was pink,
there actually is.
If it was pink or purple or blue or green, I think that would go a long way to bolster you. If you want to hire me as a consultant,
cheers.
I have very affordable rates, image consultant.
Why isn't Andrew more popular? What's his issue?
You know what? He doesn't come on whatever podcast enough. He needs to come on more, just like
true to grow his platform from
Andrew needs to come on the whatever podcast more. And you know what I think his big thing is? I'm going to diagnose you, Andrew.
Okay.
He doesn't smoke cigars on stream. The
Honestly,
guy only smokes cigarettes. I think that's if he started just like Tony Soprano,
big phallic shaped thing.
Well, hold on. Let's not project like that. That's crazy, Kyla, that you'd say that. I just think it's that maybe if he smoked cigars, he would get. I think that would be big.
Improve the aesthetic.
I think it'd be big,
Yeah.
and I would like to see him sing more on his streams. I think singing would do well, and I think
I agree. The women,
you know
the women
what?
love the singing.
Andrew, actually, like I know we're kind of like having a bit of a joke here. If Andrew did IRL, like table stuff in public, either man on the street or change my mind, Andrew would be the biggest fucking streamer, bigger than all the, even like the young guns that do the, I don't know.
Probably not, right? Like, a lot of people's issue with Andrew is like,
I don't know. You guys
lifestyle.
have always doubted me, and I'm one of the largest conservative streamers.
When did I ever doubt you?
Sleep on Andrew.
Also, he doesn't care about it though. When did I ever doubt you?
No, I'm telling you.
Oh my God, we can go back to the old
boy.
streams. This is why nobody likes Andrew. Nobody will debate with Andrew. Everyone hates Andrew. Andrew's bad. They had tons of streams like that. Destiny had Cope streams about that. And the thing
I remember
is, like,
you
I beat
having
all you fuckers. I beat you
I remember you having roast streams where you would spend 3 to 4 hours insulting me, calling me a whore, insulting
I never
my
called
husband.
you a whore.
You absolutely did.
I've never used the word whore. That's incorrect.
Slut?
I don't even. Nope. I don't even. The only time I call women whores is if they're actual prostitutes. I've always made that clear. Now, slut, I don't usually use that language either. I get conflated a lot with red pillars who say that shit. I don't. I will say stupid bitch. But I don't call women whores unless they're actual whores.
Yeah, so one of the issues is like you're saying like, oh, we were just sitting about talking about how negative Andrew is. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like you in the Twitch poll space, obviously, because you're
Yeah,
kind
they're
of
all
an asshole.
leftists.
But yeah, and you're kind of an
Because they were all
asshole.
leftists. That's why.
Well, I like plenty of conservatives.
I wanted all of the leftists hating me is good. That is my favorite part of the job.
What about the conservatives just like you?
Who? The ones who shall not be named?
Yes, I'm not going to like drop people that dislike you for
Right,
your audience to go
exactly.
and harass.
Because for all I
Yes.
know, they don't even exist. How the fuck do I know?
They do exist. I'm not going to drop them for your audience to go and harass them in the way that your audience harasses most of the people that you talk about.
Let
For
me ask you,
example, when you made multiple 3 to 4 hour roast
That does appear to be true. The harassment.
sessions on me. I don't remember at any point spending 3 to 4 dedicated hours just talking shit about you, your life, your choices. I don't remember doing any of this. This was your style of content. Yeah.
And?
So I don't know why you would begin to even point at me and say, you really dislike me. It's like, I didn't like that you talked nasty about
No,
me
you
all
were.
the time.
This was long before I ever did a trash talk extravaganza. You were talking
Basically, we had one interaction. You said, I'm going to interview you. And then it was a really obnoxious debate. And then after that, you just trash talk me. Basically all the time.
No.
Yes.
That wasn't how that went.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Why did you delete all those
wasn't.
roast sessions? Put them back up.
I didn't. They're all behind a paywall right this second. You go watch them.
Gotcha. Okay. And what you'll notice behind my paywall is there isn't a single time where I spend 3 to 4 hours
Or anybody
talking
behind
shit
it.
about, not just not talking
Or
shit about
anybody
you,
behind the paywall.
but not talking shit about anyone. I don't spend like 3 to 4 hours. Yes. Do I like you that much? No, I don't like you. Right.
The idea,
but that's not the same thing as like holding me to some standard that I talk negative and that I didn't think you were going to go for.
Likability. That's it.
You said that I didn't ever think you were going to go for, and I was questioning you. I'm completely agnostic on that. Especially at the time, I didn't know anything about social media. I had no opinion on who was going to be famous or not.
Okay.
Okay.
We have more chats coming through. We have chats coming through. TTS chats. Very important. Very important TTS. $69 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever. I'm waiting for it to load. One moment. We have Chaw XD.
Chaw XD
Listen to
donated
this one, and then
$69.
go for it.
Hey Kyla, you don't know anything about evolution, you fucking puppy. Demonstrate to us how random mutation leads to purpose-driven biological mechanism. Go ahead and show us. Biologists sure can't.
Quick answer if you can.
I don't know how to quick answer evolution.
Puppy? I don't get it.
Typically because random mutation leads to things that are functional for the environment that they are in, so that will lead to functionality in the environment over time, which leads to the situations that we have, right? If an angled beak was more effective for getting worms out of a specific type of soil, then that would be successful until that soil changed, for example, and then that would be outcompeted by other things.
That didn't
It's
answer
just
the question.
evolution. Of course it did.
And put up the question. I'll show you. I'll show you what he actually asked.
Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Guys.
Of course, yeah. It's
Yeah, the question is, demonstrate to us how random mutation leads to purpose-driven biological mechanism. The purpose-driven biological mechanism is the point.
Did I pull the super chat? Is that the one? Is this the one that started the? Did I pull this up, Nathan? Andrew? Did I?
No.
There's no I don't know what they mean by purpose driven. There's no like, oh, some organism has in mind like a purpose and then they're going to be striving towards that purpose. That's not how anybody's claiming this works. I think what she described is overall correct. I don't know what this is supposed to mean. This person doesn't understand anything about evolution. I don't know this. What is this like? Is this like Jim Bub's alternate username here or something? I know Jim Bub is known for saying dumb stuff like this about evolution. Andrew's got capos that help him brigade with his audience, so that it doesn't have to go back to him. What is capos? Capos or capos? Capos or capos? Capos or capos? Capos. What is that? Let alone with the whole don't totally do it, guys, wink wink stick. Yeah, that I remember that. Yeah, there's a lot of like, oh, don't be doing that, but reading everything else, like happening to read all of the chats that have to do with doing what it is that he wants them to. Yeah, nobody's buying it, Andrew.
No, I didn't see that one.
Isn't this the one that?
I'm not saying that it wasn't there. I'm just saying I didn't see it.
Okay. Well, while she's on break, let's take this opportunity, Debate University. Guys, if you want to become a master debater like Andrew.
You want to watch people argue against their own position for hours and not end up having to take a shot so you can maintain your sanity. If you want to watch a person argue against their own position for hours, they don't even know that they're doing it, and then you just show it in clip after clip afterwards, and you have to end it with a shot, go to Debate University.
I think we can sort of take what we see on the screen and basically copy that and not have to pay $250 for it. All you do is just keep asking questions and interrupt constantly so that they lose their train of thought, and ask questions all the way down about the most mundane things and make weird like noises and whatever. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it.
Because it's really going to help you do that.
Oh, and also claim to do internal critique, even though you're not really doing internal critique, and do a bunch of strawmans where you tell them, oh, this is your position, when it's not their position. And even if they say that's not, even if the opponent says, oh, that's not my position, you can still claim to do internal critique because you don't know what it means. It's okay. We know. To be frank, most people, when they debate, are just restating their opinion over and over again. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point.
Do you want more tequila, Andrew?
Oh,
you want some more?
One more.
Could you give him another shot, please? Guys, debateuniversity.com to become a master debater. If you want to, there's video tutorials, hours and hours of video. Andrew and a few others are giving you a video tutorial on learning.
For hours. You can make them argue against their own position for fucking hours, and they do it. They'll do it for hours. They'll argue against their own position. How the fuck does that even work?
How does it even work? That's what I want to know.
Naima argued against her own position for hours. They just argue against their own shit for.
In this case, he was arguing against his own position for hours with the whole pretending to agree with her thing. I don't get how this is supposed to be like a dig at her when he was the one doing it.
Fucking hours.
Andrew, can I have you ask the viewers to like the video?
Like the video.
Guys, like the video.
Like the video. Let's have a shot, everybody. And God, I can't wait for the dating talk tomorrow. Boy, that sounds awesome.
We have a little break day.
Oh yeah, we got a break day. Maybe I'll do a stream tomorrow. I haven't been very consistent yet, and that's the key to popularity.
Is consistency.
Consistency.
Consistency. Or wait, no, here, I'll pull that one up in a bit. We have Mike.
He always seems to be drunk. I don't know if that has anything to do with why he's acting the way that he's acting, but it seems like in a lot of debates he's like doing shots a lot and chugging beers. Like that's a lot of alcohol for a debate. I don't know. It seems like a lot. I noticed the same thing during he said some unhinged stuff in the Brian debate, and that was also after he was doing quite a bit of drinking. He was even called out for it. And then he like tried to say he wasn't even drinking all that much or whatever. I don't know.
Davis here. Mike Davis coming in just one moment. I'm waiting for it to load. Kyla is rejoining us. Mike Davis. Oh, I don't know why I didn't play audio. I'll just read it.
I think doing the whole let's grant your worldview isn't arguing against your own. Yeah, but that wasn't really him saying let's grant your worldview. He was acting like he was agreeing with her. It wasn't like, for the sake of argument, let's agree on this, and that, and now, this isn't consistent or whatever. That would be doing internal critique. But he was like being a dick, basically. And like, oh, I concede, we agree, etc., etc. It's just annoying. Because you're trying to bring it to a logical extreme to challenge it typically. Yeah, the trilemma.
Jittery won't stop yapping, trying too hard and cringy. What kind of autism is she? Are you?
Okay, she talks fast, but I think she kind of has to, otherwise he'll talk over her, which she still does. But
the same kind this guy is. I don't know what it is.
Mike Davis.
Yeah, we have the same type.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is like they're all trained in Twitch poll. There used to be
trained.
Yeah, they're all trained. Well, they're trained by each other. They don't like, you don't go to formal training sessions, but they were all trained by each other in the Twitch poll era. Which is largely dead, by the way, now. It largely doesn't even exist. But essentially what they would do is they would use these long prattling word salads. And the second you could actually decode those, I always found that the method to decode them was you let them prattle, ask two questions, watch them contradict, they would switch the position. The way that they got away with it for so long is people didn't clip them doing it. They didn't clip it. If they had clipped it, they would have put it into Twitch poll way earlier. But it took a long time for that fucking whole thing to finally fall apart.
All right, we have a message here from...
I don't know what he's talking about.
Let me make sure it's okay. I think it's all right. Oh.
Erudite Sneaky Link donated $69. Good thing you only submit to your husband. He let you date and flirt with other men. Your Christian ethics are on point. Why don't you dox Brian next? You're a joke-off. Christian and decent human.
Look, I don't think that she intended, to be charitable. I don't think that she intended to dox. I'm not going to put that on her. I do think that it's just genuinely, or generally for streamers, it's just a good idea to never say a location, never say, it's just generally a good idea.
Okay, we have Dr. Peaceraft, thank you.
Part of the reason, I apologize again.
Wait,
Dr. _PS_Raft donated $69. I'm glad the bunnies fathers of Papua New Guinea are showing love, kindness, guidance, charity, and patristic love to members of their society. Truly they shine with the light of God.
True. The Seminole Warriors of Papua New Guinea?
Yeah, so I was going to say again.
He's always bringing that disgusting shit up. He's obsessed with it. It's a little creepy, honestly.
I do apologize that that wasn't public. Part of the reason why I presume that it was is that I believe that both of us have always been aggressively and openly doxxed. I assume that you already had been. And I knew that in the past you were very open about being from the, I'll say vaguely, the previous state that you were in. I'd seen multiple mentions of you publicly online, acknowledging which state you were from. And in fact, not just which state, but which kind of area.
Did you ever notice I never told anybody where I was at in that state? Ever. For a reason. But the thing is like, look, I don't hold it against you.
Pretty sure Rachel did when she was debating with that feminist with the poofy hair.
I get it. It's just bad etiquette for streamers generally to do that. That's all.
Okay, we have Airborne Animal.
Airborne Animal donated $69. This stupid BTCH. She thinks she dictates what is and is not true, moral and God's will. To her, smoking is bad, but abortion is good. Just a wannabe degen Destiny trying to fast talk her way to a win.
Thank you for the insult. I don't think I dictate what is and is not true.
Stuster donated $69. As I struggle with smoking. Andrew, can you name a non-martyr that enjoyed such a hobby or dismissed its use?
A non-martyr? Like, well, let's see. I want to make sure I get the question right. Maybe you can rephrase it. A non-martyr. You say a non-martyr.
Gotta send more money. Can't answer the question.
Well, I want to make sure I get the question right. Because I want to lean towards like Father Seraphim Rose, but I'm not sure if that would be a non-martyr. So I'm just trying to make sure I got it right.
If you want to clarify, I've got Big Mike. Thank you, Big Mike.
Big Mike donated $69. I'm Protestant. My father's a Baptist preacher. This is my primary concern with our faith. Women can derive heresies arbitrarily utilizing their own interpretation. What oldies do you listen to, Andrew?
I've been listening to this one lately. It's called, what is that oldies called? Oh, yeah. It goes, it's like, this guy has this old school voice and he's like, please kill yourself. You'd rather be anywhere but here right now. This is annoying. This sucks. I just want to fucking go eat a cheeseburger. It goes something like that. It's pretty good.
Good one.
It's pretty good.
I don't know if he says stuff like that on purpose because like he deletes his own streams and then re-uploads edits, but people who actually do keep their lives on, they have to deal with like the people who do get monetized. Like I don't get monetized yet, which is why if you want a tip, there's a link. People who do get monetized off their streams, they would lose some monetization for having stuff like this said on the stream about the self-deletion. Did I miss something? Did he ask? No, she's married, the one in the white dress, or is he's married? He's married too. I don't know if Brian is single. Did I miss something? Sorry, I was distracted for a minute.
Saint Isaiah donated $69. NSE, if intelligence were measured by tone, you'd be a genius. Unfortunately, it's measured by substance. Too much equivocation, obfuscating and gaslighting for us to see any substance. Cue the cope.
IQ is not measured by substance. IQ is measured by 5 primary factors. I'm sure you don't need me to go through them, but
okay.
Nice try.
AJ Bombastic donated $69. Natural selection must have been on break while this woman's mother was pregnant with her.
I don't even know what they think that means. Good one. Got him.
We have Desert Jorge coming in here in just a sec. AJ Bombastic, thank you for your TTS. Thank you, Jorge Hazard. How do you say desert in Spanish?
Desert Judge donated $69.
Thank you.
Operation Paperclip, secret US program that brought over 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians to America after World War II to utilize their expertise for military and technological advancement.
And they got us to the moon.
After, yeah, good job.
Well, they were doing it during too.
Okay, not to anyone's point.
Josh donated $70. The dox was likely on purpose.
Don't do that.
As a Christian, you say you respect and honor your husband, yet you sit there in a low-cut dress displaying your breasts for every man in the world. Why?
Was not on purpose, and this is a dress that my husband picked out and told me that I should wear to this show. So take it up with him.
I don't think that she would try to dox on purpose.
Yeah, sorry, I just went and look, this doxing thing. So Rachel already said you know what though? I want to take Amanda. We live in the same city. And Amanda, she was the feminist with the poofy hair, says she is a middle school teacher outside of Dallas. So if she lives in the same city, that's gonna, like, what do you mean? So Rachel already doxed herself. I don't know what this is about. I did a search for that that transcript, so I have to verify it, but that sounds like that was already done. Part Jewish Baptist Protestant, born in London, live in the UK. Okay. Good for you. Cool.
Because I don't think that.
Okay. What the heck?
Onus donated $69. I think you should just eat your pizza before it grows mold on it.
I don't think your timeline is good here for mold development. It'll be okay. Don't worry. Don't worry about my food eating, okay, guys?
Thank you, Onus. We have XJ Law coming in, and then Onus again, and then it looks like we have currently 2 more after that. Thank you, Onus. Appreciate it, guys.
XJ Law donated
call, if you want to get TTS in here,
$69.
guys.
So desperate to be right, she'll quibble about any minute detail until the audience forgets what they were originally debating. Then she literally asks Andrew for evidence to support her argument. Lol.
It doesn't matter because Andrew doesn't want to repeat it. It doesn't matter, of course, if you have to dig for doxa to stay on the ground. I mean, this was, if it's already public and they've already said it in the debate over and over, like it's out there. Like if you already spill the beans, it's not like doxing. The general city that you live in, if you've already stated it, and or like it's easy to deduce, and it's been stated again in this particular show, that's not dox anymore. It's gonna have to be way more specific than that. Like that's a big city. I get that he's triggered, but I agree that he could have just not drawn attention to it. Yeah, I mean, he could have just said, no, I don't live in that city. But if he's gonna, if he attacked her that way, I mean, if she got it right on accident, that's one thing. But if she knew because his wife already spilled the beans, that's not her fault. So that people keep attacking her for it, it's not fair. It's a big city, like. Just say, no, it's not that one, or we moved, or whatever. If it's that big of a deal to you. But that's a giant city.
Good reframing, good revision of the entire conversation.
He's like, did what he said.
I didn't.
Literally did what he just said.
Yeah, the only one quibbling is me.
Donated $69. Just eat the pizza already. It's growing mold.
Man, that guy really wants me to eat this pizza. I wonder why.
You did say if somebody sends in
It's $200.
Oh, 200 collectively? Onus, if you... she said 200. That's her fee. That's her
Well, I'm not
ask.
making any of this, so.
That's her ask for her to eat the pizza.
Leftists will destroy donated $69. Erudite Andrew said what we were all thinking. You come across as a smug, condescending bunnies. P.S. Andrew, thank you for graping Matt Dillahunty. That guy robbed me of a relationship with God as a kid.
You're welcome.
I'm sure leftists will be destroyed as a really unbiased source of my career. Thanks for calling me a bunny.
King Ryan donated $69.
Appreciate it.
Kyla, you think you're being cute and snarky, but it actually comes across as condescending. Andrew was kind to point it out. I feel the same. You have real potential.
She always did.
So this is patronizing, right? By saying, come on.
Yeah, this is, somebody brought it up earlier. Negging. That's a great, assessment of what this kind of thing is. It's like, oh, if you're all, condescending and this and that, but you have real potential. You could be so much better if you just did this and this and that. I'm just trying to help. That could have applied to Andrew, yeah. For sure.
Kid, you have real potential. Just being
Although his audience likes him because he's condescending to women and leftists and whatever, all kinds of people that aren't exactly like him. If you listen to me, princess. Absolutely.
a snarky, condescending bitch is actual condescension, which is fine. I'm not accepting your advice. Sorry.
It's funny. She always did. She always did actually have potential for this. It's just that she just always came across to the audience as being condescending and unlikable.
Unlike you. The most.
They've been going on about this like like her being unlikable thing for an hour now. This is getting kind of
Likeable man on the planet.
I mean, again,
So
the
likable.
feedback, I remember going into the DGG servers years ago and talking to those guys, and that was all of their complaints. Like, they hated a lot of the orbiters, that's true. They hated some less than others. A lot of them liked Max for a long time, for instance. But the thing is, it's like, Max, I understand that they steered away because he was weird. Destiny actually kept Erudite on for a long time. Like, she had a long time to develop that relationship with that audience, and they just never warmed up. They just always thought she was unlikable.
How many times did they go on his stream?
Destiny's? Oh, between Bridges?
Not Bridges, that's not his stream.
Yes.
You think you're cute, but it's condescending can apply to Andrew. Well, I don't think anyone thinks that that's cute for him. That's kind of gross. Although he certainly does think highly of himself, especially the having hair part. He keeps bringing up the fact that he has hair and calling himself handsome and stuff like that. It's pretty gross. Hello, Snizzler. I wonder if that's a reference to Charlie when this this sneeze licking thing happened. I wonder if that's a reference to that. I'm not sure. Cute, such clever, whatever. I know it. I understand what you mean. I was just making fun. I agree, absolutely. Erudite demolished him. I think she had some portions where he definitely was more correct than her, but I think overall it's hard to tell. Because of the way he's acted, really bad faith. I kind of want to hand it to her, but she did get a lot of stuff sort of wrong and weird, especially around like Christianity and like people not being able to do politics or something. She got some stuff wrong for sure. But with the Agrippa's trilemma thing, he obviously didn't know what that was and pretended to, which was super cringe. And him being bad faith and pretending like, oh, we have the same view, etc., etc., was super cringe too. So it's, yeah. It's not like a very easy, like, oh, this person owned this person here. I think they both got a lot of things wrong, but he was just being a dick. Like usual, though, so that's not surprising. Sizzler. Yes, it is. Oh, is it about the Charlie thing? Oh my goodness, that is funny. Def not sniz. Oh, you guys. Something I've said regarding this sniz thing before is the way he said, like, oh, you lick sniz as if it's like such a disgusting thing to do. As if like he doesn't like sniz himself. And then the whole the thing he said about like men being the fair sex if women didn't do all the like makeup and procedures and whatever. It's a stalemate, and with the whatever audience it defaults to Andrew 1, yeah, I mean they're gonna. This is definitely his audience. I think she was right about that. I don't know why he would pretend that this audience isn't like basically almost all in his favor. I would say maybe like more than 90% of the whatever audience is gonna automatically think that he won no matter what. The only time that I have seen the whatever audience disagree with him, more or less, it was maybe closer to 50-50. The only time was in the debate that happened on the day prior to this one with that woman, and when they were going about the Epstein stuff. That we covered that in the last live. When he was going on about all the Epstein stuff, that's when it was basically like 50-50 in the Superchats, at least, when people in the chats where people being like, oh, Andrew, I normally agree with you, blah, 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 but this is a bad take, and things like that. Yeah, the recounting of the give unto Caesar what is Caesar quote was not accurate. Bad luck for Andrew. Andrew's a fed. Oh, nice to see you, Tom. All right.
Yes, it is. No, nobody tuned into fucking Bridges for you, Erudite. They give a fuck about you.
Yeah, this whole Andrew's a fed. I get that this is kind of maybe meant in jest, but honestly, I don't really. It might be more true than we think, because at first I probably wouldn't have thought so if I hadn't heard the way he performed in the debate prior to this one, the one we covered last time on the last live, because of the defenses for the narrative of the Epstein stuff, the whole no new wars thing that clearly did not age well with what's going on today in Iran, and basically defending the main narrative of a lot of this like Fed stuff. It really does seem to fit, because I mean, hardly anybody defends the mainstream like Epstein narrative except for like, Michael Tracy, who this dude also defended, and people suspect that he's being paid, or at least, or something. So it was very weird. I don't get it, and a lot of different things that, and like attacking Candace Owens and things like that too, and totally buying the Charlie narrative. All of this like going with the narrative stuff that he's driving people to, and he's pulling a lot of his audience with him that already like him because he's, telling off the 304s. Yeah, it could be true, is what I'm saying. Obviously, we have no evidence for this besides his awful mainstream opinions, but yeah, it would fit. It really would. But since there's no evidence, we can't like claim that he is a Fed or anything. But he does seem to do Fed stuff, I would say.
Did I say that?
That's Destiny Stream too.
No, it's not Destiny
Yeah, it's
Stream.
Destiny
Because a large
Stream.
portion of his audience didn't transfer over to Bridges. Most of it did.
All of the audience that did was his.
I agree.
Yeah, so then what are you arguing about?
I'm saying how
Bridges
many
was
times was I on
Destiny's
his
show.
stream?
You were on a show all the time, including Bridges.
I was not on his stream most of the time because I am a baby bitch.
Yeah, most of the time. Both of those are his streams.
Bridges is not his stream.
Bridges was his.
Although I think a Fed wouldn't be so easy to get like all emotional about stuff and up in his feelings. I think Feds are generally probably trained to be more like, in control of their emotions. And this guy flies off the handle constantly. So there is some, there are reasons to believe that he is and reasons to believe that he isn't, for sure. All right. Uh-oh. Why isn't the scrolly thing working? Oh, there it goes. He was also laughing at... Oh, there's a fluff in here. He was also laughing at Superchats, calling what happened should have been calibration Deus Volt. What does that mean? Oh, that wasn't for me. This administration moves in weird ways. It's Fed posty to treat what's going on as a crusade LARP. God wills it. Oh, okay, got it. Oh, Deus Volt. I've never heard the Volt before. I have learned several new things today.
His stream.
Okay.
You were not the appeal for Bridges.
I didn't say I was.
I mean, I'm just good. Then it was Destiny's stream, right?
No, I would say it was dominantly his audience that pulled in.
Why wasn't it dominantly your audience that left with you?
I think he's like
because you
8
never
times
converted.
my size.
You never converted DGGers. You just didn't do it. You could never get them to really warm up to you.
I mean, like day one of me attempting to stream, I had 3 viewers, like most people, and then I talked to Destiny and I jumped immediately at like 200. So
Yeah, they were checking you out. I agree.
The problem was sexuality. Well, they stayed. I maintained 200 for like ever. In fact, it's like most of my baseline.
Yeah, you don't have the same 200 you had originally. Maybe you have some of them, but the thing is, it's interesting. Is it's like I don't even know. I don't even know what is there even to argue here. The truth is that was the most common complaint from DGG was that you're unlikable. It's the most common complaint about your stream is that you're a very unlikable person.
I mean, the most common complaint about your stream
really hot.
Is that you're a hypocrite who doesn't live out any of his values because he like
she's got him there.
Purports to be some like trad conservative man. He converted like 2 years ago. You have like a sordid history of the past, right?
Why are you? I don't even know why you're attacking me right now.
What do you mean? I don't.
He keeps saying she's unlikable over and over and over. What do we call that? That's not. Oh, I'm just trying to help. Innocent. Poor little Andrew getting attacked by this lady. She's so unlikable and mean. I can do voices too, Andrew. I can do voices. We can do voices here. Everybody can do voices. That's how we win debates, right? We gotta. We don't even have to take Debate University to learn this like voices thing that we do. So, oh no, poor Andrew. This lady lady's so mean. She's so unlikable. She's being mean to him. Why is he attacking him? Poor guy. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry about that. That was probably so annoying. But that's the thing. That's what we do, right? We make weird voices, and that's how we win stuff. That's winning. We all come here to learn. I love Erudite's sane reaction to the odd shit Andrew says. It makes me actually kind of like her. He's lurking in every chat of his opposition, very Fed-like of him. That is Fed-like. Point for Fed. He doesn't understand why she's attacking him. Yeah. That's some gaslighting crap right there. He totally does understand why she's attacking him. Like, he's been going on for over an hour now about how she's unlikable. What do you mean?
Don't know.
I'm not. This isn't even
you said,
an attack.
if you get personal, I get personal. If you get personal,
This isn't even personal. I'm just telling you it's the most common complaint. It was,
I'm telling you the most common
these guys
complaint
are
of yours.
asking what they're wondering.
Wait, I'm just telling you the most common complaint. It's not personal. I'm just saying this is the most common complaint of your channel.
I can't argue with that.
You know what's...
Is that you're dishonest, bad faith, and a hypocrite.
Sure. From who?
Multiple people that I
Can you
talked to.
name anyone who's not a leftist?
Can you name a specific
I'm not a leftist, and I agree with her.
individual that you've talked to about this?
About you?
me?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Who?
Absolutely. Let's talk about Doobie. He's right there in the chat.
Yeah, he doesn't like me.
It's not that he doesn't like you. He just knows that the problem with your stream is that you're unlikable.
That's what he said.
Yeah, of course.
I don't believe you.
He was pretending not to understand the point. He was making it the entire time. Yeah, that's... he seems to do that a lot, especially during this debate. That was... He pulled that often.
I don't care what you believe. Ask him.
I will.
And you know what he'll say? He'll be like,
debate, yeah.
well, yeah, Andrew's right.
I think in this one it was especially egregious. It was like over and over again the same exact tactic repeatedly. I don't know if it was like the alcohol keeping him from doing his other regular array of tactics, or if like maybe he thought the other stuff wouldn't work on her. But yeah, this is I agree. That is true.
Erudite, you're a nice person. I like you. You're great. Blah blah blah. But yeah, the reason that your streams really probably never took off is because you're just kind of supremely unlikable.
I like you. You're great, but you're so unlikable. Because that makes sense. I like you, but you're so unlikable. You're great, but you are literally R-word. Tarded. He literally said that no, she's not stupid. She is the R-word tarded, not the other R-word. I know YouTube doesn't like people saying it, so I don't know.
I mean,
for a small channel, I unfortunately have to censor myself constantly. If it wasn't for that, I would definitely not. Fourth wall. I would certainly not be censoring myself all the time, but it's really unfortunate that we have to. Otherwise, there's no chance for small channels at all.
Going from
not just
200
Doobie,
viewers and then maintaining that, despite basically never really streaming, that already puts me in like the top 1%. And here's the issue: I don't think I'm a big streamer. I don't really care about any of these things. You're just saying I'm not making it personal. These are just all the reasons why you won't make it. Unlike me, the famous conservative. This is the reason why you won't make it, silly woman. And this is why you're kind of bad.
I'm just
trash.
it's not bad.
Okay, I'm not being personal. I'm just saying
you're bad.
The reason that people don't like you, that you don't get badges to certain cons that you would like to go to, the reason why you're rejected.
Look at Brian. He's like, delicious drama. Tasty. He's trying to get her in his own Destiny-style orbit. I don't know about that. I think he's only trying to put her down. Plus, like, if he's making the connection between her and Destiny, and he has a thing for Destiny, so anything related to Destiny has to be put down as well. He reframes and strawmans with a lizarding breath. He is good at that. He's trying the Dennis mode of giving and withholding affection. That's one of the few things I remember from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I don't remember much of that show, but that part I do for some reason. It's been so long since I've seen it.
You know the cons.
No, I don't.
Yes,
Which?
you do. Yes,
Name one.
TPUSA is a good example.
I never wanted to go.
Okay.
Never. It was requested that I go.
No,
yes, it was.
No, you asked for a badge.
You want the proof?
Sure.
Okay, here's the proof.
Did they ask you and then not give you? Why didn't they give you a badge?
It wasn't TPUSA who asked me. I was asked by a third party. So was that me asking?
I didn't say it was you. I said they don't want you there. They didn't want you to give you a media pass.
First of all, I don't think that the TPUSA thinks I have any interest of wanting to go there. But if they let Myron Gaines in, yeah, I don't think that they
rejected you because of standards of
Nazism. They can't reject a person who doesn't apply.
You wanted to go and you.
I never wanted to go. I was requested of me by Uncensored America to go. That was it. When I found out that it was some like fucking bar across the street they wanted me to debate in, I was like, yeah, fucking right, I'm doing that shit.
We have some super chats.
I don't remember the exact situation, but I do remember when this happened, and people did say that that he was asking for a badge or something to TPUSA, and since they couldn't provide it or something, he complained. I don't remember the exact situation there, so don't take my exact words for it. But there was a situation where people did allege that he was like asking for stuff and asking for a badge and stuff to that event.
80 El Guapo, $100 super chat. Thank you. I just want to say again, since the man is back, the woman is dishonoring her husband by dressing like a bathhouse worker, let alone her heresies where she's inverting scripture. Did I? Okay.
Is there any way to like minimize how many people are paying money to just call me a dirty whore and like insulting my husband? Could we minimize that a little bit?
You do that.
Well, you could skip like the Rachel Wilson one in the same way that you could probably skip.
He didn't skip it though.
He should have
accidentally,
but he didn't.
I did. I texted Rachel.
So now he didn't.
I'm sorry, Rachel. I fucked up.
But he didn't.
By the way, I fucked up a lot.
I do think it's fine to skip those.
I did spill.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to be censoring negative stuff about Rachel, then he should equally censor negative stuff about her and her husband or whatever.
Beer.
That's true.
That is.
The
okay. Doobie, I feel lucky to have met you both when you started this journey. Happy to see you both grow and hope you're doing well. Oh, no, nice. Well. Thank you for the nice message. Doobie, appreciate it. We have, she's trying to submit, I don't know what currency that is.
What is that?
2 million of, anybody, chat, what currency is that? She's trying to submit Christians. Nathan, can you figure out
what's a dinar? It's a D, I don't know. Let me ask. Oops. Let's go over here. That's the Vietnamese dong. No, that's what it says. The Vietnamese dong. The VND. It's about $80 US. For some reason, I saw the D, and that's the only currency that I know that starts with a D besides the dollar. And I don't even know what country the dinar is currency of. Let me ask. Iraq, Kuwait, Serbia, Jordan, Bahrain, Algeria, Libya, Tunisia use the dinar. Interesting. I've never heard of it, but for some reason I felt compelled to say it. I apologize.
What currency that is? Tell me what the chat is saying. She's trying to...
I never claimed to be smart.
Submit Christians. Why would it be okay to rule Christians, but not for Christians to rule? Submit to your man. Not only pretend to honor him, let the Christians rule. America got degenerated. She might be narcissistic. No long-term plan. How about truth and honesty for once?
Oh my goodness, that's a mouthful.
What is it? Nathan? Are they saying?
They probably aren't sure. It's very obscure. Maybe he can send in another 2 million, whatever that is.
Probably like $3.
It's probably like $2.
It's probably like $2.
I'll actually stop the chat and I'll look up the denomination. And if it's only like $3.50, I just kick the person from the channel.
I'll get that from Argentina. They'll send like 5,000.
It's red, so it has to be like equivalent to about like the higher amount of like either 50 or 100. And it looks like it's right in between. It's about 80. So yeah, if it was equivalent to like $2 US, it would probably be, what is it? Superchats are like blue or something, or green if they're smaller like that. And if it's like about $10, I think they're yellow.
But it's like $3.
Yeah, $3.50.
It's Vietnamese dong.
So this is the same one again.
I just want to say again, since the man is back, he sent it again.
Oh, he sent it just multiple times?
This is a subsequent one. Dishonoring her husband by dressing like, let alone her heresies, where she's inverting scripture.
Again, husband bought me the dress, likes when I wear it, encouraged me to wear it here. I'll have to take it off with my husband.
2,000 Vietnamese dong. $77.
Okay,
Actually,
that's good.
Hey, we shouldn't, by the way.
Respect.
Shout out Vietnam. W Vietnam.
W Vietnam.
W Vietnam.
Love that place.
W Vietnam. Okay, some TTS has come through.
Mikey Mike donated $69. Kyla, the more you talk, the harder you make it to underestimate you.
Wait, that would be a compliment.
No, it's the opposite.
The more you talk, it's harder to underestimate you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That means that if you're not talking, it would be easy to underestimate you. But since you're not talking, right, it's harder to underestimate you.
Yeah. So I prove that I'm more worth esteem or more worth respecting when I talk versus.
No,
I'm sure that's not what he meant. He probably meant to say the opposite, but he's definitely saying.
Yeah.
No, he definitely wasn't. He was
Okay.
definitely saying that the more because you talk so much, I find it hard to underestimate you.
Gotcha.
That's what he's saying.
Okay.
That is a compliment.
We have Doobie here. Oh, he sent it.
Doobie donated $69.
He sent it as a TTS.
I feel lucky to have met you both when you started this journey. Happy to see you both grow and hope you're doing well.
Yeah, nice to see you, Doobie.
Well, Doobie, thank you for...
Doobie has a rough gig over there. He runs the politics Discord, and it's the largest political Discord, I think, in the world. And it's like, he has so many people there, it's like a small city. And so we have old man talks. Literally old man talks. They're great talks. I like Doobie.
Me too.
All right, we have Christian Imperialist and then XJ Law.
Christian Imperialist donated $69. Kayla Dox says Andrew but won't
Hi,
name names. You preach kindness, then make false accusations, feign outrage, and play victim. Calling you joyful is an insult to whores. Whores are likable. You're a CT.
Yikes.
Good one. Good Christian values, by the way, right there. Amazing.
I feel like you guys insult me. I feel like I haven't.
Again,
I wonder whose
any
audience is
dunce
here.
she can applaud while taking offense to any valid criticism. Have an inkling of self-awareness and disappear with dignity back into obscurity. We respect you for it.
I'm not interested in dunks. I'm interested in good conversation, which is why I'm disappointed by the conversation with Andrew because I know he's fully capable of it, but he wasn't willing to engage in it, which is too bad.
From her perspective, what she means by bad faith is when I actually make arguments.
No.
And I make arguments based on the worldview that she has and show that hers is fucking insane.
Nope,
It makes
I've
no
already
sense.
defined bad faith by what I mean by it. I've been very clear.
Yeah, and I'm going to define that by what you... Here's what you say bad faith is versus what you actually think bad faith is, because you call every fucking person bad faith. Is Rob Noor bad faith?
Sometimes. I said everyone's bad faith.
Yeah, they're all bad faith.
Wait, I said from the very beginning.
Is Rob Noor mostly bad faith?
I don't think so, no. I've had really good faith with Rob Noor.
Okay, so he's mostly good faith.
A lot of time, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So when you're on Destiny stream and you say Rob Noor's extremely bad faith, what did you mean by...
Oh, there's one. Andrew, your Joe Rogan interview was the most boring episode Joe ever had. The DGG Discord is its own com that doesn't follow Destiny anymore. Way more people liked Kyla than you. W. Kyla L. Fatty. Damn.
Oh, no, I've had really good faith with Rob Noor.
Okay, so he's mostly good faith.
So that's like one person that's there for on Kyla's side, and like about more than 90%, like I was saying before, that are on Andrew's side, going as far as to call her the C word. That's wow.
Faith.
A lot of time, yeah.
Okay,
Cringe.
gotcha. So when you're on Destiny stream and you say Rob Noor's extremely bad faith, what did you mean by that?
That in many instances.
He is bad faith too. Oh, she said it. She said the title. Yep. Like a friend of me. Weird double standard with the insulting super chats. Yeah, calling her the C word and then like freaking out because Rachel was even mentioned, like the whole like whore thing, and at least they start out the C word that ends with T, but everybody knows what that is. So yeah, that's oh no, Rachel, I'm so sorry. He's been apologizing the entire stream ever since that one super chat came through that like even mentioned Rachel, but you know she's this lady is apparently fair game. You get big enough on YouTube, you'll get so many super chats, you'll be learning all kinds of currency. I don't know that maybe other people. For me, it's. I don't know about that. That would be nice. That would be nice. I wouldn't complain. I definitely would not complain. But I'm also trying to be realistic. So.
Rob Noor. I don't know if I actually said that
just in many
specifically.
instances.
Wait, didn't I also recommend Rob Noor to Lex Friedman show because they were looking for good conservatives with
But thank you.
good faith, and I said you should have Rob Noor? Or do
You were
not
on
remember?
the Lex Friedman show?
I wasn't on it. Lex was looking for conservatives to come on and debate, and I suggested Rob Noor specifically.
Yeah, who else were you going to suggest? Who's a good debater?
What? I could have suggested tons of other conservatives.
Who?
Counterpoints.
Terrible
Jeff
debater.
Tan,
Jeff Tan's actually a good debater. But Jeff Tan's very obscure is a problem.
Lactoid.
Very obscure.
Rob Noor at the time I was recommending him was also obscure.
He's still bigger than those guys.
So?
I mean, he's the most logical
So you're
choice.
saying I didn't recommend Rob Noor because I
you have called
recommended
Rob
Rob
Noor
Noor
bad
specifically.
faith many times.
Yeah, I've called most people bad faith.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. The issue
That's
is,
the whole point.
no, your whole point is I'm saying everyone's just bad faith all the time.
call everyone bad
No,
faith
I
to
said
begin with.
most people are bad faith some of the time, including me, which is what I said to you. I don't know if you remember that. And I said people are also good faith many of the time. And in our previous exchange, Andrew and I had a good faith conversation, which was an interesting debate. And in this conversation, you mostly referred
Jesus, she really does talk fast.
to bad faith tactics, which sucks, but it is what it is.
See, I feel like it's the opposite.
Okay, that's just how you feel though, man.
Yeah, well, objectively, it's the opposite.
What do you mean? Aren't we
Like
just assuming
anytime,
everything? How is it
like
objective
even
if we're just assuming
for instance, when I say
I have to slow it down a little bit when they get all into it, because otherwise it's just gibberish.
No objectivity can exist, though, because we're
For
assuming.
instance, when I said, hey, Kyla, why don't we just I'll do a cross-exam, and then you can do a cross-exam. We can just do it that way. And you're like, no. I must break up the monotony of getting to the thing that I want to get to, and let me bring up Agrippa's trilemma, which I wasn't moving towards at all.
He's still upset about the whole Agrippa's trilemma thing because he didn't understand what it was and had to have it explained to him like 3 times and pulled up by Brian, only to sort of get what the gist of it is. And he still doesn't seem to understand it. It's fine if he doesn't. I don't understand a lot of things. I mean, I had to look it up the first time she brought it up against Jay Dyer. But it's like, I'm okay saying I don't know something, but he pretends like he knows something, which is super cringe when he doesn't. Just say you don't know. It'd be way less cringe. They get bogged down on the most futile things.
Yeah. We're incapable of allowing a cross-exam, and it's because you're bad faith.
Wait, I allowed you to cross-examine me multiple times. In fact, multiple points where you said you're not going to answer this question. I said, write it down. I'll answer the question.
Damn, lady. Okay. I mean, either we watch it and we can understand what she's saying, or we don't watch it at all, because...
To answer most of the questions.
Which questions did I refuse to answer?
Almost every question that I asked you, you respond with a question.
Give me one then.
Sure. I asked you, I was like, well, let's talk about how this interjects with consensus. I said, when it comes to consensus, how do we get to the point where if the consensus is that we have Christianity, take up the mantle, why would that be in some way a bad thing? Do you think that Christianity taking that up would be a bad thing? Literally, stuff. It was like that the whole debate.
I said I don't think Christianity taking up the mantle necessarily, but I think it is bad though if they impose Christian moral ethics on other people.
I answered most of your questions with questions. That's bad faith.
That's not true. I answered most of your questions with answers, and some of them with questions. And you can also answer questions with questions.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
You're allowed.
How about $5? You can afford $5. How about $5? Most of the questions, no. Yes, most of the questions I asked you. You respond.
What is it with these people and asking people to bet money during debates? Like, why? Did you see Andrew's debate against Adam Khan? Yes. He what was it? I reacted to that one. Not the whole thing, but at least some of it, where it was what was it? The thing. What was it? Because it was, he kept acting like he knew what, what was it? It's right on the tip of my tongue, but for some reason I can't think of the word. Because it was, he was saying it was something that is, it's like, if you, like a nation has to do this, and it like above all, regardless of anything, it's like, a nation won't negotiate or whatever, but that's not what it was. It was something point. Damn it, what was it? It was the thing where it's he was acting like it's a pie. But why can't I think of the word? Sometimes I know exactly what I'm talking about, but I can't think of the exact word. It happens a lot. Zero sum. Thank you. I should have just looked at the chat. Thank you. I was like sitting here freaking out trying to think of it. Yeah, the zero sum thing. He could not he kept trying to say it was like, oh well, the nation has to do this at any cost or whatever, or it's when a nation refuses to compromise, when that's not what that is at all. Yeah, and it had to be explained to him, and he kept like trying to argue about it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was a zero something. And because of that, the whole ultranationalism too, he was, at first he agreed with it, and then he conceded, and then he was like, no, I don't concede. That was all kinds of messed up. I think that Adam did a good job in that one. Yeah, it was definitely the zero something. I should have just checked the chat. Just
responded with a question first, and I had to.
But it was like, oh, I'm gonna get it. I can almost touch it, but I could not. Thank you. Yeah, it means one side loses some of the pie. Yeah, the pie thing.
Literally be the answer.
Yeah, you guys are the smart ones. I never claimed to be smart, but at least I knew what zero sum was. I will give myself that. At least I knew what zero sum was. I could not honestly, like when I was watching that, at first I thought if it was a joke, like if he was doing one of his like tactics where he like acts like he needs something explained or like acts like he's gonna have to like ask questions or whatever. But no, he really didn't know what it was. And like that was, of all things, that's such a common phrase that it's not even like an obscure sort of like oh, it's getting late. It's not some kind of like obscure phrase that nobody's ever heard of. It's a very common thing. Adam did do well. That's true. Thanks, guys.
It's out of you.
I certainly appreciate you guys in the chat.
Like 80% when you say most?
Over 50.
That's okay. Okay. No, I do not believe that. Most of the questions I answered.
It's a large
Pull it.
table.
Pull it.
Wait, what did you want me to?
No, later.
Yeah. I'll have the clippers pull it. I want my $5. I'll mount it next to the Wes Watson $5.
What?
Sure.
But I'll bet it's over 50% of the time that when I asked her a question, she would respond with a question first, and then it would have to be out of her the
hold
answer.
on. When you say question, do you mean a clarifying question of what you mean by your question?
Just any question.
Is that bad faith too? If you say you pose me a question and you use a bunch of loaded
Including
words.
debate. Let's just say debate questions, still the same.
I would say clarifying your questions is not bad faith.
Yeah, we can even take clarifying questions out.
Okay.
And I still think that over 50% of the time you answered with a question, and I had to beat the actual answer out of you.
Okay.
Whereas I think the opposite's true with me. In fact, I'll clip it both ways. When you ask me a question, I bet you most of the time I said yes or no, yes or no, yes. I bet you anything. Yeah, I'll bet you.
I would grant that.
I'll literally give you another. You'll grant that?
That you answer
I answer questions, but you don't?
No.
But half of the time he was not being honest about the answer. So how do we count that? Like, sure, he gave an answer, but it wasn't an honest one, obviously. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, no, I said that you answered my questions, but I've never accused you.
You're just bad. But you accused me the whole debate of being bad faith, but I answered all your questions.
Bad faith can mean more than.
Oh, what does it mean? What does it mean?
It typically means that you are acting as though you were under the like guise or interest of one thing, but you're actually under the guise or interest of something else. With this can include
you mean an
things
internal
like
criticism?
Oh my God. Okay. The internal critique thing. Sure, we can call it internal criticism, whatever. I don't know why he's saying it like that way, but internal critique, again, for the millionth time, is adopting your opponent's position for the sake of debate temporarily to be like, hey, sure, for the sake of conversation, let's say this is true and this is true, then these two things are somehow like incompatible with each other or something. You have to adapt your opponent's positions. But the whole time she was saying, no, that's not my position. That's not my position. He was strawmanning her the whole time. You can't be strawmanning the opponent and saying that's internal critique. That's not how that works. He is so bad at internal critique. And for someone who is so terrible at it that most of the time he claims to do it, he's not doing it correctly. I'm surprised that he is so stuck on this concept as to always claim it. For how many times he has claimed to do internal critique, he could have looked it up and done it properly at least like some of the time. I'm not saying he hasn't accidentally done it properly some of the time, but most of the time he claims to do it, he's not doing it right. So he could have, by this point, looked it up at least a few times. He could have been like, oh, I claim to do this thing a lot. Maybe I should figure out how to do it properly. I should figure out how it really works. But no, obviously, if there's no need to be good faith and name concepts properly and do a proper internal critique, then of course, why would you even try to look it up? You could just claim to do internal critique all the time when things happen to be inconvenient for your argument, or when you've said an oopsie and you want to take some stuff back. You could just say, oh, it's internal critique. I did internal critique that whole time. All that cringe stuff I just said, that was me doing internal critique. Just saying. Okay, thanks. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk, everybody.
What?
You can utilize an internal critique by adopting the worldview of the opposition.
That's not bad faith. That would be
exactly.
What is bad faith?
But he wasn't doing that. She kept saying, that's not my position. That's not what I think. And he kept just claiming that it was for some reason. This is so cringe.
What is bad faith is pretending as...
Have you debated Andrew? Nope, I have not. I am terrible at debating, and I've only had like one real debate somewhat recently, and then like one little tiny small one, like 5-minute long one or whatever, or maybe 2. Yeah, so I am terrible at debating. I'm good at analyzing debates, but I'm not like I have no experience debating except that one I did recently. And I could have done that better. I didn't really prepare for it properly because I was like, how could anybody possibly like argue against this? But I was surprised by how they twisted facts, and I should have been more prepared for people literally lying. For some reason, I thought that they wouldn't lie and we would look at something and see the same thing and be like, okay, well, this is what this video shows, but I guess not. I learned that day for sure. I thought I saw you debating him on Raging Tomato. No. I was one time on a panel, but it wasn't a debate thing. I joined a panel when all that Sarah stuff went down, and basically, it was when he was like explaining his reasoning for why he was shitting all over Sarah and basically brigading her channel. And I asked him a few questions about it, and he immediately called me a stupid bitch, which was interesting. And yeah, assumed I was a leftist and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it was gross, but it wasn't a debate. It was more like him calling me names, and that's pretty much it. Like we had conversation a little bit, and he called me names, and that was pretty much it. Druin is in Druin. Who? Druin? Oh, Andrew maybe is an antichrist, literal son of the father of lies. Damn, that is. Damn. Okay, that's new. I haven't heard that before. That is an interesting take. I don't know if I would give him that much credit. That sounds like a big job for like a serious person. So I don't know. I think I don't know if he's like serious enough to be the literal antichrist. But interesting take for sure. Yeah, I mean yeah. Expect nothing but be wary of anything but for such. I actually agree with that. Oh, the antichrist thing, interesting. That's scripture. He does know he's lying. Yeah, that is true. But could you be a liar and not be the literal antichrist? I don't know. Big shoes to fill. Yeah. Clown shoes. All right. Let's see how far we get.
As though you actually granted me Agrippa's trilemma to appeal to absurdism by saying...
That's adopting the position.
No, because you weren't actually adopting the position because you refused to actually engage with Agrippa's trilemma. You don't have to, in fact,
adopt the position. You just have to adopt the position for the purpose of the debate.
No, you have to adopt it if you're saying, I'm adopting this.
No, you don't. That's not...
You have to adopt the position for the purpose of the debate, but it has to be the opponent's actual position. It can't be a straw man of their position. It can't be something you made up or whatever's convenient. It has to be, this is the opponent's position, here's the opponent's other position, here are all of the opponent's positions, here's how they don't make sense together. Not whatever you feel like assigning to the opponent. That's not how that works. There's many anti is an image, every man's liar. He's using the name of God. Okay. Interesting. The contrast with his Christianity is insane. Interesting point. I don't know if I would say Antichrist, but also I'm not religious, so maybe I simply don't know enough about that. But that seems a little excessive, honestly. But I don't know enough, so maybe I'm just uninformed. As far as lies, yes, there's lots of lies here. Lying and lies, lots of that here, absolutely. I don't know about like Antichrist in general. Seems like really like something big and important, and he's not like that big or that important. He has a lot of influence, that is true, but when I think Antichrist, I think like on the level of like a really famous celebrity or really like a president or something, a president of a strong nation or something like that, where there's a lot of power and lots of people like thinking they're charismatic or something like that, but they're actually not. But it's like I'm not seeing a lot of charisma here. I don't know. Honestly, I'm uninformed, so I don't really know anything about the Antichrist. Those are the few things that I've gathered here and there of reading random comments on social media about people describing what the Antichrist is supposed to be. So probably not the best source for that. But that is certainly a new and fresh take that I have not heard before. I will give you that. How about Trump? He actually has Christian support. That is interesting. I would not have said so before. Okay, well, honestly, I don't believe in the Antichrist. I have to be honest with you. I don't. But the concept is interesting, and I would not have said Trump before, like, yesterday. The whole him saying, "Oh, no new wars, no new wars. I'm not going to do any wars," and then Iran, literally like yesterday. Yeah. So I do want to cover that. The speech he did. You know what? I do want to pull it up, but I don't want to play the whole thing. One thing I will note, though, on the Iran thing, we've been staring at this for a while now. It's fine to take a little break and do the real quick. Let me find Donald Trump speech.
A short time ago, the United States.
When I first saw this, I was like, okay, this is weird. Because I remember him doing speeches like this, but he usually doesn't wear a hat. The only time I've seen him wear hats and stuff is when he was doing rallies and like out in the sun and whatever. But or like a rally to show like, oh, let's, vote for me or whatever. It's a voting sort of thing, like the whole red MAGA hats. But here it's like a regular USA hat, which is new for me. But granted, I haven't been really following the Trump lore recently. So it's a little weird. And it's like shading his eyes. It's almost like he's ashamed of what he's doing. At least I hope he is, because this is horrible. And if he wasn't ashamed, that would be another level of disturbing. But this is a creepy look. I haven't noticed anybody say this yet. I've noticed a few people going over the speech, but I haven't noticed anybody notice how creepy this looks. It's like you can't see his eyes, and he's standing there like hardly moving, reading a thing that is completely false. Like everything he's saying here is complete bullshit. This whole speech is complete bullshit, and it's super creepy. And he's got the fact that you can't even see his eyes just makes it extra weird. I don't know exactly where he says. Let me see if I can show his transcript. The whole Iranian regime did all this terrible stuff that really America was doing, et cetera, random stuff, lying. The whole October 7th thing, putting it on them, and the whole nuclear weapons, even though they basically agreed to all of the demands. This one was funny. We obliterated their regime nuclear program. After that attack, we warned them to never resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons. We tried to make a deal. Nope, you didn't. The lies about that. There was happening. This is super cringe.
To do it, they didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil.
They just wanted to practice evil. What the fuck are you talking about? But what is this? Instead, they attempted to rebuild it, etc., etc. Assuming should make all this bullshit. Oh my goodness, I don't even want to play it. It's disgusting. I forgot what I was looking for. Taking a massive. Yeah, I mean this whole thing after going on and on about no new wars, and here he is starting a war.
These reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship.
Massive and ongoing operation. This is gross. Oh, here, this one's funny. So remember how they had the whole like 12-day war where they attacked Iran's nuclear areas and they claimed to have destroyed them? Well,
going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally again obliterated.
Totally again obliterated. They just supposedly already obliterated it. What was this, like last year, I think? So it hasn't been that long. It's been only like maybe like half a year since they've done that. So what, they rebuilt everything and it has to be like again obliterated? What are you talking about? If it's so easy for them to rebuild it, why are we even doing this? I know he had to put in there again obliterated because he like remembered that he already claimed that it was obliterated. This is so cringe. They're gonna attack our forces, etc. Forces rule a military, no military north. Close to its power. Administration taking a pressful step to minimize the risk, etc. We're gonna have casualties. That often happens in war.
Do not make this statement lightly. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. And it is.
This is so. This whole thing is lies. There is. I don't even know if there's a single true statement in this whole speech. And this is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. No new wars, my ass. He even said it himself that often happens in war. That this is a war to him. This is a war. He's starting a war. That the one thing he said he would never do. No new wars. I don't want to start any new wars. That's the one difference. All these other people, they started all these wars. And it's such a stupid thing to do. There's no new wars. Oh my goodness. I am ashamed to have ever defended him. Okay. Let me catch up on chat here. Yeah, we're done with this. Let's catch up on chat and then we'll try to see how far we get in the rest of the debate. One can be Machiavellian without being malicious. He's not important. Anti is very specific, and there be many. Okay. Interesting. Puppets. It's all about the name. He crossed the line. He should not have many there are gonna be with. Yeah. Yeah. This one. I like this. I like this message. That seems fitting. God is in them all, believe it or not. Zero energy speech. He does seem like he's two-facing. They don't even need a pretense of reason. Just, we're gonna do it. Just. Again. He had to insert the again in there. This is so cringe. Things will get worse before they better in the short term. We will suffer some, but it's time. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the whole Iran thing is it's absolutely terrible. the no new wars thing was the only thing he still somewhat had going for him, despite attacking Iran already before, at least because Iran held back. That's the only reason that did not break out into a bigger war, is because Iran held back on retaliating, and they didn't end up having any American casualties. The only reason is because they didn't fight back. And it seems like they wanted them to fight back, because here we are again, just poking and prodding and attacking and going into places where it's none of our business to be going, and doing all these things that is none of our business to be doing. And he said it himself, the whole Americans are going to be hurt and lose their lives in this conflict. Nobody wants this. Nobody except the neocons want this. And Israel. There could be casualties line was completely unnecessary. Yeah, and the whole like calling it a war too. You don't call something that's like a little incursion for a day or two, like it happened. What was it, like 12 days last time? You don't call it a war if it's not gonna last a while. There's business. The fact that he has to say it makes it seem like he's addressing dummies. Only shins before nothing. Yeah, I mean, it's some really, really bad stuff is going on in the world, so let's distract ourselves with the rest of this debate.
An internal critique.
You have to grant
I can't
things.
internally critique Brian on being a degenerate unless I in fact adopt that I'm now a degenerate.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, then what are you saying?
With Agrippa's trilemma, you didn't actually adopt it because you just used it to insist that moral objectivity can't exist. But of course, moral objectivity can and does exist, despite the fact that Agrippa's trilemma is unsolved by all philosophical systems.
That's a contradiction,
That's
as
not
you'll find out. That's literally P and not P.
It's not.
No claims can be justified, but also objective truth and objective morality is real. Can you justify that? No.
So were you lying when you,
like what?
So were you lying when you pretended that you were granting me it and that you were working from my
How was that
election?
pretending if I grant it to you?
Because you were saying, I believe this now too. Was that
That's
true?
adopting the position.
Wait, no, you said, no, I literally believe this. And I said, no.
That's adopting the position. It can't hurt me, ever. If you make the bold claim that all adopt...
That's not how internal critique is done. You say, like, I'm adopting the position for the sake of argument, or like, let's say this is true. Like, there's language around this adoption of the opponent's position that indicates that you are adopting for the sake of argument. You don't literally sit there and lie. That's not what that's for. It's not to be a dirty liar, pants on fire. That's not what that's for.
Of any worldview reduced to a supposition which is unjustified. You can't even tell me why it would be unjustified for me to be bad fucking faith.
What?
I don't know which part of that was confusing.
All of it.
So he admits being bad faith, and that she can't justify why it would be bad for him to be bad faith. It's in the word. Okay, whatever.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Sure.
Okay, sure. So if all axioms are unjustified, right? If there is no justification for any of the various things that we're doing, period, because it all just reduces to whatever our arbitrary preferences are, and that's what it would reduce to, and it would be a moral anti...
His all reduces thing is annoying. But yes, eventually, if you keep asking to ground things over and over and over, and you ask to ground that, and you ask to ground the result of that, and you keep asking the same question for each resulting answer, eventually it will be because I prefer it. And that's true for everybody.
Realism,
nope.
Then me even being bad faith, you couldn't even critique that. You could just say, oh, you're bad faith, but as long as it reduces to an axiom where I'm bad faith because it's a tautology of bad faith because I'm bad faith, then it's fine to be bad faith.
So then I ask you, okay, so since you're rejecting what I'm proposing, how do you...
I never have to answer that.
How do you solve
important.
Agrippa's trilemma?
You don't have to.
Of course you do. If I present...
Why do I have to...
I was saying this earlier, and again, I really hope that whoever debates him next acts exactly like he did in this debate and say that they won't have to answer this or that they will basically pretend and lie their ass off and to accept whatever all the arguments are, and then somehow claim internal critique and then accuse them of all kinds of stuff, call them the R word, and et cetera, et cetera. I hope that somebody does to him what he does to other people. Like, I hope to see that one day. Because especially, like, this debate was especially egregious at that. I mean, sure, for some people, but that's also a preference. It's like you claiming to know what God wants or is or etc. All of that is also, that's still you preferring to think of it a certain way, and you can't prove any of that either. So he collapsed it all in himself, otherwise there will be infinite regressio. Yeah, that's kind of the point of the Agrippa's trilemma. He prefers what God prefers, so who cares? He has never known. Okay. I respect that people have a difference in opinion, but I agree to disagree.
Because if I present
this fucking 1,000-year-old question,
because you're pretending as though it's not a like strong argument against what you're saying. So I'm presenting like something comparable to a trolley problem,
the view,
and you're refusing
the view
to.
Makes my point.
No, the issue is what I'm saying is here's like comparatively the Euthyphro dilemma. How do you solve it? And you're going Euthyphro dilemma itself is circular, so it doesn't matter and nothing's real. It's like
Never said anything about
the trolley problem.
Yeah, never
isn't
said
true.
anything. Those are two things you continuously brought up. Never mentioned them once.
You're right. I'm using them analogously. Correct.
I can adopt the entirety of the view.
I'm asking you to solve a trolley problem or Agrippa's trilemma, and you won't solve it.
Well, you want me to solve the trolley problem?
No, I want you to solve Agrippa's trilemma.
Okay, but again, it's unnecessary to do so. If it's granted and we've destroyed all moral realism, the Christian nationalism itself, you could have no objection to because there's no moral facts.
You obviously object to this.
There's no reason to object to it.
But you do.
No, literally, I'm going to explain this in really small words. There's no reason for me to ever object to a worldview which affirms that if I institute Christian nationalism, you can't object to it morally. There's never a reason for me to go against that. Ever.
It's not my worldview or anything.
It is your worldview? You don't know it? It's going to get pointed out to you a million times?
Yeah, I'm sure your audience is going to be super happy to clip up dishonest
Phil too will pick the whole thing up. You'll see.
Okay. So the issue is, can you solve Agrippa's trilemma? If you think that Agrippa's trilemma necessarily means that there's no moral objectivity, you obviously believe that there is such a thing as moral objectivity. So how do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
Why do I need to engage in that in a debate about Christian nationalism?
Because if I provide you a philosophical test of thinking, it's the same thing if I present like a pro-lifer, the trolley problem. You need to engage in it because it's a test of logic.
No, you don't have to. Listen.
To be an honest interlocutor, you should.
No, to be an honest interlocutor, all you ever have to do, ever, if a person gives you the view and the argument for their view, in this case, your argument for your view was that all moral claims are reductions to axioms. Those reductions in axiom are suppositions. Therefore, there's no moral facts. Therefore, everything is
suppositions. They're often
yeah, they're all.
That's not exactly what it is. It's more, the whole Agrippa's trilemma thing is more like an observation of how like logical reasoning works out. It's not like. Yeah, I don't think he's quite reading it right.
You're literally saying this is not objectively true. You're destroying the possibility of objective truth.
I never said that. I said that they're unjustifiable. And so if you reject this, I say that's fine. How do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
How do they exist outside of the mind? You have to say, because I suppose they do. It's a subjective.
How do you think that they exist outside of the mind?
I don't need to ever answer.
So you never have to engage in Agrippa's trilemma because you know that it's defeating and you don't want to engage with it. That's fine.
To my worldview, it supports it. Doesn't hurt it. It's actually you getting out of my way for Christian nationalism is good. Great.
None of this does this.
It does.
You refusing to engage with a philosophical test of logic just proves that you're afraid of this test of logic.
Oh,
I can just answer it honestly, and you won't.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay.
Okay, we've got some chats coming through.
Iron Kangles donated $69.
Thank you, Iron.
He said popular, not famous.
Correct.
He isn't nice, but he's honest equals likable. You want likable? Be real enough to take a bite of that piece. Nothing authentic about you. Arguing over his opinion equals low status.
Okay.
What?
Kangles, thank you very much. We have, oh, wait. Did I just miss one? Oh, no.
Desert Judge donated $69.
Thank you, Jorge. Thank you.
Oh, Andrew, a few of us showed up to that CK America Destiny shit show in Phoenix before we got the word you and Myron got dissed by them. We have a bottle of As bourbon with your name on it.
Fair. Sorry you guys showed up there. It's too bad.
Thank you, Desert Jorge. Thank you, George. We got King Ryan here.
King Ryan donated $69. She answered questions with a question 34 times up until hour 3. I have already downloaded, transcribed it, and put it through Grok. Check my work.
Sounds right. Can you give us the opposition of how many times? Can you give?
Up to hour 3 is not very far in the debate. That's only like, this is hour 3 right here. Right here. That's not even halfway. That's like a third of the debate. Okay. Right, as long as you moderate, they're just moderating the whole debate because the question triggered their Christian nationalism is real Satanism. Okay. You just steering the ship and playing TTS. Yeah.
contradiction to the opposition how many times I answered a question with a question?
Wait, first of all, the questions have to be non-clarifying questions.
Oh, Lord.
Well, that's what you agreed to. And I've never said that you wouldn't.
If this is such an important thing, I'll have to transcribe it later and ask whatever it. Yeah, sure, we can AI the answer later if this is so important to them. But up to hour 3 is honestly like not far at all into the debate.
Answer that you. I never accused you of this thing.
Yeah, no, I'm accusing you of it. I'm saying that's bad faith.
Then why do we care about whether
because
or not
it's bad faith.
It's not bad faith.
It is bad faith to answer questions with questions.
No, it is not.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Which way's up? Okay, you see how easy that was? Why would there be a requirement that you ask me a question about that?
Well, sometimes if you're using terms that could be loaded and ambiguous, I need to clarify what you mean by,
and
for example, bad or good or better.
Do you think most of those questions were clarifications, or do you think most of those questions was you saying, what would you do then? What would you do?
A lot of them were clarifying questions, and then there's multiple times where I tried to turn your question on yourself to internally critique you, to highlight that your internal critique of me and being like, look how absurd and unjustifiable it is, falls apart for you too. That's typically what I do.
But that helps my position.
It doesn't help your position.
It doesn't matter. If the entire morality of the thing falls apart, then me implementing whatever the fuck I want is fine. Like, I don't know why you don't get that.
Because
Jay Dyer tried to show you that too. But
yeah, Jay Dyer, the king of philosophy, truly.
HXCTXR donated $69.
Oh boy.
I'll
Okay,
happily oblige Brian, you belly rubbing, burrito loving, beer dropping, brown turd shirt wearing F slur. Also, arrogance and ignorance are never a good look and always a bad combo, erudite.
Probably learned to spell.
Thank you.
See?
Why would I ever need to respond to this in a serious way?
You don't.
Okay, cool.
It's just...
Christian Imperialist donated $69. Christian values like God's commandment thou shalt not suffer a witch to live or in hoc signo vinces. Tell me how women W/3 or more abortions don't meet the clinical criteria of a serial killer.
What is in hoc signo vinces? What is that? Do you guys know?
I do not know.
I'm not familiar with it. I also don't know if it's God's commandment that
Well, thank you, Christian
XJ
Imperialist.
donated $69.
Thank you, XJ.
Bad faith is her crutch and her biggest projection. Deadly combination of ignorance and dishonesty because she can't bear to accept her fragile ego being destroyed.
Nathan, can you lower the volume to 80? For us. Thank you, XJ. Appreciate it. I don't know if you wanted to respond to that. Volume.
I don't know why I would respond with.
Okay. We have Body IQ.
Bodyik donated $69. Great performance, Kyler. Props on engaging for hours with painfully bad faith Andrew who can't open a knowledge jar and personally insults you while acting as though he said nothing offensive.
I don't think I said much offensive, no.
Okay. Did I?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you were like...
My bad, I did it again. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I was just saying, not many of them are for Kyla, but the ones that are seem to be pretty spot on. And the whole, like, the earlier one over here about... Oh, oops. I didn't mean to go that sort of back.
Body IQ.
Body.
Oh, I hated how it always pulls up this freaking chat on the right. I don't want to see that. Sorry, it's late. I keep forgetting, like, every time I mute myself because I don't want to be, like, loud with the keyboard. I keep forgetting that I muted myself. Professional streamer, y'all. I'm just kidding. All right. And earlier...
donated 69.
This is what I meant to. The fragile ego being destroyed, I think that applies more to Andrew than it does to her. The allotrope thing is pretty funny. That never gets old. Yes, like the stream and subscribe, all that fun stuff. I can tell if you're trying to talk or not with a mask. Yeah, I can see how that would be complicated to make out. Thanks again. Sorry about that. I apologize. I need to get better at seeing if I'm muted or not. It also does show on the Stream Deck, but I can't see the Stream Deck because I have to look down on it like this, because it's like, I can't look directly down because of the fabric, so I can only really look like straight or up. And the Stream Deck is down here, so I have to literally like look down to notice the mute or unmute indicator. I think I should do like a muted indicator, like, you know what, I'll probably write a script or something that will display the muted or unmuted indicator on the screen Or actually, what the easiest thing to do, I could probably pull up the app that shows it and just stick it in the corner. Just stick it in the corner of the screen so that I can tell when it's muted and it'd be more noticeable for me. I'll try to solve that problem offline. Exactly, bro. Like some of those, so many of these screw erudite style messages apply to Andrew. Yep.
Nuclear. You're like, you're fat and you're this. You're that.
You said I'm unsaved.
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You did.
No, I never said that.
Not a Christian.
Nope, never said that either. I said you asked me, are you questioning my faith? I said, yes.
I said, do you think I'm not a Christian? You said, well, actually, you came and said, yeah, she's not a Christian. She's not a Christian.
That never happened.
Okay.
Look, do you want to bet on that one too?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm
100?
I don't have $100.
What is it with these people and betting during debates? It's so cringe.
You don't have $100.
No, not for this.
You might have $100 if you're more popular because you weren't so fucking unlikable.
What is this? This is so gross.
Just saying.
Was that personal or was that not personal? I'm not sure.
Yeah, just saying.
It's a true statement. It's just true.
It's true, but so it can't be an insult. It's true, so it can't be an insult. Got it.
Maybe that
well,
one
it's
was
true
kind
that
of
you're overweight.
insulting.
It's true that you're a hypocrite.
That's true. Well, that's not true.
That's definitely true.
Oh, what's the hypocrisy?
Your entire worldview versus like the way that you live. You offer like so much grace to yourself and almost no grace to others.
Who do I not offer grace to?
Me, most other people.
What grace have I not offered you?
You sit here and tell me that I'm not saved.
I didn't tell you. I never said
never
that.
sit here and tell you that you're
never
not saved.
fucking happened.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. You made it up.
Why then did I go on a long conversation about Raqqa?
Because what happened was you said, "Are you going to question my faith?" And I said,
yeah.
"Yes." That's not saying you're unsaved.
No, my salvation.
Yes, even if I said,
Are you questioning
I have
whether I'm a Christian?
Yes, I'm questioning this. That's not saying you aren't the thing.
You were not saying it in this like I'm just not
Doesn't
sure.
matter.
You're saying, yeah, I'm questioning whether or not you're
ever
saved.
said you were unsaved. It never happened. You
So
made it up.
You have no opinion on whether or not I have salvation.
I'm not going to make a salvific claim, but I can definitely question a salvific claim.
So do you think I'm a Christian?
Well, based on what you said here, I would question the veracity of the Christianity, yes.
Okay, so then why when I clarified before when you came and said, yeah, she's not a Christian, I said, wait, are you saying that I'm not saved? I'm not a Christian?
Well, that's different than making a salvific claim.
Yeah, I am saying that. And I said, well, I would be very cautious.
That's
I wouldn't engage in
different than a
Raqqa.
salvific claim, which I did not make.
Sure, you weren't commenting on my salvation.
I would say, I wouldn't even say Christian. I would say heresy. I think you're a heretic.
Sure, that's fine that you think that. But when you say I'm not a Christian, you were obviously commenting on my status of salvation. Obviously.
No, that's not commenting on your salvation. I think that there's non-Christians who can be saved.
Okay. Like when? Like what? Like how?
Well, I don't know what the methodology is about. So
How would a non-Christian be saved?
The Orthodox Church would never make a salvific claim.
So how can a non-Christian be saved?
Well, because we don't know the dominion of God, and there could be instances where there could be instances of people who we would consider to be heretics or something like this who could potentially be saved. We would not think that that's likely, but it's possible.
So you think I'm not a Christian, but maybe I'm still saved?
I would not make a salvific claim. Just saying if we're looking at likelihoods, if you're not a Christian, the likelihood of your salvation is much lower than your likelihood if you had salvation.
I don't know why you're running from this so hard.
There's no running. That's literally a coherent answer.
I am not a Christian. You don't think I'm a Christian?
That's not the same as saying you're unsaved.
By and large, it does.
No, by and large is not the same as saying it, though.
You're right. It's implying it.
No, it's not even implying it. It's just saying that your chances, if you were a Christian, of being saved are much higher than if they're not. That's all it's saying.
So I'm asking for an example of a non-Christian who's saved.
Again, how would I have access to that information?
So you think that I might be one of those?
It's possible. I just think that the chances and likelihood of non-Christians being saved are very low.
Gotcha. So then when I said you probably shouldn't comment on my salvation, you shouldn't tell me you shouldn't say Raqqa. Why did you fight against me on that?
What do you mean? I didn't say you were unsaved.
Well, it was pretty clear that I was taking it to suggest that I'm not a Christian.
Doesn't matter how you're taking it. I didn't say that.
You did say that I'm not a Christian.
I didn't say it. Well, I didn't say you were unsaved, though.
Oh, okay.
What is going on? This is so weird because she did previously say, like, why did you say, like, when they were arguing a similar meta conversation about, like, who was insulting who and who said what. She also at that point brought up that he claimed that she wasn't saved, or that the way he argued made it seem like he believed that she wasn't saved. So why is he contesting this now? But he seemed to go along with it back then. I'm confused.
Where's P and not P? Where's the contradiction?
The contradiction here is that there are obvious implications when people that are sending in are saying that I'm not Christian,
implications
that I'm
are
not saved.
contradictions.
You agree with the TTS that
implications
comes through. And then when I
aren't
clarify and I say, are you saying that I'm not saved, that I'm not Christian? You said, yes.
Are implications contradictions?
They can be.
No, they can't.
Of course.
How can an implication be a contradiction?
Because if I say, for example, like, I think feminists are just X, right?
Yeah.
But by all the ways that I engage around talking about feminists, it's clear that I say feminism is just about the equality of sexes. But the only way that I engage around feminism is talking poorly of men, being misandrist, and trying to take away men's rights. Well, just because I say all these things doesn't mean that we would imply from that I believe that thing.
Make an inference of hypocrisy or something like this, but it's not a propositional contradiction.
Sure, it's not a propositional contradiction, but it would be a contradiction of my worldview.
No, it's not even contradicting your worldview.
Sure, if I say that I'm for equality,
you can hold the worldview that feminists are evil and yourself be a feminist. There's no fucking contradiction there.
Okay.
There's none.
Okay.
What's the contradiction? Where's P and not P?
I would say that if you say, I believe in X, and then all of your actions, the way that you talk about it, suggest that you believe in Y, then yeah, we would go, maybe you don't actually believe in
Implications aren't contradictions. Propositions have contradictions. You're pointing to, like, maybe hypocrisy? Maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
That's not a contradiction, though.
It could be.
Could hypocrisy
contradictory of your worldview?
Is
right?
it possible that hypocrisy can propositionally be a contradiction? Maybe, but hypocrisy is not contradiction. Contradictions are propositional.
So there are things that exist outside of deductive logic, right?
Inductive logic.
Yeah, and so one of the things that we can utilize with inductive logic is like what it implies.
That's inductive reasoning.
Yeah,
that's not inductive logic.
We use inductive logic for inductive reasoning.
That seems similar enough.
No, we don't need to use inductive logic for inductive reasoning either.
Okay.
Well, you can smirk, but what's the difference between? Do you know that there's a difference between reason and logic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then when I say inductive reason, does that require inductive logic?
Typically, yeah.
Okay, typically or does?
Yeah, kind of does. I don't know what other type of inductive reasoning we're doing if we're not utilizing.
Yeah. So what is reason?
I think we can understand what we mean conversationally, like for general purpose. It's like if somebody says something is like reasoning or something is logical, we can sort of understand what they mean by that without like nitpicking, but whatever.
Reason.
Logic. Huh?
What is reason?
I'm not sure you did.
Is reason logic?
They're not one-to-one.
So what is reason?
What are we doing right now?
Asking you what reason is.
How did we get here from?
Because I'm trying to figure out if inductive logic and inductive reason are the same things.
That's
what
not
is
what
reason?
you're trying to do.
See what I mean? It's obfuscation again. It's just, Andrew's bad faith. I just never answer any fucking questions.
That when you said that I wasn't a Christian, I said, "Are you saying that I'm not saved? That I'm not a Christian?"
Never
you said
you were.
yes.
You never said you were
I said
unsaved.
it, and you agreed to it.
Never happened.
Okay.
I mean, just making it up. I didn't say you were unsaved.
Okay.
A heretic? Yes. Unsaved? Didn't make that claim.
Okay.
You want more tequila?
I literally say the words.
I'll have one more shot. Yeah.
One more shot, please. Garçon. One more shot.
What's the difference between reason and logic? What are we doing right now?
Tequila?
That's the difference. What are we doing?
I don't really drink anymore. Yeah, I don't think so.
What are we doing right now?
Yes, what are we doing right now, Andrew?
Two chats.
Based Justin donated $69. The woman is dishonoring the debate. By dressing like a bath.
What is this bathhouse worker thing? It's so. Somebody really wants to label her this bathhouse worker thing. I don't even know how many super chats came in at this point that labeled her bathhouse worker.
Bathhouse worker and not eating the pizza. Very bad faith. Just eat the pizza.
I think it's increasingly weird that all these TTS really want me to eat the pizza. It might suggest what I was going to before. Normally, they want me to eat the pizza.
Justice is justice.
Do you disagree with
Ryan
that?
donated
Justice is what's justice.
$69. Questions responded to with a question up until hour 3. Kyla, 34 total, 13 clarifying. Andrew, 18 total, 5 clarifying. Insults, Andrew to Kyla 12, Kyla to Andrew 8.
That's not what we're trying to test here. We're trying to
So
ask
Kyla
whether or not...
insulted me more than her, or has insulted me more than I've insulted her, and has answered questions, including clarifying questions.
What depends on what he's defining as insults.
Asking, he put the clarifying questions. He said clarifying questions this minute.
I agree. The issue is that the issue wasn't whether or not I asked clarifying questions or answered with questions. It was whether or not 80% of my responses to your questions was questions.
Faith.
It's not bad faith.
It was bad faith. It is bad faith.
There's nothing definitionally bad faith.
What you just did when I asked you about reason versus logic, when you made the claim, and you're like, what are we even doing right now? Total bad faith. It's all
How is that bad faith?
Because you won't respond to what I'm asking you.
Not responding isn't bad faith.
Oh, okay. Okay, then.
We have our... He doesn't look Vietnamese, though, is the thing, but
maybe he's mixed.
I don't know. If you're interested in good conversations, lady, why the hell are you not acknowledging Andrew's top-tier game here?
Oh, what does it matter if somebody doesn't look Vietnamese? There are a lot of people that are expats living in countries like Vietnam, Cambodia, a lot of places like that where it's there's a lot of expats, especially men in a lot of these Asian countries where it's cheaper for them to live, especially if they work remotely and stuff like that.
Here, he was maybe 5% bad faith, and yours was magnitudes higher. Watch the conversation again multiple times. Try to change your style. You do have the equipment, but it's corrupt.
I think I've acknowledged multiple times that Andrew's talented. I think on my stream, I regularly get mad at my stream when they try to be like, Andrew's just stupid and he's bad at debating. I'm like, that's not true at all. Andrew's good at debating and he's not stupid. He's often bad faith, which frustrates like Phil Bro, autists, but
how are you good at debating if you're just bad faith?
Because debating
wouldn't that be the opposite of being a good debater?
I mean, I would argue on like debate purists, but a lot of people get like sucked in, like your audience, based on like rhetoric and like reframing of conversations and.
I didn't reframe shit.
You reframed and strawman multiple times.
Ask ChatGPT the same question. How many times did Kyla reframe versus Andrew?
What?
That's what he's using, I think. Well, I don't think ChatGPT, but he's
YouTube actually has a built-in AI that's just you can like.
Yeah, just ask about reframing. It's like it's not even close. It's literally all projection. The idea is like, Andrew's bad faith. How do you know that? Because I was bad faith the entire time. It's just like, okay. Oh. I answer questions with questions. I reframe. I do all the shit. But Andrew's the one. He's the bad guy. Andrew's bad.
I didn't say you're a bad guy. I don't think it's immoral to be bad faith.
Super chat here from Abe. Thank you, Abe. If every non-inferential commitment is dogma, then logic itself is dogma. But if logic is dogma, argument collapses. So either presuppositions are legitimate or skepticism self-destructs.
Presuppositions, you can engage in dogmatism to build a foundational axiom system. That's what people do all the time. You can also engage in infinite regression to be able to, like we just do this all the time, and that's okay.
Okay.
Look, you're never going to convince her on this, dude. Ever.
You're never going to engage with the Grippers trilemma, are you? You're never going to solve it.
This guy's engaging with you. You don't even understand what he's saying.
I do understand. He's trying to say that presuppositions basically are not.
Nope. Back it up. Do you want me to actually explain what he's saying? Because I will.
Sure.
Okay. Back up the super chat real quick.
I might have. I unstarted it, so I don't know if I'm going to.
Because what you focused on was presupposition. What he gave you was actually an informal syllogism. He was trying to show you something important. But if you back it up, I'll show you.
Give me a moment here.
Will you solve for Grippers trilemma yet? Or are you going to continue on that?
Everyone wants to live in America. That's it. Oops.
Well, I said you, this is like the one thing I'm going to keep asking you to do.
You can ask me a million times.
And you're not gonna
but if your worldview just allows for me to do what I want, then I'm just going to do that.
But my worldview doesn't allow you to do it.
It doesn't.
You just don't know it.
Nope.
Okay.
Solve a Grippers trilemma then.
If Grippers trilemma is true, the moral facts are destroyed.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, they are.
And solve for
Can you
Grippers
say that
trilemma.
again?
How do
You don't
not
need
engage
to. It's moral facts are destroyed.
How do you not engage in dogmatism as a presuppositionalist?
How would it ever in a million years hurt my position to adopt that all moral facts are destroyed, therefore I can do what I want when we're arguing
I've
about
never
Christian
argued that you can
nationalism?
do whatever you want.
Yeah, was the debate on Agrippa's trilemma or Christian nationalism?
Christian nationalism.
So if you adopt Agrippa's trilemma and it helps me with Christian nationalism, why would I ever engage in Agrippa's trilemma?
Because-
Okay, so here's
why-
what he says.
why would you not engage with the
He
trolley
says
problem
every
debate?
non-inferential commitment is dogma. Meaning every commitment you make that's not inferred, then logic itself is dogma. This is the start for what his argument is. So is logic itself dogma?
The structure of logic is dogma? No. It's
Okay,
just,
so
it's
what
just
is
a system.
logic itself if it's not a dogma?
It's a system by which we try to analyze moral claims.
And then he says, but if logic is dogma, the argument has to collapse because presuppositions are legitimate and you just presupposed that logic's not dogma.
Logic, like a system of logic, isn't dogma, but presupposing
How's it not?
is dogma.
Is logic a social construction which can be changed?
No, I would say it objectively exists outside of
And
us.
is that dogma?
To assume like A equals A tautologically it would be dogma, yeah.
Then he's right. You just refuted your own argument.
I didn't refute my own argument.
Okay.
I
don't know how you
so
say
again,
logic
this
is
what you want
dogma,
to
but not
solve for.
dogma.
How do you engage in, how do you have a belief system that doesn't fail Agrippa's trilemma by either dogma, infinite, regression, or circular reasoning?
Yeah, but his question is...
I'm going to ask you again when you're finished talking.
Okay, good. His question is referring to, is logic dogma? Answer no. Then when asked about presupposition, answer yes. It's P and not P.
No. Is
yes.
presuppositionalism logic?
No, he's asking about you presupposing whether or not logic is dogma or not. You say logic is dogma, and then when asked
I don't say logic is dogma. I say that logic is a system. I presuppose God. I assume God.
So logic is logic as a system dogmatic? So it's unchanging. It's unchanging. It's
That's not
not
what
dogma.
dogmatic means.
It's a fact.
Dogmatic assumes.
Okay, wait a second. Let's make sure we got this right. Logic itself, is it a social construction which can be changed?
Is it a social construction that logic exists? No and yes.
What does that mean?
I don't really know what you're meaning here when you ask. Can you
Can
answer
you change the
Grippers
laws
trilemma
of
yet?
logic?
Sometimes, like for example, some things that we would argue logically are fallacious, like through like inductive logic, we like later go, actually, it's not fallacious.
I'm not asking about fallacies. I'm asking about the laws of logic.
Fallacies are like evidences of like logic.
I'm just
failures.
asking about the laws of logic, though.
How are fallacies not relevant to the laws of logic?
Let's start with this. Laws of logic. Do you and I agree on what those are?
Like the three laws?
Oh my goodness. I don't. Okay. The whole like the three laws of logic, the main ones. This is brought up constantly, and I don't understand why. It's basically to like quiz the other person, even though these are like obvious things. A lot of people don't know like exactly how to define them, and it doesn't really have anything to do with anything. So the whole like, oh, what are the three laws of logic? It's like a gotcha meant to basically make the other person look kind of stupid. I think she might know though. I don't know. I'll let her respond.
Laws?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you agree with me? It's the law of identity, excluded middle, and then what's the last one?
Fuck, I would need to look it up. I don't have it on the top of my head. Do you
Another
want me to look it up?
Yeah. It's non-contradiction.
Yes.
Law of non-contradiction.
Yeah.
Are those dogmatic or changeable?
Law of identity is
I'm sorry.
tautological.
Are they social constructs or changeable?
Well, some people argue against law of non-contradiction, right?
Okay. So
That one might be changeable, but I think like A equals A, law of identity. I think that one's like pretty irreducible, right? It's like a tautology.
is the law of identity a thing which is a social construct, or is it a thing which is changeable?
That would be the same thing, right?
No.
How is social construct
Because
not
you can
changeable?
change all social constructs.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So is the law of identity a social construction or not?
I think it exists objectively outside of us.
Okay. So it's not a social construction.
The law of identity, no, but like the way that we talk about and describe it might be a social
Okay. So
construction.
but the law itself is not a social construction.
No, I
Okay. So when you say that, you agree that you're making a claim that this is now objective truth.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not assuming that then.
Well, you are assuming A equals A.
That's
What do you think a tautology is?
But now you've created a contradiction.
How are you not assuming tautologies?
Because what he's saying to you
How
is
do you
that
reduce
if
it?
it's the case that you say this thing is true absent the mind. But then you say, no, it's assumed. That requires a mind. That's P and not P.
Well, it's assumed for us because we have to, but like
then that
it
requires
exists
a mind.
outside of us.
We can't be both. That's a contradiction. It's P and not P.
It's not a contradiction.
It is. How can you say that a thing requires...
I did look this up earlier, but I can bring it up again because I don't know if everybody remembers this. Because this is kind of a weird thing. This Hologrupus trilemma thing, the Munchausen trilemma. It's the problem of how you justify a belief. Every time you try to justify something, you end up in one of the three traps. One is infinite regress. You give a reason, that reason needs a reason, that reason needs a reason forever. So why is that true? Because of X. Why is X because of Y? So it never gets anywhere. You're never done justifying. The second one is circular reasoning. The belief is supported by something that secretly depends on the original belief. So, like, the Bible is true because it's God's word. How do you know it's God's word? Because the Bible says so. It's a loop. Or the third one is the one that they're discussing right now, the dogmatic stopping point. This is foundationalism. You basically stop somewhere and say that this is self-evident, it's axiomatic, it doesn't need further justification, and you stop without proving it. So it's still not justified. So that's the Agrippa's trilemma thing. And then let me see. This is not relevant. So the problem with saying it's self-refuting is that the trilemma is not about a positive theory of knowledge. It's pointing out a logical structure. Apparently it's like saying pointing out that chess has 3 possible opening move types is self-refuting unless you justify chess. And it's more about observing the structure than claiming a truth. So to refute that trilemma, they would have to show a form of justification that is not regress, not circular, and not a stopping point. The regress refers to the first one, the infinite regress of reason needs a reason forever. Just to be clear. And that's the whole point, is that it's impossible. Eventually, everything ends up picking one of those. For him, it's axioms, God. There are other types that generally pick one of the other 3 ways. Yeah, so it has to be one of those 3 things, and he tends to pick the first one, or rather the first one that he tends to do is the axioms God one, which would be the dogmatic one, because eventually he's like, oh, that's axiomatic, and that's the one that they're discussing now. So I don't think I need to cover the rest of this. It's kind of a lot. Yeah, so I did have to look that up earlier. The first time I heard this was she did the exact same thing with Jay Dyer, so I'm surprised why Andrew didn't like have this covered and really understand it fully, because if he does research on who he's debating, as deeply researching as he does every person that he debates, it's surprising that he wouldn't have looked into this more, especially since this is something that she basically got Jay Dyer on, and Jay Dyer is in his camp too, so it's odd. It's the difference between knowing an equation and the equation's proof. You have to presume it to talk about it. Presupposition is just a language game.
Requires a mind, but doesn't require a mind.
So the existence of the tautologies doesn't require a mind. They exist outside of us, right? Axiom can exist outside of us.
Okay, so the law of identity exists outside of us, so it's not assumed.
Well, of course it's assumed.
Then it's now in the category of requires a
How
mind.
is it not assumed?
Well, this is the whole problem that he's pointing out to you. If it's the case that you say it exists outside of a mind, you're not assuming it anymore. The second you say, no, I am assuming it, that requires a mind, otherwise it can't be assumed. What can assume a thing that's not a mind?
Something can exist outside of us observing it, obviously.
Yeah, sure, but what can assume a thing without a mind?
Nothing, but I don't know how you solve for Agrippa's trilemma.
So that, again, this is
how
the problem.
do you solve for Agrippa's trilemma?
But hang on, before we
how
get
is
to
this
that,
not dogmatism?
how can you possibly claim that you're not now in contradiction when you say this thing exists objectively outside of assumption, but must be assumed? That's P and not P.
Oh, because I'm granting that essentially all things are unjustified at the fundamental level.
Right. So it's all subjective required mind metric.
It's not subjective. So how do you solve Agrippa's dilemma?
If you're saying,
do you think A equals A
you
outside
asking me
of
a question
minds?
doesn't help you here. How is it the
You
case?
just won't solve it.
This guy is saying to you over and over again, even if I couldn't, that wouldn't make your position here tenable. The idea here is just this. He's asking, how can this thing exist absent a mind and with a mind? And you're saying it does. But no, it doesn't. But it does. But it doesn't. But it does.
Well, I'm assuming it exists outside of the mind.
And does that require a mind?
Sort of, but this isn't like the pertinent question.
What do you mean, sort of?
So?
How does something sort of require a mind? How does that even work? Oh, it sort of requires my mind. No, it requires a mind or it doesn't.
Because I would say A equals A
It's kind of irrelevant whether it does or not in this case.
is true regardless of whether or not I assume it. But once I'm engaging in philosophy as the individual, I must assume it because I can't reduce A equals A any further, right? How do you reduce
then you're
A
now
equals
in
A?
contradiction again.
How is that in contradiction?
Because when you say that this thing exists outside of minds, you're making a claim, an objective claim. The second you say, but it must be assumed, you're making a subjective claim.
So how are you not engaging in dogmatism?
It has nothing to do with me.
I'm asking
you. It has
you.
nothing
Yes,
to
it
do
does.
with me.
So if
I'm completely wrong in everything I'm about to say from here on out for the rest of the night, how does that help this position of yours? How?
By outlining you're in the same position that I
Who
am.
cares? Answer my question.
I care.
Can you just...
I think it's important because everybody is in the same position. So trying to basically dispute the fact that she can't justify something at some level, nobody can. So asking somebody to do something that nobody can do is a bit ridiculous. That's a cold ass pizza now. I know, I'm kind of jealous. I kind of wish I had the pizza. It looks good. I'm getting hungry. I need to get some snacks after this or something. The pizza looks pretty good, but it's definitely too late to get that now.
Can you just say, finally, yes, this is a contradiction?
No.
Okay.
Can you answer the question how you solve Agrippa's
Don't need
dilemma?
to.
You must.
You brought it up.
Yes, I brought it up for
And
you
now
to solve.
you want me to solve your argument?
No, you are a moral objectivist, correct?
Well, no, I'm an Agrippa trilemmist.
No, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
You can't. That's not a thing.
It is now. Are you assuming that?
Okay, so
Is that
you're gonna do
objective?
thing. See how he won't answer this question?
Don't need, but you don't understand the position you're in.
Are you a moral objectivist?
The
Yes or no?
position that you're in is that you destroyed all conformity to reality the second you allow the contradiction, say the contradiction must ride, and then also further, you take it one step further and say this thing requires a mind but doesn't require a mind. You don't understand.
No.
You
It's irrelevant whether... Oh my goodness. Okay, I can't...
I
destroyed
said
all moral facts.
all
You
foundational
destroyed all
axioms.
foundational
No.
arguments. I don't ever need to contend with anything. Couldn't even tell me why it was wrong to not do that.
So again,
Ever.
are you a moral objectivist? Yes or no?
Who cares?
Me.
You know what?
I would like to internally critique you now.
Yes.
You are.
Yes.
Okay. So how is something objective? How do you know that A equals A?
You mean transcendentals?
Sure.
Yeah. How do I know that they're transcendentals? Because they're unchanging.
They're unchanging?
Yeah, they can't be changed by the mind.
How do
Okay.
you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
And so how do you, but you're using the mind, right?
To interpret, not to change.
I
Because
didn't say
they
that
can't
the
be
mind-
changed.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, great. So they're an
But the
objective
mind
fact.
to some degree is assumed here.
No.
So you're assuming that they're unchanging. There's not,
No, they are unchanging by your own admission.
okay.
So what now?
How do you know?
So now we're assuming them, right?
No.
Yes.
How could they be assumed if we both agree that they're unchanging?
Because
Oh, what is this? What's this? Is this consensus? Oh my goodness. Isn't this consensus? They both agree that oh my goodness, Andrew, really? You spent the entire time arguing against her thing about consensus, and here you are deferring to, oh, we both agree. What is this? This is so weird. Everyone's in the same position, but the mind of God is in a different position. That's why this is such a bit nitpick for both of them. But again, even granting God existing, it's with our human minds, we can't understand God. We don't know what God wants. We don't know how to interpret anything that God does or doesn't do, or anything that God is or isn't. And we are back in the same place we were before. So it's the same thing. It's a long night. He's sleepy. He's gonna fall to consensus. I'm sleepy, and yeah, I mean, this is so weird. I don't understand.
assuming infinity of something solves dogmatism.
We're not
is just
assuming
wrong.
it.
You
We're
must.
agreeing that it is, in fact, objectively true that these things are unchanging. There's no longer an assumption.
There's no longer an assumption because another person happens to agree. What is he talking about? Is he serious? I hope he's not serious because that makes no sense.
You're assuming that they exist.
No, there's no assumption.
Yeah, you're assuming that we're not like a pot of brain cells in a vat.
Just because somebody agrees doesn't mean you're both not assuming. Like, you're both assuming. What? They have to agree on transcendentals.
I'll show you again. This thing unchanging. Therefore, whether my mind exists or not, that still exists.
Sure, I can grant you that.
There's no assumption there.
Well, you have to presuppose that it exists.
We're not even presupposing. We just agreed. What's the presupposition? We literally just agreed to this.
That the law of identity.
They both presupposed. What is this like we agreed thing? What does that have to do with anything? Why does he keep saying that they're agreeing? Who cares?
Even exists, that any of this exists.
We don't need to even presuppose this. You already agreed that this is an unchanging fact.
Because it's objective, but that doesn't mean that you're not.
That's the end of that argument.
That's dogmatism. You're just presupposing that it is eternal.
You keep on making the claim it's dogmatism, but how's it dogmatism if it's an unchanging thing, which does not require the mind?
Unchanging it doesn't make it an assumption.
Is a rock dogmatism?
What?
Is a rock dogmatism?
No.
Why?
I don't know. I literally don't even know what your question means here.
My question just means this. A rock is material. It exists absent the mind. Therefore requires no dogmatism.
We don't know that it exists absent the mind. But okay.
The laws of logic, by your entire estimation.
We say that most people agree that it does. Most people, not everybody, but we assume that it does. There's at some point we can't keep explaining why. That's the same thing. I'm so confused by him. This rock thing makes no sense. Yeah, you don't even need consensus. It's just basic law of non-contradiction stuff. But that is like the basic law of non-contradiction. That is dogma. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, it's dogma to assume it makes a sound.
Require no mind. Therefore, they require no dogmatism, just like the rock. Do you understand that now?
I do.
Which part am I wrong about?
You're assuming that the rock exists or that any of this world exists.
I assume that the rock exists.
Yeah, you're assuming that none of this is like a fabrication, that we're not in like a matrix.
Oh, so now we're in simulation theory.
No, I'm saying that we're assuming that we're not.
Oh, we're
taking it for granted. Well, we have to take it for granted.
So I just want to make sure I got this right. The rock exists whether you die tomorrow, right? Mm-hmm. If all human life is expunged tomorrow, is the rock still there? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, got it.
Well, theoretically, I mean, it depends on what happens.
I mean, it would be there, right? Absent all of our minds? Mm-hmm. And would this law of logic change absent all of our minds?
No.
That's the end of that.
We assume that that's the case, but we can't know for sure. Why do you think that?
That's the end of that.
No, you're still assuming that this logic is like eternal in any.
There's no assumption. We just agreed that it's an objective fact that regardless of our.
How is he? The freaking balls to refer to consensus after arguing against her whole consensus thing in a situation where consensus doesn't even solve it. This is so weird. I'm kind of glad I kept watching, even though this is ridiculously long, because I wouldn't have seen this freaking mess. This is ridiculous.
Our minds, this thing would not change. Where's the assumption?
That its existence.
If we're not assuming its existence. We already agreed that it's an unchanging fact.
Well, theoretically, none of this could exist. We could all be like in a vat and
then you're not agreeing that that's an unchanging fact.
I agree that I'm not saying that.
Now you're not agreeing? You can't figure out your own position on this?
I said that I am agreeing that it exists and it is objective, but you're still assuming
Wait,
things.
You agree that it exists and it's objective, so it exists outside of minds?
Yeah.
Okay, then there's no assumption.
There is still an assumption.
Where?
They're both assuming. Why is this so hard?
The eternal existence of it.
Why is that assumed?
You have to.
Did you just agree that it's true?
Yeah.
Then there's no assumption.
There is an assumption.
What's the assumption?
That anything exists.
Oh, so now we're back to anything exists. Okay. Do the laws of logic exist absent minds?
Does God exist absent minds?
I asked you a question. Does the laws of logic exist absent minds?
Yeah. Does God exist?
Then there's nothing else to argue about.
Does God exist absent minds?
Yes.
Okay. But we assume that God exists.
No, there's no assumption. We just agreed.
God just exists.
Well, how do we assume?
That's the dogmatism.
How do we assume if you say
God just exists? That's the assumption.
So you're saying that God perhaps may not exist?
I'm saying I believe that he does.
Believe or he does?
Well, I would say objectively he does, but it is still fundamentally.
So is God an unchanging fact?
Within my worldview, yeah.
So then
I'm engaging in dogmatism.
How's that dogmatism?
Because I'm assuming his existence.
But then that would be changeable.
No, it wouldn't.
If you make an assumption, why couldn't you change the assumption?
What?
Well, you could, but that wouldn't.
Yes.
I could engage in a different assumption, but then I would have a different worldview. Okay. My worldview makes this assumption, and a different worldview might make a different assumption.
If the laws of logic in your worldview are unchanging, then they're not assumed.
I don't know what to tell you. If you think that God exists outside of the mind, you are assuming God.
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's
Does God
dogmatism.
exist absent the mind?
I believe that he does.
Then what's the assumption?
The assumption is that he does exist.
Then that's changeable.
Just because it's changeable doesn't mean that you're not.
Yeah, the fact that something is or isn't changeable, that has nothing to do with anything. This is so stupid.
So is law of logic changeable?
I don't think.
I am dumber for having watched this. You can still believe things that are foundationally true. Yeah, you can believe, but that is assuming. which is, I think, what her point is. Like, you can still believe, but you can't justify it.
Think that it is.
Okay,
somebody could assume.
Is it?
I don't think it is because
Can you show me how it could be?
The belief is separate from the ontological state of what could be believed in. Yeah, it's all about justification. And at some point, you can't justify, and you have to rely on one of the three. That's the whole Agrippa Strangler thing that she was talking about. I don't understand how this, like, what is he even trying to say?
No, because I'm not. I'm
yeah, because it can't be. So you're just admitting that the laws of logic are unchangeable and not dogmatic and not a tautology.
That is dogmatic.
Assuming that it's unchangeable is the dogma. Assuming that it exists is the dogma. Assuming that God exists is the dogma.
I see. Okay, so I'm going to assume.
Do you see now? It doesn't sound like you see.
That the law of non-contradiction doesn't exist. How is it possible for, like, I don't know, the planet Earth to be the planet Mars?
I don't know how to engage with you anymore if you don't want to, like, do this stuff.
I'm doing this stuff.
I'm
literally doing the stuff.
So how do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
I just solved it for you. I just
explained. You're still assuming the infinity of it.
I just showed you this.
Which is either infinite regression or dogmatism.
There's no infinity here.
How can he possibly be, like, I think this might be why so many people think that he wins debates, because he acts like he does. And if you basically just act like you do, then people don't really know better. They hear blah, 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 blah. They sort of see and hear the tone that isn't being policed. And by simply the tone and the overall feel of it, they're sort of like, because you say something so confidently, despite it not making sense, people still think that the confident speaking person won, and the person that admits not knowing certain things, it makes it seem like that person lost, even though that has nothing to do with anything. I could believe my glass of water exists the same way I could be deluded, smug, or something dumb. He's absolutely a giga chat. Oh my goodness.
What's behind the logic?
If it's the case,
what makes A equal A?
I'm going to tell you. If it's the case that
yes, do tell.
It's not a social construction, that the laws of logic are changeable. Okay, they're changeable. They're not.
This changeable thing has nothing to do with anything.
Not social constructs.
This is seriously so dumb.
Then that's not assumed. That's stating that this thing exists absent minds objectively.
So
yes, all you have to do to defeat that position is show me a single law of logic which can be interpreted as subjective and therefore social construct and changeable.
I don't have to do that.
Just because, okay, that is a logical fallacy. Just because you can't name an exception doesn't mean the rule doesn't exist. That is a straight up logical fallacy. Oh, I forgot the name of it.
I just have to say, there's theoretically a world where we exist in a vat of soup where none of this is real and it's all being created.
That's not a contradiction.
It would be.
No.
Like, just because you can't think of an example doesn't mean non-exist. I forgot what it was called.
It wouldn't be. How would us existing in a bowl of soup and able to breathe in the soup a contradiction? That's not P implied.
Because theoretically, then something is just imposing, and the A equals A that we're assuming isn't actually true. We just assume that it's true because it's being manifest before us.
That's not a fucking contradiction. It has to be P and not P. If we could all breathe in a bowl of soup in some other world, some other place, where's the contradiction? You have to show me where the law of non-contradiction can be violated, where Superman can be you, where fucking the Earth can be Mars, where things can be what they're not. Go ahead.
Again, just because you can't think of a specific example doesn't mean non-exists.
I'm
going to have to look up the name of this because I forgot the name of this logical fallacy. I keep forgetting the names of things today. I think it just shows how late it is.
Soup where we're all actually the same being projected into a million and infinite, like in a hypothetical world that can exist. So I have to assume that the world that we exist in is true and real.
So
just like you have to.
So you can give me a hypothetical world that has contradictions?
I can't right now, but that's because
it can't be done, right?
Well, of course you can. Theoretically,
then do it.
Be done.
Do it. You can't.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, the assumption.
So are you.
No, there's no assumption here.
Okay.
This is not even an assumption. Now we.
Argument from ignorance. You can't give an example, therefore non-exist is invalid. Absence of presented evidence is not evidence of absence. A related tactic called shifting the burden of proof. If you can't give me a counterexample, then I'm right. Making you disprove the claim instead of defending it themselves. Yeah, so it's either argument from ignorance or burden of proof shifting, or just bad reasoning. Yeah, so I think argument from ignorance is the one I was thinking of, but the shifting the burden of proof might also be accurate here. Depends on like at which point it's labeled.
We've gotten to the crux of it, right? I just told you that you cannot give me a world, you cannot give me a law, you cannot give me any logic which is unchangeable. The law of non-contradiction is unchangeable. You agree. You say it's an objective fact. Then you say we assume it. That's not an objective fact. You're in contradiction. I'm not.
So there
Logical fallacy.
actually is an
Sorry, I can't sing.
entire school of
I don't know why I tried.
philosophy that basically argues that the law of non-contradiction can be contradicted. That A.
Then show me how.
I'm not. I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
What is this thing? That's so Jay Dyer. This whole like la 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 la. That's literally what he did in the last debate with her. I'm sure she's having like flashbacks to that freaking awful debate with Jay Dyer because he was doing the exact same thing. He was every time she would try to talk, he'd be like la 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 la, making weird ass noises. So creepy. He is coping. He is coping indeed.
What are you doing?
Show me the law of non-contradiction being contradicted.
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that you're not
then you have
assuming
no
something.
argument.
You're
Got
still
it.
assuming logic.
So no argument. How's there an assumption of logic if we agree that it's objective without us?
Because you're assuming that tautology is true.
That's not an assumption.
It is.
How could? Okay, so you're assuming an assumption on a thing that you say is
You're assuming
objectively
A
true.
equals- I'm not saying it's subjectively true. I'm saying
You're
it's
saying objectively true. It's unchanging.
it exists outside of our
Is a
minds.
rock an assumption?
No.
That's the end of that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. If the rock is exists in objective reality, would exist even without your minds, and so there's a lot of
The
logic.
assumption is
It's
that
objective reality
the
would exist
assumption is
without
that
the
the rock-
mind.
yeah, the assumption would be that the rock
refuted your
exists.
own argument badly. The second you said the rock exists, what you should have said is, no, absent the mind, the rock doesn't exist. That would at least make you consistent. What you said instead is that thing
He is so wrong and acting like he's so right. This is so annoying.
objectively exists even if I'm not here. That's not an assumption anymore, nor dogma. Same thing with the law of logic.
Dogma. It's assuming that it exists even if I'm not here is the dogma. Yeah.
Oh, that's dogma?
Yep.
Okay, so that's changeable?
Dogma doesn't mean unchangeable. Dogma means assuming.
Can you change dogma?
Like, I don't know what that means.
Can I change dogma from one dogma to another, but can I change a rock to not a rock?
I literally don't understand what this is asking.
I'm asking you this. If I came up with dogma right now, like, oh, it's the case that me drinking this cup of water means I'm going to hell.
How is that dogma?
Is that, how would that not be dogma?
How is that dogma?
Because it's making a religious inference about a thing.
That doesn't mean it's dogma.
Okay, what is dogma?
Dogma is just when you presuppose something.
Okay,
You
so,
just assume.
so I'm presupposing that I'm going to go to hell if I drink this?
Potentially, you might be.
Well, if I say, I'm going to go to hell if I drink this, is that now dogma?
Sure.
Then I was right. Okay, so anyway, so back to this now that I'm right. You conceded I'm right again for the 18th time. Can I then say, oh, wait, hey, you know, I changed my mind.
Yes, you can change the fundamental axioms.
Got you. Can I do that with the law of logic? Can I be like, oh, the law of non-contradiction doesn't exist. Oh, wait, no, it does exist. Or is it the case that's going to be a constant regardless of how I view it?
Yeah, that's why I would, for example, go to subjectivists and say, if this is constant,
That's
this is
not
why
subjective. It's not subjective. It's objective like the rock.
I know, which is why I said if I
No,
went and debated a subjectivist and they insisted that objectivity doesn't exist, I would say, well, the law of the law of identity is a good example
Well,
of
then it's
objectivity.
not dogma.
It is dogma
It's
because I'm
not
still
dogma.
assuming the existence of A
There's
equals
no
A.
assumption now.
There
Or
is an assumption
then
that
it's
A
not
equals
objective.
A. It's circular reasoning.
It's not objective.
Is it circular reasoning?
It's worse than circular reasoning. Now we're in contradiction.
Tautologies are worse than circular reasoning.
Yeah, contradictions are the worst. Yes.
This isn't a contradiction to say A
It is a
equals A.
contradiction.
How is
because you're saying
A
it's
equals
objectively
A?
subjective.
I'm not. So
You
I'm,
are.
I'm not.
You
I'm,
are.
No, you're not
You-
tracking.
no, you're
I was
not
talking
tracking.
about the law of identity.
Yeah, me
and
too.
I said,
Can you change it?
what do you
No.
mean?
Can?
I'm in
Honestly, I have nothing to add here besides what I've already said over and over and over again. He keeps repeating himself, and she keeps repeating herself, and he is wrong and she is right in this particular instance. There were parts of this debate where she was terribly wrong as well. I'm not like just saying that, but about the whole Agrippa's trilemma thing throughout the whole debate, he has been terribly wrong and she has been right. Not terribly right, but like regular right. And this is so because they're both. I don't know how else she can explain this because she has tried explaining in all of the possible ways already, and he's either not getting it because he doesn't understand still, or he did finally understand but realizes it doesn't work for his position, so he's basically like denying it because he said so. I don't know. This is completely over and over, so repetitive, and they're both talking past each other, I guess. Or at least, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. This is... Ugh.
Is the law of identity going to be the law of identity even if not so airtight?
Oh, we're gonna do the voices now? Okay. Okay, wonderful. Hello, Abe. Welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't ground the existence of objects in the mind of God. It's a coping mechanism. Yeah, I mean, the whole Agrippa's trilemma thing, I don't understand why he's... It's been explained so many times, he still doesn't seem to understand it. And all of the stuff that he's saying is completely irrelevant to it.
And all of the mind die.
I'm an objectivist.
Go great.
So I would say
objectivist?
No. Yeah.
Or do you mean you believe in objective, like objective morality or objective truth or something like that?
Yeah.
Objectivism is its own branch of philosophy. You know
Sure,
that.
you're right. I should have been really specific.
When we're talking about objective.
Objectivity, sure.
Yeah,
yes.
we're talking about objective.
But you could just grant.
Objective, you agree, is something which does not require mind.
Yep.
Okay, subjective is a thing which does require mind.
Yep.
The rock, then, by this logic, it requires no minds. If all minds are gone, the rock is still there. Is the law of logic still there?
We assume that.
I would say yes.
Well, no. Why would you say yes with the rock?
Because I believe in objectivity.
So
things exist.
Do you believe it, or it is in fact the case that the rock would be there?
Well, I would say that it is in fact the case, but fundamentally, I'm still assuming that existence is
You're
real.
assuming existence.
Yeah, sort of.
The thing you live in.
Well, I'm assuming God,
Yes.
and you're assuming God.
Oh, you're assuming God.
Yeah.
Do you think that a subjectivist would say that the rock would still be there? That it would be objectively true.
They
That
may or may
without
not.
minds, the rock materially would still be there.
It doesn't matter what sort of like view you hold. The point is that everybody at some point gets to a point where they can't justify something, and you have to take one of the three directions. It's like the pattern that the logic falls in. Like we looked it up together several times. I don't know how, and it was explained to him several times too. And they looked it up on the screen too. I don't understand how this is still so confusing for him. At some point, you can't justify, and at some point, you basically have to assume.
I think somewhat. I don't know. I'm not a subjective. I don't need to answer this for them.
Oh, you don't need to answer.
Not for them. No, that's not my belief system.
Gotcha. So P and not P, P and not P, P and not P.
Why would I have to answer for?
You don't have to. Look, you don't have to answer any more questions. I'm just showing you. I demonstrated to you 100 times now that you're pointing to a thing which you claim is objectively true, and then at the same time saying that you're assuming it, which means it can't be objectively true because it's changeable.
Yes, you assume tautologies.
Okay, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Law
saying
of identity is.
It's because you can't justify it, not because you don't believe in it. You can believe in things that you can't justify.
Tautology. You assume tautologies.
How's law of identity a tautology?
A equals A is a tautology.
I'm sorry. How is A equals A the law of identity?
Law of identity is a thing is identical with itself. A equals A.
That's not what. So wait a second. I just want to make sure I got this right. When you say the law of identity, and the law of identity is just saying that a thing must be itself. How is that tautological?
Because it's
That's literally what that means.
A must equal A.
No. No.
What is it
This
saying?
is. Tautology would be to be saying the same thing over and over again, right? You agree?
That's what? How? I mean, in a way, but that's literally what that was. It's a weird way of phrasing it. I mean, you can say the same thing over and over again, but that doesn't make it a tautology by just saying the same thing many times. It's like a thing is a thing. That is literally a tautology, what he described. That's literally what that was. I don't know how he could say that wasn't.
Agree with
X equals
that?
X equals X.
The thing is true. That is true. You can't. It's like unfalsifiable.
Equals X equals X.
Yeah. So if you say that X is X, is that a tautology?
I think so. I need to think about it more.
No.
Why not?
Because if you're saying that
It is. I think it is. The thing is a thing.
X is X because X, that's a tautology. If you say X is X, all you're doing is stating that X is the thing it is.
Oh yeah, it would be.
That is
tautology.
not tautological.
Yes, it is. X equals X.
Pull
is
up,
tautological.
Brian, pull up a tautology. She doesn't know what it is. Here, I'll just pull it up. This is the most fucking crazy shit. Oh, I love that we save this engagement for the end. It just puts the icing on the cake. So you don't know what a tautology is, but I'm going to help you out here. Tautology is a statement that is true in every possible interpretation, essentially a representation, a logical necessity, unavoidable truth. In logic,
Like X equals X. Something like that, maybe.
it is a formula that always yields true, while in rhetoric, it is redundant, repetitive phrase. So,
Like X equals X. I don't understand. He was so freaking sure that he was going to pull up something that contradict. I want to see where this goes, because this is interesting now. This is like, let me pull up something that I'm going to show you. You don't know what this is. You have no idea. Let me explain it to you. Let me pull it up. I'm going to show everybody how right I am. And this is literally exactly what was just said. What did he call this? Icing on the cake or something?
X equals X.
help me out here. The thing is the thing, right?
X equals X.
Okay, so all you're saying is that it's tautologically true, the law of identity, X is always itself?
I didn't say it's total.
Didn't he just say that that's not a tautology? And that he was gonna show her what a tautology really was, because that wasn't it, and literally read that out. You can't make this shit up.
Logically true. I said the law of identity is a tautology.
Okay,
A
so
equals A.
so what makes that true?
You see how it seems to be switching up the topic now? Yeah. As if he's won the debate. That the whole time. If you act like you've won, right?
In my worldview, I think that tautologies are good examples of objective things.
What?
If A equals A, I think that A equals A regardless of whether I'm observing it.
Wait, hang on. Hang on, I just want to make sure I got this right. So it is, when you're talking about a tautology here, the thing that makes it true is that it's true?
That is a tautology.
You have to assume it. So is there's
granted.
there's no way for you to assume that the law of identity is untrue?
Based on what? In my worldview?
Period. Is there any way to assume that a tautology is untrue?
I would argue no. This is why it's objective.
So then you don't need to assume anything with a tautology?
Well, you're assuming existence. You're assuming
something that I asked you about a tautology, not existence. Do you have to assume? Do you have to assume a tautology?
Yes.
You have to. Okay.
You just assume that it is true that A equals A. And
so how do we assume a tautology is not tautological?
We don't. We just assume.
We can't.
Yeah, we say A equals A.
We can't.
We just grant that.
Wait, we can't, and that's not an assumption.
We just grant that A equals A.
We just grant.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what
is it now an assumption?
These are the same thing. When you say we just grant that A equals A.
I see.
That's the point.
We grant axioms.
Is it objectively true?
I would argue it is, yeah.
Okay, but it's not objectively true that a tautology X is true?
No, I think X equals X is true.
Can I assume it's not a tautology?
You could, but I think it would be very hard for you to do so.
Why?
I think that logic and
because that's literally what it is. Okay. What happened to the I'm gonna show her, I'm gonna look it up, and she doesn't know what it is? That seems to have disappeared.
Why can't I just assume it?
I'm explaining if you pause. Because if you assume that tautologies are not true, it's going to be really hard for you to build with reason and logic any sort of like philosophical system.
Are you assuming that?
Which?
Are you assuming that I just can't assume things? Is that an assumption?
No, I said you can't assume things.
So help me. I'm super confused here.
I know.
Yeah, really it's very obvious that he's confused.
Yeah, and I really just need an answer to one question.
Yeah.
The laws of logic, are they changeable?
I don't believe they are, no. I think they're
believe?
objective.
Can you give me an example of where they're changeable?
No, because I think they're objective.
Again, that's the argument from ignorance. If you can't, you can't give me an example, therefore it doesn't exist. That's logical fallacy.
You think, or they are?
Well, I'm assuming, yeah.
You're just assuming that.
Yeah, I'm
then
granting
you should be
A
able
equals
to, if it's a social construction assumption, change it.
I didn't say it's a social construction. I said A equals A, and I'm assuming that that is true.
If you assume it, if you're assuming that this
Then
thing
it's
is true,
dogma.
can you make an assumption that it is not true?
Theoretically, yeah, I'm not doing that though.
So how can I assume that the law of non-contradiction is not true?
It would be some like weird anti-realist, moral nihilist person who thinks like nothing is true
Then do it.
anyway.
Then do it.
I don't believe
Moral
this.
and anti-realist believe in the law of non-contradiction.
Oh my goodness, there's still an hour of this. We can do it. We can do it.
Sure, but
They agree it's objectively true even.
I would say that, and this is why I go to moral anti-realist and be like, come on, you're an objectivist too. You have to be
Yeah, but
because you granted that A equals
this hurts
A.
your position though.
Little help.
Doesn't hurt my position.
It does, because now we're outside the second you say a thing is objectively true.
Let me know if they like start talking too fast, I'll slow down.
This objectively is real, period.
We grant that it is true, yeah.
No, you're not granting it. You're saying it is.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, I'm engaging in dogmatism to say A equals A.
Okay.
And A will equal A no matter what.
Okay.
I believe in.
Absent? Does dogmatism require a mind?
No, I guess like fallacies.
Okay, great. Does the law of logic require mind?
No.
No, but so dogmatism requires mind. The law of logic.
I said I guess technically no.
So the law of logic does not require mind. Dogmatism does require mind. That's another contradiction.
It's not a contradiction.
Okay, does dogmatism require mind?
No, I think like dogmatism, like the actual existence of dogmatism, the fallacy that is the logical fallacy that is dogmatism, would exist whether or not we observe
Is
it.
dogmatism in and of itself a fallacy?
Yes.
Okay, can you show me the fallacy of dogmatism?
Because you have to assume things.
Can you show me the fallacy of dogmatism?
That's the fallacy, is that you are.
Yeah, show me the formal fallacy of dogmatism.
That would be like circular reasoning usually.
Well, that's not the same word as dogmatism.
You're right. Dogmatism would assume
Does
A equals A,
dogmatism
and A equals A is
dogmatism
circular
require
reasoning.
mind or not?
No.
It doesn't.
I would say the like actual concept of dogmatism exists outside of us.
The concept.
Sure, yeah.
Concepts exist without minds?
Yes. The problem is that you're trying to make me.
Concepts exist without minds.
Yeah, in the same way that like the law of identity exists outside of minds.
That's a concept?
Sort of, yeah. What would
Is
you
it
call
objectively true or is it a concept?
Both.
Both.
Yeah, like it's when I'm saying a concept, I just mean like an idea, right? And
I just want to make sure I got
the idea is true and objective.
I want to make sure I got this right.
Okay.
This is a concept. Concepts don't require minds. It's a dogma. Dogmas don't require minds.
Well, some concepts. It depends. Like again, it depends on what we're meaning here. Like the law of identity is something we would call a
Where
concept.
does dogma exist absent of mind? Can you show it to me?
As an objective form of fallacy.
Yeah, where's that?
In the ether.
It exists in the ether?
Wait, where is law of identity?
Great question. Now we're getting into transcendentals. So, but the thing that's interesting here is like, before we can even move into that, we have to start with foundationalism. So the idea here for foundationalism
is we assume something.
Dogma requires no minds.
Sure.
Can you show me how?
Because I would say that like the three laws of logic exist outside of minds, and dogmatism is like to some way connected to the three laws of logic. It's a fallacy that's been pointed out using logic and reason. So the three laws of logic exist outside of the mind. Then yes,
fallacies also exist outside the mind.
Yeah, I think something would be fallacious. Like circular reasoning is circular reasoning, whether or not we've titled it that, labeled it that, or observed it.
Is dogma always a fallacy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're assuming.
Can you pull out your phone right now and ask, I don't care where, whatever philosophical source, if dogma itself is a fallacy?
Sure. Slow.
I'll wait.
Yes. Yes, dogmatism is considered a logical fallacy. Dogmatism is considered a logical fallacy.
Let me see.
When it presents personal opinions or rigid, unproven beliefs as undeniable facts.
Oops.
Refusing to consider evidence or counter-arguments.
That's why you didn't hand me the phone. Read it again.
Dogmatism is considered a logical fallacy when it presents personal opinions or rigid, unproven beliefs as undeniable facts. How do you prove A equals A?
Oh boy. So
how do you prove A equals A?
Now we'll try it the right way. Is dogma...
It's not a formal logical fallacy, but I think it depends on what you mean by logical fallacy, because there are like there's a set of formal ones, and then there's basically like saying like that doesn't follow. So it depends on what you mean by that. But apparently it's not a formal one.
Dogmatism in and of itself, which is what I asked you, is dogmatism in and of itself a fallacy? Dogmatism in and of itself is not fallacious. So here's the question that I have for you. Why would it be the case?
Do you want to keep reading? Or?
Oh, sure. We can keep reading. It's only considered a form if a priori thinking where one starts with a preset conclusion and forces the evidence to fit it. That's it.
Okay.
So it's not always a fallacy, is it?
So assuming A equals A.
Hang on. Is it always a fallacy?
I could be wrong with that.
Is it always a fallacy or not?
I don't know. I could be wrong. I need to look into it. I'm not trusting your word because you're...
Then look. Ask if it's always a fallacy. Is dogma itself always fallacious? Dogma.
It's considered a logical fallacy.
Is in and of itself, without any qualifiers.
Maybe it's not, but dogmatism is certainly assuming.
Okay, there are assumptions.
Which means it's
I
failing
agree.
the trilemma,
I
which means
agree.
it's
I'm just saying that those assumptions can be changed, right?
What does this mean?
That you can change assumptions, but you can't change things which you agree exist in objective reality.
Sure, yes.
Okay, so then you agree that the laws of logic exist objectively outside of
I've
assumption.
never denied that they exist objectively. I
outside of assumption.
No, the A equals A is the assumption. That's what dogmatism is.
So then change
trilemma.
You just said assumptions can be changed, right?
Sure, but I'm not going to change it because I believe
because
that
you can't change it.
I believe that this tautology is a good tautology.
Can you change it or not?
Theoretically,
can you
yes.
change any assumption?
Yes,
Can
you can assume different things.
Then can you change a law of logic?
This whole can you change it or can you not change it it's completely irrelevant. I don't know why he's so stuck on that.
I don't think so. I think that they're objective.
Show me how, whether...
I don't need to. I'm granting you that they're objective. I'm just saying that you're assuming it. A equals A is an assumption.
Okay.
This is an axiom that you just grant.
So we'll just make sure we got this right. It's objective and subjective?
No, I've never said that. That's how you're trying to frame it.
Okay. Is the trilemma subjective?
No.
It's objective?
Yeah, in the way that logic is objective.
Would the trilemma exist absent minds?
Theoretically, yeah.
Show me how.
That the laws of logic exist outside of minds, and Agrippa's trilemma utilizes laws of logic to come up with the dilemma itself.
Who cares if it utilizes it?
If it's built on the back of
you're saying,
the objective observable things, and logic and reason itself is observable, and Agrippa's trilemma utilizes logic and reason to say all axioms, all beliefs fundamentally fail Agrippa's trilemma in one of three ways, then yeah, it's objective.
So it's not an assumption?
You have to assume something at some point.
Why are you assuming it? You just said
we don't have to.
Absent all minds, Agrippa's trilemma exists, right? Mm-hmm. So where's the assumption?
In the case that tautologies are true, would be the dogmatism, or you could just do infinite regression.
But you just said those require minds.
Okay.
This does not require a mind.
True.
So this exists. Agrippa's trilemma exists absent minds.
Does circular reasoning exist absent minds?
Yeah, but my question...
Wait, I've already granted that I think that Agrippa's trilemma is objective.
Yeah, I think that
so why do you keep harping on this?
Logic reductionism will become circular. Circularity itself is not a problem.
It fails Agrippa's trilemma.
Well, but circularity itself isn't problematic. What becomes problematic...
Well, it's justified.
No, you can make justifications even if it's circular. In fact, you want the circle to point back to the justification.
Well, the point of circularity is saying that A equals A equals A equals A. It's circular, right?
Yeah, but you can have a circularity which has an infinite presupposition.
Sure.
That presupposition will move back to the source.
So the source in this case that you're claiming would be the dogmatism.
Yeah,
but if you just keep circling forever,
logical circularity itself is not what the problem is. The problem here comes in.
It is a problem for Agrippa's trilemma.
The problem here comes in when you say...
It's unjustified.
But it is justified.
How is circularity justified?
Because it exists, according to you, absent minds.
That doesn't mean that it's not.
It means it's always true. If it's always true, then it has to be a justified true belief.
So you think circular reasoning?
No, I think that if you say Agrippa's trilemma exists absent all minds, then you're saying that that's a justified true belief. It cannot be a justified true belief if it exists even absent your mind.
So Agrippa's trilemma again says any justification of knowledge must fail, as all arguments lead to three equally unsatisfying answers. Mm-hmm. So if you don't assume dogmatism, you can engage in circular reasoning.
Okay.
And if you don't want to do circular reasoning, you can engage in infinite regression.
All human beings are dead. Is Agrippa's trilemma still true?
I would say yes.
Is that an assumption?
I'm assuming it, but I've already embraced that I'm doing dogmatism, which is fine.
You're assuming it.
Yeah.
But it is, in fact, also objectively true.
Well, I think dogmatism leads to objectivity the best, which is why I engage in dogmatism.
So it's objectively true and not true.
But somebody else, for example,
so it's like Schrodinger's Agrippa trilemma.
The way that this
Schrodinger's Agrippa trilemma.
The way that the subjectivist would try to get around assumptions is engage in infinite regression, which still fails Agrippa's trilemma.
Mm-hmm. But they wouldn't say it's objectively true outside of minds.
Correct. They wouldn't. They would engage in infinite regression.
The second you say it's true outside of minds, you're making the statement that it's a justified
I'm doing
true
dogmatism.
Belief. Is it a justified true belief that Agrippa's trilemma exists, whether all human beings are dead or not?
Is it a,
don't hit me with fucking a bunch of nonsense prattle.
I'm not answering you with nonsense.
Question is it a justified true belief that Agrippa's trilemma exists if all human beings are dead?
Yeah, because the laws of logic are objective.
Okay, so then
I'm engaging in.
What you're creating,
I'm assuming that they're objective.
You just refuted your point.
I didn't refute my point. I said that they're objective, which is an assumption. What somebody could do if they didn't want to assume anything is engage in infinite regression. Okay. So you're engaging in dogmatism.
No, you just refuted your point in the worst way possible.
Sorry, she didn't. I can only say the same thing so many times. Like, this is going on and on in circles. It started out being kind of funny, but now it's so repetitive that it's almost unbearable.
By the way.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I did not.
You
Me
did
saying
too.
that I'm an objectivist has been sorry.
You're not an objectivist.
Objective.
That's
sorry,
a libertarian
moral objectivity.
philosophy.
You're right, Andrew. Relax.
That's a libertarian
Do
philosophy.
you think
It's
when I
called
said objectivist
objectivism.
that I was meaning objectivity and that it's just been 8 hours and I'm tired? Or do you think that I was
I've been here
actually
for the same
referring to
fucking
this?
8 hours.
Cool. That's fine.
So anyway, the point is like, yes, you did. You
Part of
defeated
it
your point
is I'm not trying to trip you up on like which specific word because I'm granting you what I think is reasonable that you're trying to mean. Right? When I say objectivist, you're right. I should be more precise with my language so you don't do your silly little gotchas. Obviously, I mean
I'm the one with
objectivity.
silly gotchas.
Yes.
You demanded the entire night that I engage with this, even though I didn't need to. I still did, in the spirit of charitability.
Yeah,
Still blew
you
you out on
engaged
it.
and then you
still destroyed you
You
on
did.
it.
You just said, yeah.
He just did not destroy anybody on any. Well, he did destroy her on some things, but not Agrippa's trilemma. He did not destroy her on that. He did destroy her on some things related to like Christianity and like politics over here somewhere. We covered it in previous streams, but not on this particular topic. No. Objectivism is Ayn Rand. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing dogmatism. And I said, cool.
No,
too.
I'm showing you that if we have an objective standard, we say that this is an objective standard, that this is true absent minds, and you say Agrippa's trilemma exists absent minds, then you're refuting Agrippa's trilemma. There's no more assumption.
No, I'm not.
There's no
The
more
assumption
assumption.
is that it's objective.
Then it's not. Then it's subjective.
No, this is dogmatism.
Then that's subjective too.
No, it's not. Infinite regression is more subjective.
All right, fine.
Okay.
I don't know what else to say about it.
Okay.
Like arguing with, I
Finally.
don't even know.
Yeah. It's like arguing with a bully.
Okay. All right. Well, we got some chats. Some chats came in.
Jordan's donated $69. We want you to eat the pizza so you
More tequila,
STF you.
Andrew, or
That's
are
not
you?
true.
I'm gonna have a smoke and one more shot.
All right.
But then we're gonna wrap it up soon. It's been 8 hours.
Hey, look, I've been trying to wrap this whole time. You guys just keep, Brian, keep it going. I've been trying to wrap it. I don't know what you. Thank you, Jordan, though, for the TTS. We have Selena Gornez coming in here with the.
Selena Gomez donated $69.67. Kyla still has a lot of potential but is preaching to the wrong choir. She's smart but also biased and doesn't know it or understand how she is. Call to action, Kyla, join the right in good faith.
Behind the scenes, Kyla's actually very.
I think they're both biased. I think everybody's biased. Calling a particular person biased as if others aren't is biased in itself. I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah, based in red pilled. She told me she voted for Trump.
I can't vote.
I know, I'm just messing around. If Trump, would you be in favor of annexation of Canada?
No, not under Trump, definitely not.
But think about it; it would kind of ease the immigration process for you. If we were like,
It would be personally beneficial, but I don't think Canadians
we
would like that.
annex Canada. And
I think you get rid of our
halfway-
universal health care, which I'm super not for.
It could happen, but-
Yeah, I like universal health care.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Think about it. All right.
If she liked it so much, why would she want to move here if it's so good over there with all that universal health care? It's a bit weird.
XJ Law here.
XJ Law donated $69. Her ability to weasel and evade to avoid being revealed as an incompetent cloud demon is honestly impressive. Must be exhausting though. The patience required for Andrew to engage with this drivel.
No one
Wow.
suffers like Andrew suffers. Except maybe you. I feel like you've suffered the most.
I had front row seat. So
true.
we have Intel Wild here. Thank you, Law.
Intel Wild donated $69. Not so bright as a soulless, degenerate, demon vampire.
Is that like his most common OnlyFans searches, or I wonder?
Intel Wild.
Yeah, everybody
Searches
loves
demon.
degenerate demon
Isn't
vampire
that the one
ones.
thing? The women like the sort of.
Men do too. There's like a whole
ephemeral
thing.
Sort of the werewolves and the. What was that book? You're friends with Shoe on Head, right? Didn't you do a video on this a couple months ago?
Yeah.
Where all the women were the milking
The milkmaid, yeah, the
What was
Minotaur
that?
milking.
Minotaur? I don't know,
Yeah.
y'all.
True,
y'all
but men are into some weird shit too.
It goes both ways.
Yeah,
goes
it really
both ways.
does.
We got Bronco here. Thank you, man.
Broncox donated
She said $200.
$69. I will give Tordo no more if she takes a bite of her pizza. I hate wasted food.
Sorry.
She did say
I lost the
200.
tab.
If you do 300, she will. I'm actually thinking about starting a food channel. She will actually speed eat. Those
Click the wrong button.
speed eaters. She'll speed eat the entire pizza if you do 300.
Are you
so
paying me for it though?
I'll give you a cut.
Okay.
We'll talk after. I'll give you a cut. We got King Ryan here.
King Ryan
Oh, yeah.
donated $69.
That reminds me, I did want to watch this at some point. Somebody posted this in the Substack. I haven't finished it yet. I started it, but yeah, and there's I don't know. I kind of wanted to watch the Joe Rogan episode, but I never watched the full Andrew one, and I don't know if I could sit through the full Rachel one. I don't know. It's like they run so long, and it's not a debate or anything, and Joe is so like accommodating that he doesn't push back on a ton of the bullshit. So I don't know. I did want to watch this though because this had like a specific clip, I think. But we'll save it for another day. I do want to finish this though tonight.
In the first 3 hours, when Andrew pressed her on a question, Kyle didn't give a direct answer 9 times, while Andrew only did it twice. Numbers can shift by parameters, doing my
Nathan,
best.
can you pour
Okay,
Andrew a
great.
shot?
I think
King
this was an
Ryan,
8-hour
thank you.
conversation.
One more shot for Andrew there. No, you didn't want one. That's right. I'm curious. Has anybody been keeping track of how many times Agrippa's dilemma has been said?
Trilemma.
I owe you big.
Me and Andrew on the drive over, I bet him. He didn't take the bet, but I said, Andrew, $20 if she brings up Agrippa's trilemma.
I didn't bet.
I wish he took the bet.
But why didn't I take the bet?
Because you
I said that she would bring up a self-refuting axiom, which then I would pincer her in to watch her refute herself 80,000 times.
How did I bring up a self-refuting axiom?
Well, is there any point to debate?
Yeah. How is that self-refuting?
No, that's fine. I agree. There's no point.
Wait, no point. I said there is a point to debate.
What is it?
To test logic and reason, ideally, in good doing.
To test assumptions?
Not usually, sometimes.
But all logic and reason is built on assumption?
Not all. Some of it's built on an infinite regression.
But none of it's built on an objective truth.
I didn't say that either. I believe in an objective
Is
truth.
any?
I assume
I'm not asking about your assumption. Is there objective truth?
I wish he hadn't said anything because I thought this was over and it's starting again. This is torture at this point.
Perhaps an assumption.
Sure, yeah, I would say so.
Are you assuming that?
Well, yes, to some degree.
Okay.
That's not self-defeating. This is just dogmatism. I don't know what
That's
to tell
literally
you.
you saying that it's subjective and objective at the same time.
It's not me saying that. It's just not me saying that.
Just is you saying that?
How is this not circular
Donated
reasoning?
$69. Agrippa shows justification must terminate. The issue
Exactly,
isn't
it's not circularity.
but whether your stopping point can non-arbitrarily ground rational normativity. What does yours terminate in?
Good question.
Agrippa's trilemma includes circular reasoning. Circularity is a part of it.
Yeah, but he's saying circularity is not the issue.
It could be. Oh, he's got an army of cups.
I need him for this debate.
It's actually creating a protective.
It fortifies.
No
it
one
fortifies
suffers like
me.
Andrew suffers.
This is my fortification.
Create like a triangle, just to.
Well, I can just do this a bunch. That's like
circular reasoning
Destiny
is part of
triangle.
Destiny
yeah,
triangle.
circular reasoning is also any justification knowledge fails because it's unsatisfying. Circular reasoning unsatisfying. Doesn't
What
satisfy.
does that mean?
It means that it is unsatisfying. That it is irreducible and
It doesn't mean
non-justifiable.
irreducible. It just means unsatisfying. Right?
Unsatisfying and irreducible.
What does unsatisfying mean, though?
That it's like not. It doesn't like solve perfectly logical coherence in such a way that like it's built always on something.
So
You have to assume something.
So
Or you have to do circular reasoning.
None of your
or
beliefs are built
regression.
on anything.
I think that they are.
But you're assuming.
But my axioms are fundamentally dogmatism, just like yours are.
Assumed.
Well, that's what dogmatism
So
is.
there's nothing that exists objectively absent minds.
No, that's again dogmatism doesn't.
That's irrelevant. This is the same thing over and over again. I don't know if I can do this.
mean anything about subjectivity.
We're so close to the end, and by so close, I mean another like 40 minutes. Although it's going faster at like 1.5 speed, so hopefully it won't take that long. But oh man,
Well, I just want to make
I don't know
sure.
why I keep insisting this.
Well, I insist.
I know you like it, but it's
yeah,
not
that's,
what this
that's
means.
true.
the completionist in me really wants to finish, but it's so painful. I don't know if I can.
I'm just trying to figure out what would the circularity be if a thing did exist absent a mind, like a rock. Where's the circularity?
That's not circular.
Okay.
I've never claimed that it was circular. I said all
So could you make-
justifications of knowledge
so-
must fail as all arguments lead to three equally
But you just said
unsatisfying
that
answers.
that your knowledge of the rock fails.
What do you mean fails?
You just said all claims of knowledge fail, right?
Must fail, yeah.
Okay,
Or
so
unjust.
but why do you keep claiming that rocks exist in objective morale or objectively absent minds?
Because I assume objectivity.
Okay, so
well, I assume
then-
God, and I think that
so
God
then
is
that
objective.
actually fails, right?
Yeah, in the same way that all
So a
systems
rock
fail.
doesn't actually exist absent the mind.
No, it does.
But you just said that's a knowledge claim. You just said all of them fail.
Yep.
They're still
okay.
doing it.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a super chat here from Downdrift. Not
Thank
a fan on his
you.
channel, but he says it's night out, and she says not in Aussie. Using big words, talking fast makes her think she's smart, but she's an idiot. Overcomplicating everything for no reason will make you right. Does the world see math true? Does 2 + 2 = 4?
Yeah, that's a tautology. These are the things that we assume in math, that 2 + 2 = 4. Why? Why does 2 + 2 = 4? We assume it. It seems, I would argue, because it's objectively true. We're just assuming this. We're assuming that 2 + 2 = 4 because we must.
Rocks exist without minds. That's true. But I also assumed it, and all knowledge claims fail.
Yeah. All justifications of knowledge.
No,
fail.
all knowledge claims fail.
No, all justifications
Read
of
it
knowledge
again.
claims. Any justification of knowledge must fail, as all arguments lead to 3 equally unsatisfying
So
answers.
then you saying that the rock exists objectively
Is
is
dogmatism.
unjustified and fails.
In the way that all arguments fail.
So then it
Well, not in the same way. Mine would be dogmatism.
so then is it true, absent your personal belief,
Yes.
that the rock exists if you die?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, objectivity still exists.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have Warm Storm. Thank you for the Canadian 100. Merge physics with philosophy. Nothing exists as we know it without a conscious observer. Therefore, nothing is truly objective. You're both potentially right and wrong at the same time. How long is a piece of string? The answer is as infinite as the two of you arguing.
Good
I would be
example.
willing.
Infinite regression.
Yeah, I would be willing to grant that, except that you said something there which was very important. You said that
As infinite as this New York. I appreciated that. Here for this is fascinating. I don't know. Oh yeah, what is under your hat? Pigeons keep coming up. This is the second time today that pigeons have come up in the stream. I brought up pigeons before about the whole like pigeon on a chessboard thing that he's doing.
this thing, you said the answer is infinite. Like, let's say we took an arrow. You should fire the arrow. You did the old Greek philosophy thing, right? It's always potentially in flight due to the fact that you can reduce time by an infinite amount. But the second you say that claim is objectively true, you have now destroyed the idea that you have to make the claim that this thing is unjustified. You can't say it's unjustified and objectively true, or you end up with P and not P.
No, that's not true.
Okay, is truth? Can you justify truth?
You can attempt to, but all justifications will fail.
Do you believe that you can justify truth?
Sort of, but I'll fail eventually.
Okay.
Because of
Is that
dogmatism.
true?
Is what true?
Is it true that you can't justify truth?
It seems to be.
Okay.
But maybe not. Maybe the infinite regression is
So
not true.
it's true that you can't justify truth. Got it.
Okay.
Got it. I understand now.
Okay, we have...
I was confused before, but now it's clarified.
Astros89 donated $69. Carly bad faith, you are more interested in winning or performing for an audience than in seeking truth, finding common ground, or being open to changing their mind.
I feel like I've changed my mind.
See, it's comments like this that I'm like, wow, that applies way more to Andrew than it does to her. Not that she's done like a perfect job. She's definitely been wrong on much of stuff too, but I think he's definitely way more bad faith than she is. I don't know. It's like stuff like this. I'm like amazed. How can we look at the same thing and see such different things?
Mine and grant you multiple things, but okay.
Ashes Rose, thank you for TTS. We have Kyla.
Kyla Bunny Hugs donated $69. Imagine her husband is married to her and is subjected.
Didn't he say that he was going to skip stuff about the spouse because he's skipping stuff about Rachel, and that he accidentally let something negative about Rachel go through, and he's been apologizing ever since the whole stream. But it seems to be fine anytime it's like her husband is mentioned in any negative way too, and like their relationship. So one relationship where the wife is a public figure, that's not okay. But the other relationship where, as far as I know, the husband isn't a public figure, that's supposedly okay. I'm so confused by this double standard. Not even really double standard, worse than double standard, because it's like a different, like it's even worse the other way, if that makes sense. I don't even know what to call that.
On both parties that her husband hasn't cheated on her because he's been home all day. Kyla still will assume he still cheated. We still love you.
Well, look, it's not, listen, to be fair, it wouldn't, she can say that it's...
I'm sorry, respectfully, please don't engage with people like making claims about me or my husband cheating on me.
Well, I'm just arguing the philosophy. It would be the case that is not objectively true.
Postulating whether or not me and my husband have cheated on me.
Yeah, that's interesting that he would do that, because he complained when Charlie was basically just arguing on the philosophy, of like the three baby daddies thing, and trying to connect that to his worldview, and just arguing the philosophy, and he went off and started cussing her out and literally like was spazzing out about it. So odd that he would say that.
On each other in the same way that I'm not engaged in some sort of philosophy about like Rachel Wilson like having multiple baby daddies and blah blah blah, all that bullshit.
Thank you. I'm glad she said that, because that's completely a double standard.
I'm not interested in engaging in that sort of thing. It's not interesting.
Yeah, I really wasn't going to engage with whether or not there's any truth to this. I don't believe for a second that there's any truth that Nick has ever cheated on Kyla or vice versa. I have no idea. Okay, I'm just saying that there's no way for her to justify the belief that he hasn't.
This is so annoying.
That's all. That's all, right?
No.
No, you can't justify that.
I'm so over engaging with you on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well,
even though it's your argument.
Look, you're a straw man and unwilling to engage with me, saying,
if
you're assuming
totally willing to.
Brian, you were so close to making them stop, and you couldn't do it. Make it stop, Brian. You have the power. I believe in you.
No, assuming it's taken for granted.
Does assumption require a mind?
No, in this case, no, not technically.
Okay, then how is something assumed absent a mind?
Because A equals A must be like just assumed to be infinite and true forever.
Who's assuming it?
Nothing.
I just want to make sure that you understand what you just said. I just want you to understand what you did. I just want you to understand.
Occurring within a mind.
By the way, clip that. I just want you to understand what you just said. I just said, does assumption require a mind? You said no, and I said, well, then who assumes the thing? And you said nothing. All right, I'm good.
Okay.
What is wrong with him?
All right.
I don't know if he's good.
Do you guys need to do another closing?
No, I'm good.
No.
Okay. So the debate's done. There's no further closing. I was going to continue to stream just on my own for a little bit.
I don't know what the other 47 minutes is, but I really hope it is done.
I wanted to talk to the audience.
Oh, cool.
I was going to lower the threshold a little bit, but I know you have another hour and a half, by the way, to get in and out.
I'll hang out with you for a little bit.
Okay. Will you stay for a little bit? Maybe we can just have a little pleasant convo for a little bit towards the end of the stream. Only if you want to, though, because
I'll give you 30 minutes. Oh, and then I'm going to fucking in and out.
That's perfect. That's all I need.
You fucker, but I'm going to have a smoke real quick.
You're a fucking legend, Andrew. Yeah. Guys, W's in the chat for Andrew Wilson. W's in the chat for Kyla. You guys were fantastic. It was a fantastic debate. We'll do an after what would be the after hours?
Aftercare.
After. Not exactly, but we'll do.
It assumes.
What's the
without a mind?
You know, like the after show, the late night show, the after show. So guys, if you want to stick around a little bit, I'm going to lower the TTS threshold if you want to get a little message in here at the end. We'll do $49 TTS if any of you guys want to ask a question. Yeah, we'll do that. You're welcome to. Really quick, Debate University, guys, debateuniversity.com.
After that performance, I mean, I suppose if you still want to go in front of largely your own audience who already agrees with you on most things and act like you're winning. I think that's all you really need to know. That's it. I mean, that does it, right?
If you want to learn how to become a master,
regardless of whether you make sense or not, just act like you're winning, and that's it. I'll save you $250.
Debater like Andrew,
you can assume things without a mind.
We've just abandoned philosophy at this point. You're unironically just doing wordplay now, which is fine. You can do that.
Unironically, not. We decided that what is subjective is requires mind. What is objective does not require mind. When I ask you how you make an assumption absent a mind, you said yes. That
this explains why there's another 40 minutes.
Is objective, and then I said, how can that be processed absent a mind? And you said, well, what process is it absent a mind? You said nothing. No, it can be processed absent a mind. What process is it?
Yeah, but it exists outside of the mind, right? So even though the mind isn't processing it, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist outside.
Does a mind process it?
It could, but I would say it's subjective. It exists outside of us.
That would be objective.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
You said subjective.
I said objective.
You said subjective.
I definitely said objective, and if I didn't say objective, then I absolutely meant objective.
That's fine. So objectively, it exists outside the mind. How can you assume? How does something get assumed absent a mind?
It's like taken for granted.
By who? By what mind?
By no one, but a mind engaging in a grip.
There's no mind. You just said does not require mind.
Yeah, I think the laws of logic exist outside of my mind.
Yeah, I know, but
then when we're getting to like tautological arguments or axioms, then of course I'm here and you're here.
Yeah, but what can make an assumption absent a mind?
Nothing.
Oh.
But this doesn't mean that objectivity doesn't exist.
If I end up crying, this is why. This is so painful.
So, but how can
a mind?
You said that you can make assumptions absent a mind.
Do you think that the laws of logic exist outside of mind?
Yeah. Do you think that assumption can exist outside of mind?
How do you know the laws of logic exist outside
because
of
they're
mind?
unchangeable. They're not social constructions.
I've never cried on string before. There's always a first for everything.
They're not changing. They're unchanging.
Okay.
Yeah. So can you make an assumption?
Can you know that it's unchanging without a mind? How do you know that?
Wait. Because
you know it's unchanging without a mind?
It's funny. With a mind, I understand that even absent the mind, this thing would be unchanging, like the rock.
Correct.
You have an assumption. What can be assumed absent a mind?
These things exist outside of mind.
Yeah. What can be assumed absent a mind?
Well, these things exist outside of mind.
But what can be assumed?
Well, the mind has to assume it to engage in philosophy.
Okay, so
this
then
is what the dogmatism is.
Absent the mind, there aren't any assumptions?
No, these things still exist.
No,
so
I'm
absent
asking,
the mind observing the laws of logic.
What's the word assumption mean?
I don't have it on the top of my head.
Can you have assumptions absent mind?
In the rules, it depends on what we're meaning here, right?
That's why I just asked you what assumption means. Yeah. What does it mean?
It's the mind observing it. So this would go to the same question of you.
So
how do you know that laws of logic exist infinitely?
Can you?
How do you know laws of logic exist?
You're just diverting again.
I'm not.
How does a fucking assumption exist absent a mind? How?
Because I think it's objective outside of the mind.
Okay, that's great. How is it objective? An assumption? Well, first, I guess, just tell me what an assumption is.
I don't have a definition.
You don't know what an assumption is?
I can Google one for you.
Google it. I'm actually fine with that. Google it.
I got it.
What's an assumption?
Assumption is a belief statement or proposition taken for granted as true without proof or concrete evidence.
True. Taken for granted without proof.
What's the first word? Belief?
Belief, yes.
Can you show me a belief absent a mind?
No, I think belief is fundamental to a mind, but beliefs are not the same thing as like axioms, right?
Is there a requirement of belief?
Is there a requirement of mind for tautology?
Is there a requirement of belief?
For what?
An assumption.
Yes, I think that's what the
Then how do we have belief?
Can a tautology exist
outside of mind? How do we have beliefs
mind?
absent a mind?
Can a tautology exist outside of mind?
A tautology.
A equals A.
Oh yeah, I'll answer this. I promise. But I want to answer my question first. Belief. How does belief exist absent a mind?
In the case of this,
every time he says he'll answer something, but answer my question first, they don't ever get there.
Doesn't.
Okay, so then when you say an assumption can
not that I care, I'd rather just stop entirely. So I'm fine with that.
Exist outside of a mind. If assumptions require belief, can assumptions exist outside of a mind?
The assumptions don't, but the objective truth of the law does.
Okay, my question is.
This is dogmatism.
My question is, if beliefs are the requirement of an assumption, can assumptions exist outside of a mind?
I have answered this multiple times.
Then answer it again. No. If a belief exists, do beliefs, which are a requirement of an assumption, can they exist absent a mind or not?
Beliefs?
Beliefs.
No.
And are beliefs a requirement
are
beliefs requirements of assumptions?
Sure, but again, this is mind
then you
observing
contradicted your whole statement. Yes, you did.
Answer my question? Are you going to answer my question?
Sure.
Okay.
What is it? But I just want to make sure we're clear. A belief is a requirement of an assumption. Assumptions can exist outside the mind, but beliefs cannot exist outside the mind.
Okay, so
hang on, I just want to make sure we're clear. Beliefs can exist. Beliefs cannot exist outside the mind. Assumptions can exist outside the mind. Beliefs require assumptions, but assumptions can exist outside the mind. Is that correct?
No, that objective reality exists outside the mind.
Yeah, that's not my question. My question is this: you're not answering it until you do. We're not moving on until we do.
I have answered.
You have not.
Says who? Why you gotta be? You don't own the conversation. She can move on if she wants to. Like, what is this like? This is something. This is not only in this debate. This is something that I see in every single debate. This whole like, we're not moving on until you give me exactly the answer I want. It's like an obnoxious dick move. I don't know what else to call it. He's desperate for any little W at this point. It doesn't even have anything to do with the prompt. Yeah, I mean, he was the one that said that it doesn't even have anything to do with the prompt, even though, like, he was the one arguing, like, that it's not the prompt. And now he's all about it, trying to, like, I don't know if he's realized that he, like, wasn't making sense before, and he's trying to get her to, like, trip up somehow now. I think you're right about the, like, any little W at this point. That is what this looks like. I mean, what is this like bullying thing about like we're not moving on until you say exactly the thing I want you to say and trip in exactly the way I want you to trip up? Like, what is that?
Answered.
You
I have
does
multiple
does a
times.
belief require a mind?
A belief does typically.
Does an assumption require a mind?
Yes. But the laws.
Yes.
Wait, but the laws.
Yes.
No, the laws.
Yes.
No. Do laws exist? Does the law of logic?
Yes.
Does the law of logic exist?
Yes.
Objectively.
What's that?
Does laws of logic exist objectively?
Yes. Absent the mind, they exist. Yes.
How do we know that that's true?
We can use inductive inference. So we would know from inductive inference that if I was dead, the rock would still exist.
How do you use inductive inference? Doesn't that require a mind?
Of course.
Oh, so you require the mind to even engage in
To
observing
engage in the
objectivity.
idea of
So
inductive
objectivity requires
inference.
subjectivity?
No.
Oh, it seems like that's just what you said.
We're saying that.
So how do you use inductive reasoning without a mind?
I'm explaining.
Okay.
The rock. Is the rock material or is it immaterial?
It's material.
Not the rock thing again. Oh my god.
Can I ask one clarifying question? Are you referring to the professional wrestler or the
thing.
geological
Both.
object?
Okay, fine. We'll get to the fucking chats, Brian.
No, hey, whoa, sorry. No, keep going. Sorry, I was just curious.
No, we'll get to your
No, don't keep going, Brian. Put your foot down. For one time in your life, put your foot down.
fucking chats.
No.
So does moral,
Keep going.
so how do you know that moral laws exist objectively?
Well, we're not talking about moral laws here. Here we're just
laws of logic.
Yeah, here we're just talking about laws of logic.
Moral facts,
If
yeah.
a thing is a social construction, it's changeable. If a thing is not a social construction, it would be unchangeable, almost definitionally.
Well,
This is the
theoretically,
case.
some things that are non-social
If it is the
constructions
case
can
that I could change here in material reality, a law of logic, it would stand to reason that I could not change.
How could you know that it can't be changed?
Because any application to change the thing would appeal to the thing to change it.
So how do you change it without?
You can't.
Wait, how do you observe this though?
We don't need to. The observation is in the rationalization. So the
How
idea
is rationalization not requiring
because
a mind?
the idea. Well, hang on. I'm explaining to you.
I'm waiting.
And I just did, but I'll do it again. The laws of logic are unchanging, and I know that they're unchanging because I have to appeal to the laws of logic in order to change the laws of logic.
How do you know the laws of logic? Isn't it your mind?
No, these are discoverable.
They're discoverable through what?
They're discoverable as a thing which would exist absent the mind, because nothing which is material.
How do you discover them?
Because anything which is material, if we agree, would exist absent us, then it would be the case that they cannot exist inside of contradiction.
Are the laws of logic material?
Well, no, they're transcendental.
Right, they're not material. So how do you know that those are objective?
Well, hang on. They're
without observing them through logic
transcendental.
and reason?
They're transcendental. I didn't say material or immaterial. They're transcendental. They're discoverable.
I agree.
When we're talking
Through
about
what?
laws,
A mind?
it's possible. It could be possible.
Is it discoverable through mind?
Well, it would. Yes, it's discoverable through mind, but it would exist absent that.
I agree.
Okay,
but this is to assume that it is discoverable.
That's exactly what he was arguing against the Agrippa's trilemma. Exactly the same argument, but against it, because the whole like does it require a mind? Does Agrippa's trilemma require a mind? Like, no, that's the same kind of thing. Like, it's discovered. That is the same. Every single argument that he uses for the three laws of logic here, all of them can be applied to Agrippa's trilemma. Every single one. And he was arguing the exactly opposite thing earlier. I'm so baffled by this.
Well, outside of mind is the dogmatism.
Is that a justified true belief?
It would be unjustified because we're assuming that it is discoverable outside of mind.
Then change it.
That isn't a refutation
You
of this.
can't.
That isn't a
You
refutation of
can't
this.
change it because the very thing you're appealing to is the very thing you're trying to change, which is hilarious to me. Your whole dilemma here is fucking hilarious. You're like, hey, Andrew, wait a second.
So you agree that
This is not. It's not a justified true belief to believe that the laws, or not even to believe, to say and state as a fact that it is justified that the laws of logic cannot be changed even absent human minds.
How do you know that?
You say to me.
How do you know that?
Well, because I would have to appeal to the thing to change the thing.
You'd have to appeal with the mind. What's appealing?
But absent the
What's
mind.
doing the appealing?
How can a thing be discoverable if it doesn't exist absent minds?
How can something be discoverable if it exists absent minds?
If it doesn't exist absent minds.
Sorry, I feel like I'm not understanding this question. How would something be discoverable absent minds?
No. I'm asking you this question. Mathematics, right? The laws of mathematics.
Yeah.
Do those exist absent minds?
Yes.
So they're discovered, which means they exist absent minds.
Correct.
Okay, so then when you make the appeal to a thing, you're saying the laws of logic are discoverable. They are discoverable, which means...
What's discovering them?
Sure, a mind. There's no dispute
How is it
there.
discovering it?
Oh, through the laws of rationality.
How do you know laws of rationality exist?
Because these are things which, in order to change, you have to appeal to the thing to change them.
You have to assume that
There's
they
no
exist.
assumption.
Of course
It is in fact...
How do you know that they
Isn't
exist?
it?
Wait, what?
How do you know that they exist?
Oh, I would know that they exist through me.
Through your mind?
That's the only way I could know.
So your subjectivity is required for objectivity to exist?
No.
How is
Because the rock exists.
If you are
because if I'm
necessary
dead,
for observing the objectivity...
Because the rock still exists even if I'm dead.
True.
And I know
That's
this.
it.
I know this because if you die, the rock is still there.
I agree, yeah.
So then
This is
if that's the
objectivity.
case, then a social construction can be
But how do you know
changed.
this?
Well, the grounding of my epistemology? Well, I mean, in this case, it's very simplistic. If I can change the laws of logic because they're a social construction, then I would not need to appeal to the social construction
This
to change
changing,
it.
not
In the case of the laws
changing
of
is
logic,
irrelevant.
I cannot change them
Which makes it
and
objective.
would even need to appeal to them in order to change them.
But how do you know them?
Well, for me, I know them through the mind.
The mind, yeah.
But they would exist absent the mind.
I
They would have
agree.
to.
I agree.
But they would actually have to absent an assumption. There's no assumption necessary here.
The assumption is that anything exists, that God exists. That's the assumption.
Yeah, but we're not even assuming God. We're not assuming any of this.
Well, we're assuming something.
You
Assuming existence.
can make no assumptions and still make the inference that the laws of logic exist absent you.
Sure, I agree. This would be objectivity.
There's nothing there to fight about. You're
Right,
actually
so you agree with me. You're doing
agreeing
dogmatism
with me.
too. No, you're just saying what I would say is I can observe through my mind that logics are unchangeable. Objectivity. And you're saying
Wonderful, they agree. Let's move on.
my mind can use reason and logic, my mind,
No.
to observe that these things are objective.
That's
I think
incorrect.
that's true, but you assuming your mind or you assuming that logic
That's
exists
incorrect.
is still
the
the
mind.
assumption.
Andrew is grasping so hard at reality, deep waters,
Let's say all minds are gone. Do the laws of logic still exist?
said the chat.
Yep, because I believe they're objective.
No, well, you're not here to fucking believe it. So we're going to assume nobody's here to fucking believe anything. We already established belief.
So you think the laws of logic
It's my turn. I just answered 5 of your questions.
Yeah.
You already established a belief requires a mind. That assumptions require belief. You're fucking dead, and so is everybody else.
Yeah.
Are the laws of logic still here?
Yes. Objectivity.
Then there's nothing here to argue about.
You're right. We're all engaged. You and I are engaging in dogmatism.
So are you assuming that they're going to be here, or are they going to be here?
I'm using my mind of logic and reason to argue that it would exist outside of us, irrespective of us. I'm assuming that this would exist outside of us. That's what I'm granting.
So it's an assumption still?
Yes, there's an assumption there somewhere.
Okay, can you change that assumption?
That doesn't, again.
Can you change that assumption?
Yeah.
Okay, can you change the laws of logic?
I would say no.
No. Can anybody change them?
I would say no, because I think they're objective.
Show me anybody changing them.
I don't need to, because
That's the argument from ignorance again.
Because they can't be changed.
Logical
yes,
fallacy.
they're objective.
Again, the same one.
Andrew, good job. But again,
Yes.
how do you know that they're objective?
I know that they're objective because I would have to appeal to them.
Your mind. Yes.
Well, I would have to appeal to them to change them.
Epistemically, you use logic and reason to
course.
ascertain that morality is objective. But at some point, you're assuming something. You must just grant an assumption. You must grant that A equals A.
So let me ask you this. Is it the case that it's subjectively true that we would need to use Agrippa's trilemma?
I don't know what this means. Is it
That it requires minds for us to use Agrippa's trilemma?
What do you mean use Agrippa's trilemma? I don't understand what he means by use it. It's an observation of how, like, you can't, at some point you have to go one of 3 ways to justify something. And it's like an observation of a logical pattern. It's not like, you're not like using it. I don't understand what he means by using it. Euthyphro's dilemma is more comparable to proving Agrippa's trilemma because you're discovering morality, truth embedded in the world already. That's the one where it's the one about, like, if God is good, then, like, something about if I forgot how to phrase it. If God is good, then is everything God does good, or is everything, or something the other way around? I forget the exact words. All of these words I am not familiar with. I never claimed I was smart. Is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it's good? No. Yeah, with whatever goodness morality God commands. Yep, thank you.
In the same way that it requires minds to engage in logic, but I think that logic would be true. The laws of logic would be true outside of us.
Great. Would it be true?
Same answers as you, by the way.
Or would it be true?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, not you. You're not here.
That doesn't change the rocks
Yeah, no,
exist.
but is it still in existence even if you're not here?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. True. But I'm assuming that I am here.
Well, then,
and that everything exists.
then you're making the assumption
With
that
my-
this thing is true,
Yep.
even absent you here.
I don't know how much longer you want to
But
circle
is
with this.
it true, absent assumption?
We, Andrew, so for all of his audience, Andrew and I think the same way about this.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Yes, we're both engaging in
Not at all.
dogmatism. We think that objectivity, moral objectivity exists outside of us, and we assume some sort of tautological fact like law of identity. We assume it. We assume A equals A because we can't think of anything else where A would not equal A.
I'll
So we
tell you
think
what,
that's reasonable.
If that's the case, then from a subjectivist view, you should be able to internally critique this. Show me how you can violate the law of non-contradiction from a subjectivist perspective.
I don't need to do that.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you. Can you show me how?
Why would I?
Can you show me how to violate the law of non-contradiction? Can you?
It's an argument from ignorance. Again, he's using the same logical fallacy for the past, like, 3 hours.
Show me from a
I don't believe in
subjectivist.
subjectivity.
Can you show it to me?
I don't believe in
You
subjectivity.
can't, right?
I don't need to.
Yeah, but you can't.
What do you mean I can't?
You can't actually show me from a subjectivist position how you can violate the law of non-contradiction?
Well, a subjectivist would say that none of these laws even exist if the minds don't exist because nothing is in existence without the minds observing them.
Gotcha.
But I would say they do exist outside of
Great.
mind.
From the subjectivist perspective, can you show me how you could violate the law of non-contradiction?
If none of our minds exist at all, then laws and logic and all this stuff, none of it exists now. So it doesn't matter because nothing exists.
So everything's mind-dependent or not?
I don't hold this view.
What view do you hold?
I'm an objectivist.
So then nothing's mind-dependent.
Correct. I do not think the laws of logic require.
I think she keeps saying objectivist, but she already explained that she just means that she believes in objective truth.
A mind to be true.
Okay.
I think
But that is an assumption. I don't know. How many times can we go over this? This is the same thing.
true irrespective of the mind.
Okay, but you're assuming that.
Yeah.
We're so close, though. I don't want to, like, not finish it because we're so close. We've gotten so far. Oh my goodness, it's been almost... This is almost like a full workday for free, y'all. Oh my goodness.
So if it was the case that we would take this assumption away, would that still be true?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Objectivity, dogmatism.
Gotcha.
Yes.
So then we can bypass the trilemma.
No, this is just dogmatism.
You just said that if we remove assumptions, then it would still be true.
Yep. Because it's objectively true. But dogmatism, me assuming that it would just be true is the dogmatism.
You just assuming that it would be true.
Yeah, me asserting that it would exist outside of me and it would be true outside of me.
So then you're
is the
not.
dogmatism.
So then you're not bypassing the assumption.
Correct. Nobody can bypass Agrippa's trilemma that I've seen thus.
Then if the assumption did not exist, this would not exist.
I think it would exist.
Then you're now
I believe in
bypassing the
objectivity.
assumption.
Huh?
Then you're not bypassing the assumption.
Correct.
He's just saying words now.
I'm not bypassing dogmatism, but I still think objectivity is true.
All right.
Yeah. In the same way you do.
Not in the same way.
Yeah, I said, do you think laws of logic are true irrespective of mind? You said yes. And I said, how do you know this? And you said, well, I can use laws of logic and reason. I said, things like your mind.
Yeah, but I'm appealing to an unchanging faucet. You're not. You're appealing to a changing
I am appealing
faucet.
to an unchanging thing. I think the laws of logic are true forever.
You say you think?
Objectively true.
You think?
Yes,
Yeah,
I think.
so
My perspective. Just like you think.
Yeah.
Yes, dogmatism.
The question
true.
is, are these things true absent you think?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, but you see how you said I believe. My question
Are these things
suspends
true?
belief.
Yes. But
Right.
it's dogmatism to assume that.
Okay, so then you don't believe that, or you believe
No, I
it's
do believe that.
dogmatism?
It is both. I believe that, and it is dogmatism to assume that. Yeah.
Okay, so it's objectively true. So this requires a mind.
Can I cap this circling of the drain for like 2 more minutes? Because like we're not moving anywhere. You're saying the same thing I am.
No,
You
no.
just don't. Yeah.
No.
Does the law of logic exist outside of the mind? How do you know that?
Oh, wait a second. I'm confused.
I know.
From a subjectivist perspective, how can you appeal to laws of logic without using them?
What do you mean subjectivist? Isn't that like a specific branch of belief?
It's
Yeah.
not like objectivism. It's not.
Subjectivist is an entire branch
No,
of philosophy. You mean
objective.
subjectivity, right?
Well, no. In this case, it actually means subjectivist.
You mean the entire branch of philosophy that I don't appeal to?
Well, I'm sorry. You are appealing to it.
No, I'm not. I believe in objectivity.
You believe. Is that
She has said over and over she's not a subjectivist. What is this?
subjective?
No.
Oh. What makes it true objectively? That you believe it?
It exists outside of me.
Oh. Is that true?
Yeah.
Objectively?
Yeah.
There's no assumption?
There is an assumption.
Then is that true?
Yep.
Objectively?
Yep.
Without assumption?
How do you do this? Is it true
Is it true?
objectively? Is it true objectively?
Yes.
How do you know it?
Because I would appeal to an unchanging standard.
And how do you know it's unchanging?
Because absent my mind, it would still exist.
And how do you know that?
I know that through inference.
Inference, like using the mind?
There's no assumption there.
Of course there is.
What's the assumption?
The existence of laws of logic, the existence that your mind is here. These are all assumptions.
Everywhere you look, when a person dies, does the stuff that they leave behind remain?
What?
If it's the case that you're dead tomorrow, and I walk over and like pluck the cross from your chest, right? Do you agree with me that that would be the case? That if you were dead, the things that you leave behind are still going to be here materially?
Yeah, I believe in objectivity.
Now that's not objective.
Yes, I
Right.
think it would be here materially.
Okay, it'd be here materially.
For some amount
Got
of
it.
time.
So then I
Right
can
over
come over
time.
and take all that shit, right?
No, I would say when I'm dead.
Yeah, you're
probably
dead.
my next of kin.
Okay, yeah, sure. They can take all that shit.
Sure.
But all that shit's going to be here, regardless of whether or not your mind is here.
Correct.
Again, those are all assumptions. You could be a brain in a vat, and when other people die, it looks like they die and their stuff is still here. But when you die, the simulation ends and you get unplugged or whatever. This is all like, I understand that it's not like a common belief, but that is an assumption that that's not the case.
Just like the laws of logic exist outside of my
Is
mind.
that just an assumption?
Yep.
So you're just assuming. So you're just like moving into simulation theory.
That's what. Well, I'm not.
You are.
I'm granting existence. But yeah, simulation
You're
theory
granting, or
can't be proved.
hang on, you're granting or is true?
Both.
Okay, but how can you make a truth claim by
Just so you
appealing-
know, 1 minute left. I'm not
Yeah.
circling the drain with him for.
Well,
My cat wants to come in.
okay, but it's not
Solar
circling the
stuff
drain.
anyway.
This
Yes,
is
I've
just
already
fucking
granted,
bizarre.
for example, that one of the ways that you could try to refute the dogmatism of existence, of believing that existence is true, is saying we could all just be in a simulation. Now, I don't think that. I don't think it's even useful to think like that, but you could. And then laws of logic don't actually exist. They're just things imposed by the simulation onto us.
Yeah.
We don't actually know what's actually true. There actually maybe is nothing truly true.
Maybe nothing's truly true?
Well, I think that something is truly true.
Okay, are you assuming that?
Yeah.
Is that true?
I'm assuming objectivity. Yeah.
So it's true that you're making an assumption?
Yes.
Are you assuming that?
Bro?
I'm asking,
Asked
are
and
you
answered.
assuming?
Asked and answered.
Are you assuming that
I'm
you're
not doing this
are you
anymore.
assuming
Asked and answered.
are you assuming it's true that you're making an assumption?
Aren't you using logic and reason to?
It doesn't have anything to do with me.
Yes,
Are
it
you
does.
assuming what? What would it have to do with me if
Because
you're
assuming is your buzzword for the mind,
Yeah,
but you're
no,
also using
my
your mind to
buzzword
use
for-
inference and
My buzzword
logic.
for the mind is mind. But the thing is, are you assuming that it's true?
Yes.
That you're assuming?
Am I assuming it's true that am I assuming that my existence is true? Yes.
No. Are you assuming that it's true that you're making assumptions?
I suppose so, yes.
But is it also objectively true without assumption?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it exists outside the mind.
That's PNLP.
But I use my mind.
But that's
No,
PNLP.
it's the exact same thing that you do, which
Nope,
is that
it's not.
do you think that laws exist outside the mind?
Yes.
Do you think, what do you use to determine that?
I would use the fact that nothing can be appealed to those laws except those laws. Therefore, they must objectively be real.
They must objectively be real because you can't appeal to anything else.
Yes.
So you must
correct.
assume that A equals
There's
A.
no assumption there. There's just nothing else. It's a possibility of the contrary. There's an impossibility of the contrary.
There's a theoretical world
No,
where
there's
it infinitely regresses, where A
I'll
doesn't
show you-
equal
I'll
A,
show
and
you-
it goes down and it goes
Let's
down
find
and it
out.
goes down. The
Show
circle's all
me
the way
what a
through.
theoretical world looks like where contradictions can exist.
Where contradictions can exist in a simulation where contradictions are allowed to exist.
Okay, what does that look like?
It's hard to imagine for us because we're stuck in this
So
simulation.
you can't actually.
But that doesn't mean that it's not
But
logically
you just
true.
said that.
A could equal
You
B
just
and C
literally
equal
said that you can envision a world where contradictions can exist. When I ask you
In a simulation.
what that vision looks like, you say I don't know. So
Yeah, I don't live in that simulation.
So
But theoretically, if this
so then
simulation
you
created
can't
all of these
envision.
laws,
So then
well,
is it that you can't envision a world where that's the case, or is it the case that you just can't explain the world you're envisioning?
I would argue that it's objectively not true.
What?
That there is like some other alternate universe where the laws of logic.
Yeah, that's great. But my question is like, if it's the case that you can envision a world where contradictions can exist, can you tell me anything about that world?
Nope, because I'm not in that.
Nope. Okay. All right.
How would I tell you anything about that world?
Yeah, of course you can't. You can't tell me anything about the because you would have to appeal to the very thing that you say is subjective in order to appeal
I
to
don't
the
say
thing
it's
that you're claiming is
subjective. I don't say
objective.
it's subjective. I would appeal to the object reality that we're in this reality. I think that this reality is true, that it does exist, and I'm assuming that.
But if that's an assumption, is that true?
I think it's true, yeah.
But is it?
I would say objectively, yes.
Okay. But outside of your assumption, is it still true?
Yeah.
Are you assuming that?
No, Andrew, I'm not
You're not assuming. Now
No.
you're not assuming.
No,
Okay.
I'm not assuming it.
All right.
No, it's existing outside
I'm
my
good.
mind.
We have a few chats. Let's just blast through them while I still have you guys here at the table, and then we're going to get this wrapped. Really quick, guys, if you can, like the video. Get it to, we're, I don't know, 500 likes away from 8,000 likes. Just get us to 8,000 likes, please. It helps with the algorithm. Warm Storm, thank you for the Canadian 100. Conspiracy theory, some bulk of confrontation in the convo was why she hasn't gotten popular or famous. Has all the hallmarks to make it. Then handed a piece of pizza and expected to eat it to gain popularity with the audience. She refused to, quote unquote, eat the pizza. Wait, I don't understand. Why is there quote?
I don't know why, but I think eat the pizza. It doesn't need to be in quotations.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, you should at least take one bite.
I will for you right at the end, I promise. Thank you, sir.
Pound it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Northumberland, for that. We have the TTS coming through here. We have Revolutionistic. Thank you. Appreciate it. Get them in. This is what we call Rapid Fire.
$69. Truth can be simplified or expanded upon infinitely beyond.
Why was he like scared of doing a pinky swear? Was that like too unmanly, or is she like untouchable, gross, or something? I don't. Okay.
Our understanding. Stating this is true can be true, but may not be the full explanation of that truth.
Thank you for your message.
You want to get to that? That's you.
I don't think it is to me.
Yeah, this is about assumptions, right? What he's basically saying is that like you must assume that it's true, even though there's a theoretical possibility that truth is beyond.
Oh my god.
What you.
Yeah, but that's beyond you. You're saying objective, so you're taking that out
Make it stop.
of the equation.
We're so close.
No, I'm not.
Yep, you are.
No, because truth can exist. Like I can know lots of objective truths, and there's more truth to know that I don't.
I'm not asking what you know. I'm asking what there is. Is there objective truth?
Yes.
Then it doesn't matter if you know it. You're just saying that it is the case that there is.
Of course it is. I have to assume the truth that I have is true, that the existence of truth is true, and that the truth that I know isn't going to be held in contradiction to the truth that I don't
So
know.
you're assuming there's objective truth.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, okay, girl.
Type shit.
Justin Martin's donated $50.
Thank you, Justin.
At this point, I'm genuinely rooting for Kyla to understand what Andrew is saying. She'll get there eventually, maybe.
No, because
At this point, I'm genuinely rooting for Andrew to understand what Kyla is saying. He'll get there eventually. Probably not.
it's Agrippa's trilemma.
No, we're saying the
Thank
same
you,
thing. Andrew and I are saying
No,
the same
we're
thing.
definitely
donated
not.
$50.
Thank you, Pope.
She said subjective, I love you, Andrew, you tell her.
Pope, thank you very much for that.
Okay.
We have Chaw coming in here. Comment. Thank you, Chaw.
Chaw XD donated $50. Brian, I love you and love the channel
Lots of love over here. That's sweet.
and debates. But when I have to skip through an ad every 10 minutes during a live debate as a channel member, it makes me want to drive to SP and throttle you.
Hang on, I'm going to answer this. In Brian's defense, let the guy raise some cash, right? He has to pay people's fees to come out here. He puts on the great entertainment. You know, most people don't send in super chats. It's always the threshold people who do that make channels like this possible. So if he's got to run some ads, watch the fucking ads. It costs you nothing to watch an ad.
Yeah.
And if you have YouTube Premium, he makes good money from that.
That is, yeah.
That's
So I
the way
guess
that support you.
channel memberships, that doesn't do anything for ads.
It does on Twitch.
On Twitch, yes. If you have if you have a tier 1 or what do they call it? They're not memberships on Twitch. They're subs.
Subscription.
Yeah, on Twitch subs, it'll stop the ads. Not the case on YouTube. YouTube, you just need to have premium. But yeah, look, this is we're not exactly getting Athletic Green sponsorships every single episode here. We're viewer supported, ad supported to a degree. So and
Just think about this. All the people who are like, I'm too fucking broke to send in a super chat, but would love to support the channel. Here's a good way you can support the channel. Watch the ads. It costs you nothing. It literally costs you nothing. And that's a great way where you don't have to spend any money, but can still support the channel.
Yeah, and the thing with our operation, I'm not exactly sitting in front of my desktop computer playing Fortnite, where it's very
looks
low
like we're basically
production
there.
cost to do something like that. Renting the studio space. I've got a big team. I've got an apparatus around me. Paying for appearances, et cetera, et cetera. So there are definitely expenses related to putting on a production like this. I'm not just streaming from my bedroom playing video games. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but the production cost for doing something like this is substantial. The yearly costs are in the 6 figures to do a show like this. So. I'm not going to get too far into the details on my expenses, but yeah,
it's a lot.
It's 6 figures a year in expenses. But
Assume your husband's fidelity, which means it's only subjectively true, because it requires our mind to pretend it's true.
we have 5 podcasts
Hamburgers
for
were
10 to get Mexican food.
Does he know that?
Go off, I'm going, bro.
No, I'm taking you, but we're going to get we're going somewhere else.
Okay, whatever.
Don't worry, I got you, Andrew.
You fucker.
Okay, I think this is the final one. This is the final one.
$49. Did Einstein's predictions demonstrate anything of substance here?
Twitch, right?
And who has the bigger ego here, you'll think?
Kyla.
Definitely Brian.
Kyla has the biggest ego for sure.
I do not have a large ego at all.
All right, final shout outs here. If you want to support the show,
Like giant ego.
huge.
How do I have
If you want to
a
support the show, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. Nathan, if you can, twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a prime sub on your way out, guys. Pull it up, Nathan. There it is. Yep. Post a bunch of cool stuff on there that's exclusive to
All right, I think it's over. Finally. Okay. Unfortunately, I know that we skipped around previously, so if we really want to be super completionist, on another day, or rather another night, I would like to go back and finish like the few little bits. I think it's maybe like 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, maybe like 20 minutes total of the little bits that we skipped before. I think probably the beginning of it, maybe. I don't know if it's worth really watching like the opening statements, because they seem to kind of ignore them anyway. But yeah, I think that's pretty much finally it. It has been a long time. Thank you. Yeah, it's 6 hours. It's almost 7 hours that I've been live now. That's obnoxious. I really wanted to finish it. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I certainly would like to have, like, there is a subscriber threshold for making, for them to put ads and do like ad money on YouTube, and we're still quite far away from that. I think it's like 1,000, but it's like 500 to be able to do, for people to be able to send super chats. Although I do have the Streamlabs tipping thing. It's in the link that is like stuck or like pinned, I suppose. It's in the pinned link thingy. So if anybody wants to think about doing the tipping next time, that would be super nice. I'd appreciate it. Obviously, it's not required. I'll still be here. I'm not gonna like hold it over anybody, but it would be nice to like not do like 7 hours for free. That would be super nice. But I still enjoy it mostly. Today was kind of rough. I didn't enjoy it the whole time. Honestly, like some of it was awful, but I'm glad it's over now. That's always a good thing. Again, thanks for subbing. Thanks for keeping me company in the chat. That's also appreciated. And it's free. So I do appreciate that. I appreciate everybody who hangs around, and even if you like watch, comment or not or whatever, it's nice. So I'm going to sleep now. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm so tired, y'all. But next time we'll do something different, because I am so over this debate. At some other day, not next time, but some other day, I would like to finish like a few random bits, or I might just do that offline or something, so we don't have to struggle with it together. But yeah, we'll do something. We'll do another thing next time, because I'm pretty over this. All right. Thanks for hanging out, and everybody have a good night. I will see you at some point later. And yeah, thanks for subbing and liking and all of that other stuff too. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much. You have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.